morning, everyone. Good afternoon for those who are watching from Europe. I am extremely pleased to welcome you to the 36th Conference of Central Banks and Official Institutions of the Latin American Reserve Fund. The feeling of personal and institutional satisfaction has basically three main sources. In the first place, it is an honor to see that institutions and people of such a prominent level are here with us to explore and suggest alternatives on the topics of the agenda we have arranged. This group of panelists with ample experience and deep knowledge will undoubtedly allow us to discuss options and more clearly and accurately visualize what we may expect for the coming years. Without a doubt, with their academic and professional experience, they have accepted and welcomed randomness in all its forms, as pointed out by Nassim Taleb. This is the path to improve our response to adversity and change, and thus reduce the fragility and the impacts of circumstances that may be associated to the black swan metaphor. I will now say that we may consider that facing one of these adversities, the COVID pandemic, from which we are still learning, led us not only to be gathered today in the historic city of Cartagena, but also to be simultaneously connected with several countries around the world, which just a couple of years ago was almost unthinkable. I extend a warm and heartfelt greetings to the hundreds of people that connected through our communication channels who will be accompanying us in an ongoing dialogue during this day. Second, we feel challenges. Undoubtedly, we must harness this opportunity to use all our capabilities to deliver in search for the best alternatives for central bank management and for the management of public portfolios in general. The idea is to ensure that these decisions are not evaluated only by way of numerical or financial exercises, but that they can contribute to ensure the greatest well-being in our societies, in a future full of economic, political, and social challenges. This forum of analysis and critical thinking among experts will most certainly increase the ability to identify and understand these complex scenarios. I believe that tomorrow we will be able to say that we are stronger and better prepared to face the challenges that lie ahead. In closing, I want to convey my feelings of gratitude. I start with the FLAR team, which has been working for months in preparing a conference that contributes to our institutional strategy toward becoming increasingly relevant, updated, and regional. The companies and institutions found in the program allow us to ratify FLAR's comprehensive role and contribution of this broad and critical community, and how his actions are valued in Latin America. Likewise, it's gratifying to confirm that crucial conversations on regional financial stability are followed with interest by major players on the world stage. I want to thank all panelists for your dedication and generosity in being part of this event. Welcome to Cartagena. Welcome to this seminar. I anticipate the best of success in our deliberation. I now yield the floor to Iker Zubizarreta, who will share his comments on the content of the seminar and the purpose we seek. Thank you very much.
Good morning. Many thanks for your very kind and inspiring words, Dr. Uribe, and many thanks for all of you to be here with us today. Yesterday I was talking to a friend, Marcelo, and he said to me, Iker, the last time that I was here was before the pandemic, November 2019, And then the first time that I go out to an event is again here in Cartagena with you. So he says, I cannot begin to tell you how excited and happy I am to be here today. And my answer to that is, I think I do know, and I think that we all know how exciting it is to be here and how happy we are to be here today in the flesh after 3 years. Another personal related experience at this respect, also 2 days ago, some friends, we went to a bar here at Alquímico in Cartagena, and we were there, loud music, lots of people, no mask, chatting, eating, having a good time. And then a part of me inside went, it was obvious that at some point we would be back here in the flesh, life would be normal, and we would resume. And then immediately another part of me went, that wasn't obvious at all. I mean, say winter 2020. Those were some pretty dark and frightening times. No clear way to a vaccination, mass inoculation, and what have you. So it wasn't obvious at all. Many people, friends and relatives, were left behind. Our thoughts and prayers are with them. God bless them and their families. But here we are, and resuming life as not only as we know it. I think in many senses it's even better in several dimensions. A final sort of personal thought that I wanted to share with you. Also, 1 year ago, November 2021, we were at FLAR in our own internal budgeting process. And we came to the discussion, okay, Cartagena conference. What are we going to do? I mean, we were still working from home, and we said, you know what? We think that a year from now, we will be able to have at least a footprint in Cartagena. Some people will dare to come. And so we acted accordingly. Came March, it came the time when we had to make reservations and so on, and we were really bold. We said, we are going to book 20 rooms at the Santa Teresa. And that sounded like, oh my God, what about if nobody comes, and what, are you going to pay for that and all? Well, fast forward, there are 53 of us here today. And all along the way, we had to scramble for rooms and reservations and so on, and then being here with you in this occasion is just, reflecting on Marcelo's word. I cannot tell you how happy I am to be here with you today, and how grateful we are that you are with us here today, making time in your busy schedules. Also, to our remote audience, many thanks for making the time to accompany us today. So, switching a bit, and since we are talking history, well, I am talking history. This that you see in the screen is a certificate of me, Iker Zubizarreta, participating in 1991 in this, I think it was the 5th or the 6th edition of the conference. So this is the 36th. So this white hair is no fake. I've been around. This is 31 years plus. And then at this point in time, we are also adjusting internally in FLAR. We are doing some remodeling of our offices. And I was going through a whole bunch of boxes of things that I didn't even know were there. And I came up with a good number of our past agendas. And in all of these agendas, if we fast forward, one overcoming theme is that we have always been in a crisis. There has always been disruption, uncertainty. If you see the titles, I've been here at FLAR since 2005, and I said, well, it doesn't seem like we are very original. But this brings me to the point that we are always in some kind of crisis. We certainly live in uncertainty. That's the only thing that is certain. And we find a way always. We get taken to the ground, and then we get up and keep going. And then we get punched and fall back, and then we get up again, and that's how it goes. But there is one thing that we do not reflect in this element, is that we not only fall and get up, but we get up and we are wiser, we are stronger, we are better. And an example of that is what we are doing today. 2019, only the people that would be in this room would be on stage or participating in the sessions. Now we have a live audience, and we are not only having experts connecting from places as far as Asia and Europe, as well as the US and other parts, but we are also broadcasting this event along the whole Latin American region and beyond. That is the concept of resilience 2.0 or anti-fragility. We are stronger, we are wiser, we are better. We learn from what we encounter, we move on and then get better and better as we face all these challenges. So with that, that's the theme of our conference this year, Anti-Fragility 2.0. So talking a bit about the agenda, we started the last 2 weeks. We had some remote sessions. We had Jan Hatzius, Arnav, well, it will come back. Some other experts. And then today, we will be having this hybrid component of the conference. And in this composition, what we said, okay, the morning, we're going to be talking about the state of the planet, where we are. We'll be talking about economics, geopolitics, geoeconomics, and many issues, where we are, extremely challenging times as we know. And then in the afternoon, we will be talking about the future. And the theme is the future is now. The future has arrived. What am I talking about at this respect? The last 3, 4, 5 years, we have been talking about many disruptive technologies and trends. And along the way, some of my friends and colleagues would come and say, Iker, why are we talking about this? Why are we talking about blockchain and AI and what have you? That is going to happen eventually some 30, 40, 50 years ago. And then what we are seeing is that it didn't take 3, 4, 5 decades. It took 3, 4, 5 years. And what we're going to be seeing is several leading institutions in our scope that will be showing us how they have been adapting and implementing all these technologies in their own day-to-day and their companies. And then finally, in the closing segment, I will be talking with Jim Reynolds and Stella Lupushur on the future of work and diversity. One thing to comment, it's we will be giving books on, this is Stella's, I'm sure that she'll be more than happy to sign, and this is Marco's book. They will be behind. If you prefer to have them on digital format, we can do that. And for those of you that are remotely, we'll be also giving away some of these books in each of the sessions. So make sure to stay connected throughout the day. So that's what I have for you at this point in time. Once again, many thanks. And remember that friend I told you about, Marcelo? Well, guess what? He will be leading the next section. So Marcelo, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Iker. It really is a pleasure to be back here. It was let's say the last memory before the pandemic started was coming here, and it's the first one after the pandemic. So it's a really, really pleasure to be back here, and it's a pleasure to have this talk with Marco. I think most of the room here is people from emerging markets, and market analysis and political analysis for people in emerging markets is something that's been it's a constant for us for years, and it's probably a new thing for developed markets. And Marco is one of the key people now doing political analysis for markets, and it's a real pleasure to meet you in person, and the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Marcelo, and thank you for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be speaking with you today. So, the title of my talk is that, what if the world is not ending? There's so much bearishness about geopolitics and politics, and for good reason. I'm not sure if, Iker, when you attended your seminar in 1991, there was anybody talking about geopolitics. And if there was, it was all positive in 1991. Except for a few corners of the world, including where I'm originally from in Yugoslavia, most of the things happening in 1991 were going in the right direction. I want to talk about today and why I don't think that what's happening today is that new, and why I think that what's happening today is not that negative either. But before I do that, I want to talk about three things. Before I get into the slides, I want to talk about three things that I think really matter for central banks and for institutions such as yours. First of all, geopolitics is not transitory, Neither is inflation, but geopolitics is not going to be transitory. Not in the world we have today. And that's for three reasons. We have three challenges globally that I think are going to dominate the rest of this decade. The first is a transition from the Washington Consensus to what I named the Buenos Aires Consensus. Now, if anyone's here from actually Buenos Aires, I apologize. I needed something that would punch Americans in the face, And nothing punches them in the face better than telling them the world is going to be more like Argentina. Now, I didn't mean it in a bad way. I'm from Serbia, believe me. Argentinian inflation to us is a joke, You cannot express the inflation I lived through in a simple number. It's like 10 to the power of a number. So, what does that mean, the transition from Washington Consensus to Buenos Aires Consensus? What it means is that the Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher revolution, the Ronald Reagan, Margaret Thatcher revolution gave us a set of best practices. Laissez-faire capitalist system, pro-cyclical, counter-cyclical fiscal policy, orthodox monetary policy, free trade, deregulation, privatization. Those were the best practices established in the 80s. And they were then promoted, as many of you know, very well and personally, by the institutions from Washington, D.C. That's your Washington Consensus. That's going in reverse now. And it's not just going in reverse in Beijing because Xi Jinping is focusing on common prosperity. It's going in reverse everywhere. In the United Kingdom, in the US, everywhere else. It's moving somewhere else. That's not going to be reversed because Jay Powell wants to raise rates. In fact, the biggest constraint to orthodox monetary policy will be that the median voter across the world does not want austerity, does not want pain. What's interesting to me about the United Kingdom, by the way, is this is playing out in real time. Don't forget, Liz Truss won the election. When it came to Sunak versus Truss, she won. She won with a populist, non-traditional, like let's cut taxes, who cares about debt, YOLO economic policy. Sunak lost. Now, that wasn't a true election. It was an election in front of Tory members of the party. But the fact is, she won. And so I don't think that Sunak is going to show up and suddenly do austerity. Like, that's not happening. This isn't David Cameron. He doesn't have the political mandate for pain. We're going to need more years of suboptimal economic outcomes before the political side of the world turns towards what you consider orthodox policies. That's the first thing. The second thing is global multipolarity. We're not in a unipolar or a bipolar world anymore. As I'm going to talk about today, we're in a multipolar world. Multipolar world is also inefficient. Globalization is still going to exist, but it will be less efficient. Countries will deploy resources to have just-in-case inventories, not just-in-time. That's also inflationary, just like populism is. And the final big picture is climate change. The fight against that is also going to create inefficiencies. What I'm describing here are basically three thrusts that have nothing to do with demand. They have nothing to do with interest rates. They have to do with the fact that our supply globally is being affected by long trends. And central banks are going to be challenged in this environment because merely raising or lowering interest rates is not going to be enough. It's maybe not going to do anything to solve the supply problems that we've created due to populism, due to global multipolarity, and due to the fight against climate change that's going to create massive inefficiencies in energy markets. So how do you deal with this as central banks? What do you have to do? Well, I think the number one thing is staffing, which is funny because we're going to have a whole, other panel on that. But it's not going to be as simple as just hiring a bunch of guys with CFAs. Let me put it that way. I know the CFA curriculum. There's nothing about politics in there. There's nothing about the median voter. There's nothing about anything we're going to talk about today. You're going to have diversity of thought. That's the number one thing that's going to be actually needed. And I swear I did not talk to Stella before this. I swear. I introduced myself, I said some nice things, but I think that's the number one thing. But it's also important to understand that to do this job, to do geopolitical or political analysis that's relevant for markets, you can't just hire some ex-policymaker, no offense to the next panel, but you wouldn't hire an ex-CEO to be your tech analyst. You're not going to hire an ex-CEO of a tech company to do tech sector analysis, would you? Why would you? You would hire some young tech analyst who understands how markets work. So what we actually need is we need to start thinking about politics and geopolitics not as a fireside chat conversation, not as something that past expiration date policymakers and bureaucrats come together to offer their advice for a very high consulting fee. No, it's an expertise that requires an actual framework. Now I have a framework, that's what the book is about. Is it useful? It's a starting point. It is what it is. Is it always right? Of course not. Am I wrong? All the time. But it's a starting point. And it doesn't include somebody sipping a scotch in a smoke-filled room and telling you what they did in 1973. All right, that's the important point. It's a framework that we can all use. So what I do is I focus on material constraints to policymakers. You want to predict the behavior of Vladimir Putin, President Xi, President Biden, whoever, you have to start with something that we can all analyze, the objective reality. Material constraints are what forces policymakers to go down the path of least resistance. Now, they don't always abide by these rules. I would argue President Putin said, to hell with your constraints, I'm going to go and invade Ukraine anyways. But once that happens, if you did the hard work of creating the material constraint framework, you can know how that war is going to end up. And in the case of Vladimir Putin, it's not going very well, because the material constraints to invading Ukraine were very obvious. So I'm going to talk about some of the things that I think are happening in the world through this perspective. And I hope that you will see how the framework kind of works in real time. And if you're interested, you can read the book. It's actually pretty short. And while it's a framework book, which means I'm a massive nerd, I did try to make it very funny. So there's a lot of funny anecdotes in there. All right, so let's get into the slides. What is the case that everybody presents today for why the world is, different and why it's falling apart? I would argue that the number one reason why you should be concerned about what the world looks like is that we are in a multipolar world. Now, in political science, this means something very important. There's three types of ordering of geopolitical power in the world. Oh, and by the way, just one thing. This is a very small crowd, so if anybody wants to say something, please raise your hands.
It's,
Well, Marcelo,
the idea is to be very interactive. I think there's going to be a section at the end with questions, right, Iker? And but feel free to interrupt at any time, and I'll interrupt you during your.
Marcel will interrupt too, so just throw something at me or yell. Okay, so what is the case for more instability in the world? It's very simple. In political science, when we think about the world of states, there's a very clear theory. You can have a unipolar world, which is the most stable. Okay, it's like having one bully in the schoolyard. As investors, we love that because there's a set of rules and norms of behavior that are imposed from the top. Now, as Latin Americans, you may not like it. You know, as a Serb, I may not like it. But it doesn't really matter because as an investor, it provides a set of rules and norms. It's an equilibrium. That's a unipolar world. That's the world run by America for the past 30 years. For most of us here in this room, that was the world that we have experienced and we've known. The second type of a world is a bipolar distribution of power. Now, bipolar distribution of power is the type of a world where you have two clear camps, right? Two clear camps. That is also actually a very simple world to model. And in fact, Cold War saw a rise of mathematical modeling in political science departments. That's where game theory really came into play. Why? Because it's simple. There's two actors. Nobody's really independent in a bipolar world. There's only two deciders. The third ordering of power is a multipolar world. A multipolar world is one where multiple countries pursue their foreign policy interests independent of one another. I truly believe we're in this world, and I've believed it for the last decade. Now, it was a controversial view 10 years ago, where most of people I spoke with still believed in American hegemony. It's a controversial view today because a lot of people in the institutional investment space thinking about long-term investing believe we're in a bipolar world again, US versus China. In fact, most of my clients are pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and they're asking me to fill out these Excel spreadsheets for them, where I put countries neatly into two columns, which I think is a stupid research request. So I tell them I'll just take a roll of dice and roll it and put countries into the two panels. The world is not bipolar, it's multipolar. Now, multipolarity is proven through political science theory and game theory to produce this. This is a chart of conflicts around the world. I didn't put this together. This is from the Uppsala Conflict Data Program. It basically shows you the number of conflicts happening at any one point. And we're basically at the highest level of global conflict since the Second World War, which is exactly what political science theory would have predicted would happen. That seems scary, and I don't think that's going to come down in any meaningful way. It seems scary, but it isn't. Not every conflict is going to be macro relevant. Not every conflict will impact global supply and demand. And I think one of the biggest misconceptions today is that this fast-paced volatility of political news matters to you on a day-to-day basis. Sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. I mean, take the war in Ukraine. From a market perspective, most of us were wrong. The impact on commodity markets was overstated and reflected the geopolitical risk premium that was unwarranted. Why? Think about it. Think about the outcome of the Ukraine war 6 months later. Did we actually lose any Russian barrels of oil from the marketplace? No, and I would argue we didn't because the EU oil embargo is a PR effort, not an actual effort to take Russian oil off the market. If the West wanted to sanction Russia, we would have used secondary sanctions, which we used against Iran, where you can go after buyers of Iranian crude in US courts. We literally didn't do that with Russia. And that's why the Indians are bathing themselves in Russian oil. In fact, what happened was you got the same amount of Russian barrels coming out of Russia at a discounted price. Who would have thought of that? So my point is that just because there's a lot of conflict doesn't mean that every conflict will be macro relevant. And in fact, this reflects previous moments in human history, such as late 19th century and early 20th century, where there was a plethora of conflicts around the world. Scramble for Africa between France, United Kingdom, and Germany. There was a plethora of conflicts, and yet the global economy remained globalized, trade continued, as did investment, even between enemies. Trade between the United Kingdom and Germany went through the roof right up until the end of the beginning of the World War I. So a multipolar environment is one that's volatile, it's got a lot of political conflict, but globalization, trade, and even investment between rivals continues. The second thing that I think is a source of a lot of concern is globalization. As you can see on this chart, this is a trade globalization proxy. So I'm using here, trade globalization is being measured as imports as percent of GDP weighed by population. What this chart shows is that when the delta is extremely steep, when trade globalization is increasing, it's usually underpinned by hegemony. So the British hegemony in the 19th century, American from 1980 to 2020, 2010. And by the way, I would argue that the oval showing the American hegemony is too long. It's really from 1980 that it begins, right when you see that inflection, right when bipolarity ends. We don't have this anymore. So the world is not going to have a clear hegemon providing rules and norms of behavior. And again, just to be clear, it doesn't have to be America. It can be China. It can be an alien life force that enslaves us. As long as they let us trade and invest, we as investors would be happy. The point is, we don't have that clarity. But we also don't have a bipolar world that will split the world neatly into two. We have a multipolar world. So some level of globalization will remain. And history proves this and shows that that's the case. Okay, so
Can I just ask a question on
Please.
that? So how do you shift from a trade point of view? How do you think it's good? Because you still are working under the old, let's say, the bipolar or the unipolar world rules as of now. So you're going to have to shift into from a trade point of view. How do you think that shift's going to take place?
So a lot of people have thought that we're going to have a disengagement between US and China, and that it's going to be very dramatic, right? There's going to be this disentanglement. And you're seeing that in certain sectors. For example, the most obvious one that's on the cover of FT is chips. But if you look at the macro variables, macro data does not reveal any shift. Macro data reveals that US trade deficit relative to China is growing, it's not shrinking. And it shows that, for example, European-China trade is now the largest trade in the world. So Europe and China now trade more as a bloc than any other bloc, US-Europe or US-China even. So I think that it's going to happen gradually. Just like China was brought into the center of global trade gradually, it didn't happen overnight. Basically, in the 90s, entry into WTO 2001, and then throughout to the 2000s. Similarly, moving China from the center of global trade to a little bit of the periphery is going to take a decade. And so I actually don't see this as a challenge. It's not a risk, it's an opportunity. The same trades, the same investments that worked when we brought China from the periphery to the middle, what were those? Jim O'Neill's BRICS piece in 2001, commodity supercycle, the capex-led cycle. What did you need to bring China from the periphery to the middle? You needed copper, you needed Caterpillar, and you needed steel, and you needed energy. Doing the reverse, taking China from the middle to the periphery, will require copper, will require Caterpillar, and will require steel and energy. In other words, if you're sitting in Latin America, like you're in 2002 right now, you're 2003, and you know, I don't have to say anything else. You're already starting to think about remodeling your house and buying maybe a second or a third car. You know what I mean? We are at a precipice of a very similar cycle to the early 2000s. And it doesn't matter that we're going to have slightly less globalization because of it. It's almost irrelevant. The investment thesis is exactly the same. So what I would do is I would load up on commodities and capex. That would be my answer to, how does this happen? It happens gradually, and it's actually a positive investment thesis. Now, of course, I'll be wrong if the Cold War happens. If Cold War happens, then this is completely different. Globalization will collapse. We will go into a purely bifurcated world. Now, here's why I think Cold War is a lazy analogy. It's a lazy analogy for a lot of reasons. First of all, most geopolitical analysts and investors only know two mental maps. We only have two mental images in our head: American hegemony and Cold War. That's all we have to rely on ourselves. None of us have ever been alive during a multipolar world. So we think, well, of course, US and China are going to split the world into two parts. That's not going to happen. And like you're here in Latin America, I'm sure that you're thinking like this already. But for most Americans, it's inconceivable that there can be a multipolar world. Before I go into some of my own thoughts, let me just give you a historical kind of perspective. 1945 is not going to repeat itself. 1945 was a unique moment in history. There were two nuclear devices exploded over Japan. China would have a civil war for another 7 years. India was a colony, the most populous country in the world, second most populous country in the world at the time, was a colony of a tired empire that was bankrupt. And Europe was decimated. And there was tens of millions of starving refugees roaming through collapsed continent. So 1945, there were only two countries with any relevance. And they locked the world into this incredible moment of bipolarity. That's not going to happen today. Are America and China the most powerful countries in the world? Sure. Is the rest of the world decimated? Hell no. Not even close. And by the way, that's what you need for bipolarity. Bipolarity is like two bullies in a schoolyard. They put a little chalk line down the middle, and then not only do they hit each other, but they make sure no one's fighting. So if there's a fight that breaks up over there, the two bullies come and they pop the other kids. Good example is the Suez Crisis. The Suez Crisis, 1950s. France, United Kingdom, and Israel decide to take the Sinai from Egypt. They're like, oh, we can do this. We're nuclear powers, right? And America says, we have a deal with the Soviets. You're going to get out of Egypt. United Kingdom says, we're an empire. We have nukes. You can't tell us what to do. And the US said, okay, cool story, bro. I'm going to collapse the pound. Get out of Egypt right now. Today, America can't tell Turkey what to do. You know what I mean? This is the world we live in today. It's a multipolar world. Now, the best way to visualize this for you is this map. Okay, this is kind of a funny map. I chose one issue. You might not like the issue, but it is what it is. This is a map of countries that have banned Huawei for 5G development. So what it shows is the number of countries that have banned Huawei. That's in black. You have the US, you have Australia, which always does what US does for a number of reasons. You have Canada. I'm Canadian, basically. Canada is America's hat. You have some countries in the middle of Europe nobody cares about. You have Sweden. I'm sure Sweden banned Huawei for national security reasons. It has nothing to do with the fact that they, have Ericsson. United Kingdom. That's it. This is the coalition of the willing that America has produced against Huawei. It is a very pathetic effort after 6 years. And this reflects that multipolar nature of the world we're in. It's going to be very difficult to produce coalitions of the willing in a multipolar world. Now, if the Chinese do something stupid, like invade Taiwan, it will be easy. But China itself, in my view, is constrained by a number of factors, starting with the fact that China is experiencing the kind of secular end to their debt supercycle that the West did after 2008. So if you look at the chart on the left, this is a very important chart for China. It's household debt as percent of disposable income. The purple line is China. Chinese middle class story is basically over. They're overly indebted. Their C in the GDP equation is not going to drive growth, no matter what they want. You guys remember dual circulation? They talked about dual circulation a lot in China. It was basically an effort to boost their domestic production. Yeah, it's banned. You're not allowed to bring that term up anymore in China. dual circulation is done, they're addicted to exports and will remain addicted to exports and investment for a long time. That's what the chart on the right shows. Why is this important? It's important because China's not Russia. China's not Iran. China's not Iraq. China's not producing energy, you know? It's not exporting commodities. It's exporting toys, t-shirts, and toaster ovens. Things that the rest of the world can and will embargo. China understands this, which is why I expect China to go on a charm offensive over the next several years. Already has happened. They've already toned down their aggression when it comes to South China Sea, when it comes to Southeast Asia, ASEAN countries. This isn't reported in the Western press because it's unpalatable. China's crazy. China's aggressive. But if you actually look at Chinese behavior when it comes to Southeast Asia, when was the last time you talked about South China Sea with somebody? Probably 2016, 17. I know because I've been writing about South China Sea all my career. And it was one of the first evidence that China was becoming more assertive. China's become a lot less assertive when it comes to this region. They don't want to anger their potential trade partners because they understand the only engine of growth for China is going to be external, not internal. In addition to that, I think they're going to have to boost investment. Now, that's something that Xi Jinping does not want to do. If I had to classify the current regime in China, I would say it's very Austrian, you know, like from an economic perspective. They don't want to stimulate, but they will have to because domestic growth is going to continue to be impaired. Zero COVID policy is not why consumption in China is low. Chinese consumption is low because of this indebtedness. And that's a critical constraint on Chinese geopolitical power going forward. So invading Taiwan would be a really, really big mistake by China because it would lock them in and basically block them off from their only source of growth, which is external demand. Now, another thing that I think in the US and in the West we overemphasize is the China-Russia alliance. I don't think there is any China-Russia alliance. It's a figment of American propaganda. But God bless America. It has propaganda like any other country. You know, I'm not being mean to the US, obviously. We all have propagandas. Russia and China relationship is as small as China's relationship with the Netherlands. Let me say that again. Russia is as relevant to China as the Netherlands. There is no infrastructural connections between China and Russia. Espoo pipeline, Power of Siberia 1, that is it. Now there's this Power of Siberia 2, which American policymakers obsess about. It would bring about 50 BCM from the Yamal cluster. Yamal Peninsula is where all the gas that goes to Europe is produced. It's in the European Arctic. Power of Siberia 2 is never going to be built, you know? It's never going to be built. It will cost $300 billion. It will take years to design. You might as well build a staircase to the moon. It's never going to be built, I guarantee you. The Russians are just going to do what everybody else is going to do. They're going to build LNG export facilities. And those LNG cargoes, by the way, are going to go to Europe, okay? Which is the irony of this whole thing. But my point about this is that there's a reason Vladimir Putin is going to Iran to buy drones. There's a reason that the Russians are buying artillery from North Korea. And the reason is that the Chinese are not stupid. Chinese have not sold a single piece of military hardware to Russia because they don't need Russia. And the connections between the two are paltry. They need Europe. They need Europe to remain neutral. They need the map of Huawei 5G to remain as stupid as it looks. They need global multipolarity to continue. So expect a charm offensive in Europe from China especially. And by the way, Olaf Scholz is going to China. You know, BMW is buying EVs from China. Europe is looking at this US-China rivalry and saying like, cool, if you want to lose money by sanctioning China, go ahead. We'll keep selling them Airbuses. We'll keep selling them technology. And an interesting test to my thesis will be what will ASML do over the next 12 and 18 months? What will Tokyo Electron do? What will Samsung do? Because what the US is telling the rest of the world is we're going to give illegal state aid, according to WTO, to our own semiconductor industry, but you can't make money off of China. Okay, I'm going to guess that's not going to work. And the first company that cheats, you want to sell everything you own and buy that company, by the way. The first company that cheats, that says to Americans, no, we're good, we're going to keep selling to China, That's going to be a company that captures massive market share in advanced semiconductors sales to China. Now, Ukraine war. Another part of the world. So I don't think Cold War is happening. I think it's a very dynamic environment where we have to remain on our toes. The second is Ukraine-Russia. I actually have a view that also I think is controversial. I think that the war has reached some form of an equilibrium. Now, this will be tested next 4 to 6 weeks. There is still a chance for Ukrainian offensive to prove this view wrong. There's about 4 to 6 weeks before we get into winter. And so if Ukrainian offensive continues to be very aggressive and successful, then I do think that there could be a chance for massive escalation by the Russians. The closer the Ukrainians get to Crimea, the more the Russians are going to be concerned. Now, if you look at this map, it's a little bit outdated. It's outdated by, let's say, 2 weeks. But what it shows is that Ukrainian offensive has been the most successful in the part of Ukraine that the Russians cared the least about, which is Kharkiv. This purple, like whatever's purple is basically what the Ukrainians reconquered since the summer. Obviously, I'm not showing all of the parts of Ukraine that were reconquered back in March when the Russians withdrew on March 25th. Now, there's 3 things that I think Russians want from Ukraine. Well, first of all, the overarching thing Russians want from Ukraine is nothing that you've heard in the press. It's not to keep NATO out of Ukraine. That's bullshit. The Germans already guaranteed Ukraine wouldn't be in NATO. It's not to recreate the Soviet Union. In my view, it's petty. Putin just wants to export domestic political angst abroad. That's it. That's what this war is about. Yeah, it's that simple. Nothing else. And we can do the Q&A, you can test me on this thesis. I have a very high conviction view that's the case. But okay, fine, there are some things they want out of Ukraine. What are those 3 things? 1, they want the land bridge to Crimea. Okay, that's Zaporizhia. They want Kherson for the water supply, and they want Donetsk and Luhansk. Kharkiv was least relevant to that goal, so they defended it the least. Also, the Ukrainians were very smart. They pretended like they were going to invade in the south. The Russians didn't really reinforce Kharkiv. But if you look at the Ukrainian offensive in the rest of Ukraine, it's a lot less, successful. And that's important because I think we're reaching a point that many wars reach, which is an equilibrium, when the 2 sides are exhausted. Most conflicts don't end in complete capitulation. That's our, we always anchor ourselves to World War II, World War I. That's not how wars end. Wars end when the 2 sides exhaust themselves, when you have a line of control. The Korean War is a good example. It never ended. The Korean War is still going on. Nobody accepted the territorial distribution of Korean Peninsula. It just ended after exhaustion. Cypriot conflict. Literally, Cyprus is still divided along the line of control. The Bosnian Civil War did not end in complete capitulation. I think we're getting to a point where that's going to happen here. And you're going to ask me, obviously, the question every client asks me, but will the Ukrainians accept that? And my answer is, I don't really care, It's irrelevant for the purposes of our analysis. No, they won't accept it. So what? My home country of Serbia hasn't accepted Kosovo's independence. It is what it is, Moldova did not accept that Transnistria is not theirs. It is what it is. From the market's perspective, this war is already over. From the market's perspective, this war is already over, and that's because the market is a brutal discounting mechanism, brutal, inhumane. It doesn't care about civilians being killed. It doesn't care about magical Putin's, fantastical mobilizations that won't do anything. The market needs ever-increasing objective measure of risk to discount. So this is a diagram of how I perceive we as market participants have to think about geopolitics. The objective measure of geopolitical risk is the purple line. It's a capital G. That's the objective reality. That's what you're reading in Financial Times, New York Times, Wall Street Journal. As you can see, the risk in Ukraine peaked sometimes in March when the Russians basically decided to quit their plan to conquer all of Ukraine, which was stupid to begin with. I cannot tell you how idiotic it was. We can discuss that later. And then the war has settled into some level of geopolitical risk that I think objectively is still elevated. Like people are still dying. There's still a war. but the market doesn't care. The geopolitical risk premium is a second derivative. It requires an ever-increasing objective measure of risk. How do I know this for a fact? Well, these two charts. On the right-hand side is commodities. Commodities have collapsed. You know, commodities have collapsed this year. And once I realized personally that the EU oil embargo is a joke, is a PR effort to make Macron and Schultz look good in newspapers, I shorted oil. That was my number one conviction view this year. The other one is on the left side. This is a hilarious chart. This is literally just comical right now. Putin announces mobilization, S&P 500 futures dip, go back up, and then Jay Powell has a press conference and it collapses the market. Jay Powell has more power over the market than Vladimir Putin. I would go as far as to say that Putin could use a tactical nuke, and if Jay Powell announces a pivot, the market will literally go up that day. That is how important what's happening on monetary side is relative to Ukraine. So there are limits to how long this war can go on, and they're constrained by a lot of things. Russian incompetence, Russian domestic politics, and this is a really important chart. This is getting worse and worse. This is Russia's assessment of the situation in the country. So Russian polling by Levada Center. It's going to keep looking bad, and this is a poll showing how long Russians thought the war was going to last. Most Russians thought the war was going to last less than a year, because that's what they were told. So, you know, a lot of people tell me, Marco, I have Russian friends, I speak to Russian family members, they tell me everyone's pro-Putin. Like, okay, cool. You know, everyone was pro-Putin in March and April and May. Let's see what happens in early 2023. Look, I can tell you what happened in my country. In 1999, when NATO started bombing Belgrade, liberals who hated Milosevic took their kids and printed little targets, and took those targets and took them to critical infrastructure in Belgrade. People took their kids to bridges and said, bomb me, to NATO. People who protested against Milosevic. At a moment when the war starts, patriotism is high. This is normal. It's like that in every country. 12 months later, there's a revolution in Serbia, you know? So I don't think that this is going to last. Russia has massive political risk if the war continues. I think we're at near the end. The final thing that I want to talk about that is my pet peeve right now, and is my highest conviction view probably, is this ridiculous argument that Europe is going to deindustrialize. Because natural gas prices have spiked, somehow Europe is going to, you know, stop having industry. So this is a chart of natural gas prices. This is December 2022 futures. I can't update my chart pack fast enough for how much these prices are falling. These prices are falling like a brick every single week. Why? Because they were driven by hysteria. This idea that, like, you know, Europe can't find gas. Now, there's a couple of things that happened for why Europe was able to fill storage. First and foremost, Putin is not a genius. Okay? If he was, he would have cut off Europe's gas in March. He didn't. He cut off gas in July. Why did he wait? I don't know. Second, he does not have as good of a macroeconomic team in China as we do. So he didn't realize China was going to slow down and make a lot of LNG cargoes available. By the way, Japan is about to restart its nuclear power plants, which will make another 12 BCM of LNG available to Europe, which is about 10% of this year's purchases. So there's constantly new LNG coming on the market, including because of slowdown in global growth. So Europe was able to purchase LNG, yeah, at high prices. And so everybody's saying, Marco, this is unsustainable. Europe cannot keep paying at these prices. Why? Why not? Putin has gas, Europe has, what's that sound? Ah, the sound of the printing press. So what did Europe do? 200 billion, 600 billion euros, who cares? How much was the bailout of Hippo Real Estate in 2010? Anybody remember? How much did Germany pay to bail out one bank in 2010? No? 110 billion euros. So what's 200 billion to subsidize natural gas? Now you might say, well, Marco, subsidizing energy is not smart, right? Depends. Long term, wrong. If you're playing a game of chicken against Russia, all Europe needs to tell Putin is we will print money long enough that you can stay without your $50 billion a year from natural gas. My view, if the view on Ukraine is right, 6 months from now, he's begging the Germans to take the gas back. Begging them. And no, that he doesn't need Nord Stream. Nord Stream didn't add any capacity to Russia's ability to export natural gas. Nord Stream simply allowed Putin to send gas to Europe without crossing the borders of two countries that hate Russia the most, Ukraine and Poland. So not only is Putin going to beg Europe to take their gas in 6 months, he's going to have to do it through Ukraine and Poland. So that's the reason number one, this was hysterical. The reason number two is obviously there's a wall of LNG coming online. Wall. There is a tsunami of LNG coming online over the next 2 to 3 years, including Russia itself, which is going to have 50 BCM of LNG. By the way, first cargo they went this year went to Greece. The Russians sent their first LNG cargo this year to Europe, which tells you how ridiculous a lot of this stuff is. And the problem with this is that it's going to increase domestic gas prices in the US, not in Europe. So over the long term, domestic natural gas prices will rise in the US as US starts participating in the global LNG market. So it's not Europe that's going to have a problem in the long term in terms of higher energy prices, it will be US. Now, and this is important, Europe has never maintained its trade market share because of input costs. The chart on the left shows you electricity price for industrial users, US versus Europe. Europe has been paying higher electricity prices for decades. And yet, Germany, the gray line, the orange line is US, the gray line is Germany. Germany has defended its export market share, and so has France, by the way, since 2010, despite higher electricity prices. So when you hear this analysis that Europe is screwed because gas prices are higher, put it in historical perspective. Europe has had higher energy prices for the 2 decades. What am I getting at? What I'm getting at is that the market has overpriced risks emanating from this crisis. The euro has basically collapsed. Now this is a chart of euro and natural gas prices. So actually no, this is euro and US and Germany 10-year real yields. So euro has disconnected from real yield, relative real yields. The euro has disconnected from natural gas prices, and the euro has disconnected from the OIS curve implied tightening over the next 12 months. In other words, the euro, I think, is a buy at these levels, which obviously tells you what my view on the DXY is as well, because it's just the euro. The second is European industrials, which are probably the best investment opportunity for the long term right now. They have absolutely lost all value because of this hysteria. In the long term, Europe is going to overcome these issues. In fact, the crisis itself may spur more innovation in Europe. Europe actually has primary energy consumption, 30% is renewables, and this energy crisis will spur more technological innovation in a part of the world that's already pretty good when it comes to industrials. Yes, Arnab, you have a question.
Yeah, just on the currency question, I just wonder if this is primarily about the real yield differential or monetary policy and not about the terms of trade shock. As you said yourself, right, yeah. Europe is going to have to pay a lot more for energy, even if there's plenty of it available, and especially if this stretches on towards next winter, and the US is a beneficiary of that terms of trade shock, right?
So I get the question a lot, and I would argue that that's why the euro is at parity. That terms of trade shock has already been priced in by the currency. And I think going forward, it will be less and less. In other words, over the next 12 months, natural gas prices will continue to come down, and European, all the other indicators, whether it's relative real yields, whether it's relative monetary policy, whether it's terms of trade as they improve, will benefit Europe. So euro is already pricing the shock that you've had. But yes, that's a great question. Okay, so then what should we worry about? I'm going to do this very quickly so we can do Q&A. What is there to worry about? It's not Europe collapsing. By the way, Europe collapsing is my favorite story. It's like Europe is collapsing every 5 years, and it never collapses. In fact, it always integrates further. It's not the Ukraine-Russia war. At least I don't think so, although I could be proven very massively incorrect, as I said, next 4 to 6 weeks. Very critical 4 to 6 weeks. And I don't think it's US-China tensions. What I think we should worry about, first and foremost, is a new type of a risk factor. And it's what I call Machiavellian America. This here is a national capability index. It's a very outdated way to measure geopolitical power. So don't look at this chart and think it's like objective. It's outdated. But what it shows, but it's good enough, okay? What it shows, according to one measure used by political scientists, the US is as powerful today as in 1885, which is very low. In 1885, America was just one of many countries. Now, I think this is outdated. It doesn't incorporate enough American technological prowess. But the point still stands. The US is one of many countries. And what's interesting to me about the Biden administration, unlike the Obama administration, unlike the Trump administration, what I think the Biden administration has gotten right is this. They finally get it. Nobody cares what you think. You can't just show up in a country and say, like, we're Americans, give us what we want. No, it's not going to work that way. Huawei being the best example. So, I think American policymakers have finally figured it out. But here's the risk to that. If America gets that they're no longer in charge, they won't have any hesitation to blow things up. And I think we've seen that. Now look, I'm not in the camp that thinks America provoked Russia into a war in Ukraine. Putin had to make that decision himself. Nobody held a gun to himself. But was America the guy at the end of the bar saying like, hey, that guy is talking shit about you. What are you going to do about that? That's what the US did with Russia. Nancy Pelosi was a missile to provoke China. Absolutely. Absolutely. America is trying to provoke China into a war over Taiwan. 100%. And why shouldn't it? It's a great geopolitical trap if we were to do that. Because you know what happens if China invades Taiwan? My map of Huawei looks completely different. Europe will side with the US. So the biggest threat over the next 5 years is that America has figured out, hey, if no one's listening to what we want us to do, then we're going to be mean. We're going to be Machiavellian. And I'm not criticizing the US. All is fair in love and war. US learned from the last 2 decades what? What did the last 2 decades teach America? Try to get your rivals into Iraq and Afghanistan, right? Try to get them into the same mess you got yourself. So this, to me, is something that a lot of people don't understand. But here in Latin America, I think you do. I don't think you need me to explain Machiavellian America to you. So let me move on. The second issue, not well covered, is Iraq. Ukraine did not lead to any loss of supply of oil, and won't, as I said. It was a mistake. Most investment banks wrote a bunch of research about how we're going to lose 1.5 million barrels. We didn't lose any of it. All right. Iraq, however, has 3.5 million barrels that transits through the port of Basra. And Basra will be a location for the Shia on Shia civil war if it were to happen. I'm very concerned about this. Political developments in Iraq are starting to look very bad. And the reason they're looking bad is because Iran and Saudi Arabia are basically fighting a proxy war through Iraq and their allies in Iraq. This will cause a massive supply shock in oil. This will cause it. 3.5 million barrels literally go down one pier in Basra. You can go on Google Earth and look at it. One pier, 3.5 million barrels of oil. So this is, to me, the biggest risk right now, and we're all distracted by these other stories. And what I'm talking about specifically is that the Iranian-backed Shia militias, led by former Prime Minister Nouri al-Maliki, are facing off against Muqtada al-Sadr. Muqtada al-Sadr is a nationalist, but he's also tacitly being supported by Saudi Arabia because he visits it every 6 months and gets a lot of money from them. So I'm concerned about what happens in Iraq over the next several years. Now, I can't predict when this happens. I just think this is the biggest risk from a macro perspective. And finally, the last piece of this that I want to say is that what I'm really concerned about is if I'm right about Ukraine, if I'm right about Russian politics, and if I'm right that Vladimir Putin is basically going to end up like Slobodan Milosevic. And if that happens, a lot of people around this room will be like, cool, what's wrong with that? Well, what's wrong with that is that Russia is a very, very large country. And it's a very large country with a lot of regional differences and minorities, and parts of Russia that are very critical to its energy production, like Tatarstan, that are not necessarily run by Russians. If Putin goes, my biggest concern is that we will be dealing with a warlordization of Russia for the rest of this decade. Now, it's not going to be like the whites versus the reds. It's not going to be like that obvious. It's not going to be a civil war, but it's going to be collapse of strong central state, which at the very least, for one of those OECD economic survey reports that always like is very sterile, at the very least it will create a negative investment environment for commodity production, at the very least. Now I'm going to leave you with this. This is my favorite painting. It's always been my favorite painting. It's a painting of Ivan the Terrible killing his own son in a fit of rage. It's medieval Russia. He didn't mean to do it. He did it. You know how it is. Anyways, Ivan the Terrible, Tsar Ivan, was the last, well, actually his other son was the last of the Rurik dynasty. Romanovs came later, but not before what the Russians call the time of troubles, which is a very polite way to say a civil war that killed like a fifth of the population. So Russia goes through these periods when there is a dynastic change of, as I said, warlordization. And this was a particularly nasty one. But they've had it in the 20th century, they had it in the 19th century, they have it repeatedly. And I think the Ukraine war is kind of like 9/11. You know, in 2001, most people in the political community thought the US and China would be at each other's throats. Do you remember the first geopolitical crisis of 2001? Do you remember what it was? Does anybody know what was the first crisis before 9/11 happened? It was the Hainan Island incident where an American spy plane had to land on Chinese Hainan Island because a fighter jet from Chinese Air Force hit it. It was the first incident, and everybody was like, here it comes, here it comes. China, US, that's going to dominate the 2000s. It didn't, because of 9/11. America became obsessed with the Middle East and wasted basically 15 years running around, dudes running around Toyota trucks with machine guns. This could be the exact same situation. Everybody thinks China, US is going to dominate this century. I really don't. I think China has peaked as a global power, and I think the US obsesses about something that was last decade's issue. The number one risk this decade could be the dissolution of Russia. And the reason it matters to you in these countries here is because it will put pressure on inflation. It will put pressure, especially given the green technology agenda. A lot of those metals have to come out of somewhere, including Russia. Now, obviously, you know, you're sitting here, and on one side, as a member of a central banking institution, you're worrying about inflation. You're saying, Marco, that's going to be challenging. On the other hand, as a Latin American, you're saying, like, yes, here comes that commodity super cycle, you know, and I do think that that's where we're headed. So I'm going to stop there and open up for Q&A if we have time. I think we do.
Yeah, we have 45 minutes.
Oh, okay. I was actually good.
Yeah.
Yes. Usually I'm not. I'm very bad. Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marco, for that.
I'm going to, by the way, sorry, I'm going to remove this because I know it's a very, very harrowing image, which is why it's such a great painting. Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. So one thing I think I've noticed around the Ukraine conflict is the use of sanctions, right? So let's say the dollar has been kind of weaponized in this. The dollar has been weaponized in this conflict, and as you stated, it's not been applied completely because it wasn't enforced for oil in particular. So there's been also kind of a question, and this is mine. How important is the pricing of oil for the US dollar?
I think it's very important, you know, but it's very important from the perspective of the, you know, petrodollars. So there's three pillars of the American reserve currency, in my view. The three pillars are, first and foremost, American military hegemony, which still kind of exists. The second is liquidity of the American bond market, which is absolute. And the third is the fact that there's consumers of American treasuries that are price insensitive. What does this mean? The country with the worst net international investment position in the world is basically the United States of America. And yet, did you know that America makes money off of its net international investment position? This is the most geopolitical chart in the world. The American net international investment position is deeply negative but they're making money off of that deeply negative position. Why? Because Americans own high-yielding assets abroad, whereas all of you keep buying trash. Right? And the number one buyer of that trash, other than China, is the Middle East. So I think that what's happening right now with Saudi Arabia and the US is the most relevant. So it's not necessarily the direct purchases of oil in dollars that matters. I think what matters is what you do with the proceeds of those purchases. Does your reserve management go and buy some treasuries with it or not? And if Saudi Arabia decides to stop doing that, I do think that will actually break one of the three pillars of American reserve currency. Now, reserve currencies don't go quickly. Barry Eichengreen, Professor Eichengreen, I'm sure most of you have read his work. He's a good friend of mine, and he is really, really smart on this stuff. He's written a lot of work on how reserve currencies lose their reserve currency status. It happens over decades. I don't think it will happen overnight. The British pound, as an example, it took really a long time. You know, it was really long time. And I think the same will be with the US. I think that we will have a more multipolar currency regime as well. And by the way, I think we're already there. But who gains the most in this regime? Let's just think about it for a second. What currency will gain the most? And I think it's obvious. It's the euro. Nobody else has the liquidity, and nobody else has the stability. You're not going to own renminbi. Why? Because what are you going to do with it? Can you take it out of the country? Not yet. I mean, the Chinese are moving towards that, but I think the euro has about 10% in terms of FX reserves. It can gain about 10%. And by the way, if you look at the long-term chart of FX reserves, euro's 10% below global levels of the 1980s. In the 1980s, if you aggregated all of the European currencies and created a virtual euro, they were about 10% higher in terms of FX reserves. So yes, I do think that's what matters. It's what do you do with the proceeds of oil sales?
Marco, one thing that I wanted to, listening to your talk, I think one of the things, in a room full of reserve managers, in an area that's very much dollar-based, as you said, we're also, you mentioned that who is pricing sensitive to our treasuries? Most of the people in this room are. Yeah. So they're forced to buy treasuries because of their reserve policies and so forth. And an overarching question that, given the war in Ukraine, and one of the things that we talked about within ourselves is basically the sanctions on the Russian central bank, and whether or not that was one of the factors that would probably lead into a multipolar world on the currency side, because you're basically forcing the creation of a parallel system to SWIFT and so forth. It hasn't panned out that way yet. But do you think that that's something that could be a reflection of this war?
Well, again, we need an alternative. China is not providing us with an alternative. Chinese capital account is not fully open. Mm-hmm. So what are you going to do if you buy Chinese bonds? This is you're going to own a lot of renminbi. What do you buy with that renminbi? So it becomes a problem. Your pie chart of potential FX reserves, your pie chart is still limited by liquidity issues in other countries. They don't have enough liquidity, and by the fact that there's not enough open economies. So, as I said, the only alternative really is the euro at this point. And I think the liquidity is an issue for the euro. There's not enough euro bonds, quote unquote, I'm making quotes out of that, unless you want to own BTPs. So that's your only basically availability out there, which is fine. Like, I would own them, honestly. Like, the ECB already told you what they're going to do with BTPs. Europe has yield curve control. It has. It has official yield curve control because the ECB is controlling the price level of BTPs. But the issue is that there isn't enough alternative assets to the treasury available yet. But I do think the Chinese are moving towards that direction. It's just going to take them a lot longer than I think most people thought.
Yeah, and I think it's one of the things, when you mentioned the pound losing its reserve status to the dollar, yeah. It took a while for the dollar to be an alternative to the pound, more than for the the pound. And I think we are in a way we are in that situation now where it seems like the dollar has peaked as a global reserve currency, but you still don't have an alternative. And I agree with you that a few years ago people would be certain that the euro was going to be one of them. But I think, and China is making that push into doing that.
But I would say corporate world has already started to use the euro. So if you look at the issuance in the global corporate debt market, the euro has been on the ascendancy. So what I would say is that the euro is not, I think it is an alternative, but it is, there's still not enough liquidity. Like I think for you to start converting proceeds from commodities into euro bonds, it's just, there's not enough.
Yeah, I think, my personal opinion is that what the euro needs is a common bond market, as opposed to having.
Yes, exactly. And the good news is the COVID kind of pushed them in that direction.
And we have somebody from people from Europe here that can talk a little bit more about that. But this is one of the things that, if you compare the euro to the US dollar is a fiscal union to a certain degree.
So I have, look, I agree. COVID did push Europe into finally issuing euro bonds, which, I think Europe is a fiscal union. They just use the bond market as a transmission mechanism for it. And so what I mean by that is that everybody gets to borrow at much reduced rates and then spend money. But I agree with you, it's not perfect. It's not perfect, and obviously it's not going to replace the dollar. I just think on the margin, it can kind of reduce dollar's use.
Yeah.
But I think it's also important to separate FX reserve management, which we can measure. We can have pie charts of every of your central banks, and we can look at what you're doing, and reserve currency, trade currency. Those are two different things. And I think that the US bond market continued to be a FX reserve management tool of choice because of liquidity issues and because of other issues. But trade can be conducted less and less in dollars. Those two things could happen at the same time. And I think that's where we're headed, effectively.
Okay.
Thank you, Marco. Could you please elaborate a little bit further the outlook of China in the global economy for the next 5 years after the Communist Party meeting, especially the role of China financing Latin American and African projects? You mentioned that households are highly leveraged, so the odds of continued growth in China are less for the next 5 years. But still, China has one of the largest saving to GDP ratio, so it is going to be crucial for world financing. So how do you see that and the impact on commodity prices, capital flows to the region?
Great question, and thank you for that. There's a lot of questions in there, so we're going to talk about China for a while now. First of all, my firm has an office in Shanghai, and my second in command is actually Chinese from Sichuan who runs our office there. So we produce a lot of research on China, and it's very, very critical, I think, to have a ground game in China to understand what's going on. So first of all, let's unpack a lot of the things that you asked. The first is what's going to happen to the Belt and Road Initiative and Chinese investment abroad. I don't have the chart here, but I can show it to you. It's collapsed already. So Chinese investments abroad have already collapsed. And American obsession with the Belt and Road Initiative has also collapsed. The chart on the right is simply Google search, how much are people obsessing about this. By the way, I think some of the worst and most idiotic research produced by think tanks has been done on the Belt and Road Initiative. Yes, go ahead. Did you have?
Yeah. Well, first of all, thank you very much for your very, very interesting presentation. I have a...
Well, I'm not finished answering the China question.
Sorry? Oh, yeah, sorry. Yeah, but the point is the following, yeah. One element that is absent from your presentation is demographics. So I would like to know if you think that this is a relevant trend, especially when you think about Europe and China. They are getting older very fast.
I was going to bring that up to answer the other question. Yeah, so It's all part of the same story. So I'm going to use the demographics to answer the other question as well. So first and foremost, the Belt and Road Initiative was always just an attempt to export capital and excess capacity. There's so much talk about Belt and Road being geopolitically strategic. And it's like, sure, it is. The Chinese are not stupid. They're not going to invest in countries that don't matter to them. But the primary focus of Belt and Road Initiative was to export excess capacity built up over this debt binge over the last decade, which is exactly what Japanese did in the 1990s as well. They had their own initiatives over that period of time as well. Now, in the West, we perceived as these loans as somehow nefarious, you know? And so the Americans and the Europeans were shaking their fist at little countries like, don't take Chinese loans, you know, they're mean to you. And it's like, why are they mean to us? And I come at this from a Serbian perspective. You know, China invested a lot in Serbia, built railroads in Serbia, and Serbia can always default on those loans. What are the Chinese going to do? Come and invade us? No. So who's the idiot, right? Why'd you finance a bunch of people in Europe's Afghanistan? We will literally default on your bonds and take the railroad. My point is that China was not really getting some sort of a geopolitical master plan here. It was just exporting excess capacity. And my expectation is that it will continue to be basically over. This trend is, in my view, pretty much over. The Belt and Road Initiative is done. Now, your point about savings rate and your point about demographics are connected. What happens with societies, with states whose demographics goes down? Their household savings rate falls as well. Household savings is a function of demographics. Old people don't save, they consume. And so we saw this with Japan. As Japan aged, its savings rate fell. Now, why is that important? It's important because your current account is basically made up of savings minus investment. That's it. Anything that you don't save, if you invest above your savings, what do you need to do? You need to import capital or cut the investment. Now, Japan cut the investment. So if you look at investment as percent of Japanese GDP, it went from high 20s to basically single digits from the 1970s to 2000. Japan cut its investment as percent of GDP as it aged. But that's because Japan had other sources of growth, plus it became extremely wealthy, so Japan doesn't even need to grow. Its demographics are negative, GDP per capita in Japan goes up, no matter what they do. China did not reach the level of growth of Japan. China is not as wealthy as Japan, so China, in my view, is not going to have the luxury of reducing investment as percent of GDP as it ages. In other words, I guarantee to you, and I've written a lot on this, and this is very important for geopolitics, I guarantee to you that China will flirt, if not date, a current account deficit over the next 3 to 5 years. Now remember in 2018, China almost entered a current account deficit. In 2018, China was almost in a current account deficit. What saved China is COVID. COVID saved China's balance of payments. How? What's the number one source of Chinese capital outflows? Does anybody know? It's the number one source of capital outflow out of China. Tourism. Well done, Arnab. Tourism was cut off, plus the number one source of inflows is exports, which surged because we were all buying Chinese goods on Amazon.com. As COVID goes down, as COVID dissipates, Chinese tourism will start again, and Chinese exports should re-normalize. So current account deficit will become an issue for China because of demographics and because of a high level of investment domestically to maintain a high level of growth. Why is current account important? It's important because that's a sword of Damocles the rest of the world will continue to have on China. Not only is China addicted to exports, but if China has a current account deficit and invades Taiwan, what is the world going to do? What are you going to do? You're going to stop financing China's current account deficit. They will enter a classic emerging market balance of payment crisis like that. and they'll have to have a deep recession. We all know what happens. Balance of payment crisis. Your imports have to collapse in order to balance your current economy. So this becomes a geopolitical constraint on China. Demographics combined with the fact that investment has to remain elevated even as savings rate comes down. Now, Xi Jinping, Congress, what does that mean? It's very clear to me what China's doing. And by the way, it's not that different from what America's doing. What China's doing is it's recalibrating its policy towards redistribution of wealth. So China is going to try to boost labor's share of the economy and reduce capital's share of the economy. That's it. That's what China is doing. That is the #1 policy of Xi Jinping and the cabinet he's put into place. That's what common prosperity agenda is about. Now, for a lot of investors, that means China's not investable, right? So as I said, I speak to a lot of long-term investors, pension funds, sovereign wealth funds, and they're usually public institutions like yourselves. For a lot of the CIOs in these public institutions, China has become investable because of reputational risk. You know, if like Globe and Mail or Sydney Herald finds out that the CIO of a sovereign wealth fund in a Western country invested in some company, they've got a reputational risk. The second issue that they have is that they don't have clarity on where China's going in terms of, you know, its commitment to capitalism. All I would say about China is that it's doing exactly what everyone else is doing, just from top down. And they're focusing on reducing capital's share of the economy, like corporate share of the economy. This is going to be a permanent headwind for private enterprises in China. Now, does that mean you can't invest in China? I disagree. You can. You just have to do what you've done in the past. You have to know where policy is going in China, where politicians want there to be tailwinds, and invest accordingly. Chinese policymakers were obsessed with the digital economy, with the platform economy, with the TMT sector over the past decade. Where did Xi Jinping meet Obama? Does anybody remember in 2012? Where did he meet him? In California, in Silicon Valley. That's where they met. So there was a push to develop China's digital economy. Now there's a push to develop something else. What is that something else? It's semiconductor space, defense, and it's green technology. Green technology and alternative energy. Those are the sectors that in China will do very well, and a lot of the privately run sectors are going to do less well. But I don't think that this is some sort of a phase shift in China, and the performance of Chinese equities reflects, again, hysteria. Like this idiotic argument that Europe is going to deindustrialize. There's now this idea that China is becoming Maoist again. You know, first of all, I have no idea what Maoism is. If someone can explain to me how this is something different, I have no idea. China is simply focusing on redistribution of income. Now, what's interesting to me about this is why they're doing this. Why is China focusing on redistribution of wealth? I think there's a couple of reasons. First and foremost, I think they've become very pessimistic about their own ability to escape the middle income trap. So this was something that they were obsessed about. A lot of work was done by academics in China focusing on the middle income trap. They're becoming less and less optimistic about their ability to escape it. The second issue, and so by the way, if you can't escape the middle income trap, you better redistribute wealth or else you get political risk. I think the second issue is that January 6th, what happened in the US really had an impact on Chinese policymakers. When, you know, you had basically the storming of American capital, I had more questions from Chinese counterparts than I ever had in my life. They were obsessed about January 6th, which is interesting because in America, it was both like a mix of horror and comedy. Like Americans, there was like a mix, like, oh, it's terrible, but also kind of hilarious because the guy has like horns and it's weird and blah, blah, blah. The point is, in China, it wasn't at all funny to them. To them, January 6th was like, oh my God, if this can happen in America, it can happen in China. And by the way, if it happens in China, we're mowing them down with machine guns, just to be clear. Like, this isn't like, you know, that's what happens in China. So Chinese policymakers, after that moment, realized three things. One, income inequality is a huge political risk. It's a risk in America, it's a risk in China. China and America are much closer than US and Europe or China and Europe on this issue. China and America, on many measures of income inequality, distribution of income, meritocracy, are very much similar. The second thing that Chinese policymakers realized is that the TMT sector, tech, needs to be regulated. Because if a bunch of Americans can believe conspiracy theory about pedophiliacs and aliens, literally, and then storm the Capitol because of that, so can in China. And so they've literally accelerated their policies towards this because of what happened in the US. So I think that what you will see over the next several years is more focus on income inequality and redistribution. The problem is that the number one way to do that, the easiest way to do that is what? It's real estate tax. If they institute a real estate tax though, the net present value of most savings of Chinese households is going to collapse. If they institute a real estate tax, all those moms and dads and grandmas and grandmothers who own 2, 3 condos, the value of that savings will come down as they have to pay taxes on empty condos. And so the biggest problem that China has is how do we raise the tax level, the tax base, without completely collapsing the real estate market? I don't have an answer to that question. I have no idea how they're going to resolve that.
Do you think that, you know, when you mentioned January 6th, one of the opinions that I have is that if you look at the Chinese leadership from the last 30 years or so, I think one of the main things that drove their decisions is basically they want to avoid another Tiananmen Square at all costs. Do you think that they saw January 6th like a version of that?
Oh yeah,
Yeah?
for sure. I think also one thing that happened in China is that they've stopped trying to be like America, you know? So for the longest time, China thought, look, the US is a model to follow. January 6th crushed that. So what are they trying to do now? They're trying to replicate Germany. The Beijing Stock Exchange, which is a new stock exchange, is a stock exchange focusing on what? It's focusing on medium and small companies with deep technological expertise in manufacturing. They're trying to promote a Mittelstand of China. That's the first. The second is they're trying to promote renter economy. You know, Germany has one of the lowest home ownership rates in the developed world. A lot of people rent and they're comfortable renting. China is trying to move the real estate market into more rent-friendly. And third, education. They're trying to create an education system that reflects Germany's. In particular, they want to stop having people go and get bachelors of arts in anthropology. Like they want to stop having too many people going to college. They want them to go to 2-year apprenticeship programs and like trade schools. So what we've noticed out of China is this complete reorientation of like the model that they're adopting. They're moving away from American laissez-faire, TMT sector, tech dominated, and they're moving into hard tech. And I would argue that they're doing the right thing. Tech domination, software, SaaS businesses, that's the last decade. We're coming to the end, in my view, of a tech-driven era. Everything lasts about a decade. You know, every theme, every investment thesis lasts for about a decade. In a world of higher inflation, in a world of supply, of inefficient supply of commodities, of real goods, of infrastructure, what's going to benefit are going to be atoms, industrials, like sectors that actually produce trains, planes, and automobiles. So I think China's move away from the tech sector and from the TMT sector makes a lot of sense. It's almost like they're getting ahead of the tech carnage, which is funny because they did it in 2021, right? They took a gun, they pointed at their kneecap, and they blew it. In 2021, China went after their own TMT sector. They said, okay, no more computer games, no more like platform economy. And we were all laughing at them like stupid Chinese, ha 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 ha. And then January 4th comes around, 2022, the 10-year starts going up, and what happens to the NASDAQ? It gets crushed. The Chinese did to their own market what our market did to itself. And I think that's because they have correctly assessed that this decade is not a decade of tech. This is going to be a decade of industrials and commodities. And I truly believe that. Like again, when I said that you need to invest as if it's 2002, what worked in 2002? Not tech. There's reasons for this. It was a capex-driven cycle where you needed copper, Caterpillar, iron ore, and so on. And I think we have another one of those cycles. So I think that not just did they see that as a Tiananmen Square, I think they also saw January 6th as the end of their model, their entire economic growth model, and it's pivoted from the US to Germany.
I saw recently some talk about NOPEC, kind of an opposition to the OPEC and its capacity for the oil market. Where do you think that is going? And kind of a more general question is, do you expect like this deglobalization to mean that inflation will be higher in going forward?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's because of NOPEC. I think it's because, so inflation will be persistently higher because of the things I said at the beginning. So San Francisco Fed has some nice models for you all to read. You probably have already read them, but San Francisco Fed has a paper on acyclical versus cyclical contributors to inflation. It also has a model that looks at supply and demand-driven contributors to inflation. And if you look at those models, what's very clear to me is that we're not in a demand-driven inflationary environment. Politically, it's nice to make fun of Biden and say it's his fault because of stimulus, but look, guys, we're gonna have inflation if we decide China's evil. 5 years ago, China was fine, now China's evil. Well, you're gonna have problems if you do that because it's kind of the middle of the manufacturing system. So the number one reason we have, well, not the number one reason, but one of the reasons is that we've decided to recreate supply chains because we want to. Not because they're inefficient, but because China's now evil. Number one. Number two is the ESG green agenda. We've decided to turn off the tap to fossil fuels. We've decided climate change is going to kill us in 5 years. In 5 years, it's going to kill us all. So we need to stop financing fossil fuels. Okay, did we turn off the demand tap? No, we're still driving fossil fuel cars. So the second reason there's this persistent supply problem is we don't have enough supply of fossil fuels, not because of OPEC or cuts or anything like that. Look at the capex going into mining and oil exploration. It's collapsed. It's the first time that higher prices have not incentivized capex. So we need to change that as well. And then the final piece of the supply puzzle is multipolarity and this obsession with redundancy. So Spain has a 2 billion euro plan to build semiconductors. Spain. Forget about America and the CHIPS Act. Every country in the world now wants to build semiconductors, because we're all obsessed. Oh my God, we need By the way, here's my fearless prediction. 5 years from now, when we're all back here, the coasters will be 7 nanometer chips. It'll be a novelty item. We'll have such an oversupply of advanced chips, they'll be worthless, by the way, as a consequence of this. So in the short term though, in the long term it might be deflationary. In the short term, all of this is clearly inflationary. And it's all because of political decisions that China's evil, climate change will kill us, and so on. And so what does this mean for central bankers? It means that raising interest rates to deal with inflation will guarantee produce more inflation. So I know a lot of you are trying to douse yourself with gasoline, light yourself on fire. I can see some people are taking things to throw at me. Yes, I have a PhD from the Recep Erdogan University, right? I get it. Just hear me out.
Marco, we are all long treasuries, so...
Yeah. So yeah, exactly.
If yields start coming down, we're happy.
Okay, let me explain what I mean by this. I think the biggest myth, let me go back a little. The biggest myth in our epistemic community, the biggest myth is that Paul Volcker is Jesus Christ and Burns is the fallen angel from the heavens, Satan. Burns did exactly what Volcker did. But the 73-75 recession that Burns created delayed the supply response, delayed North Sea oil exploration coming online, delayed the political response. Who won the election in 1976? Jimmy Carter.
Yeah.
Right? Why did Jimmy Carter win in 76? Because of the 73-75 recession. What do you think is going to happen in the United States of America in 2024 if Jay Powell gets us to 2% inflation next year? What do you think is going to happen? We're going to get Paul Ryan? We're going to get a supply side reformer in 2024? The answer is hell no. Absolutely no way. We're going to get more populism. What I'm getting at is this. You cannot believe that the difference between Burns and Volcker is 600 basis points. Really? Is that simple? Burns just didn't raise rates enough? No. It's not that simple. Burns had a macroeconomic context that required supply to be unleashed. And the 73-75 recession delayed the supply side response. No one's going to invest in CapEx during a recession. And American people, the median voter, was not ready for pain. So they elected a populist who did price controls. So if you raise rates and you create a recession, in the middle of a supply-driven inflationary dynamic, you're going to delay their supply response. And you will probably create a political dynamic that will double us down on populist policies. Now, does Jay Powell agree with me? I don't know. We'll see in the next couple of months. I mean, I think he probably does secretly agree with me. I think Lila Brainard has already given us crumbs of a pivot. She said in a speech 2 weeks ago, what did she say? We need to reflect on the impact on the real economy that our interest rate policy has done. But I will guarantee you something, okay? Let's say I'm wrong. Let's say that Jay Powell is a monetarist jihadi. Let's say that he wants to be Volcker, right? Let's say that I'm wrong and that's what happens. Then I will give you a prediction. I will predict to you that there is no way we will be below 3% CPI in the US in a non-recessionary quarter for the rest of this decade. If we have a deep recession produced by interest rate hikes over the next 12 to 18 months, we will not be out of the current inflationary environment for the rest of this decade. I'll show up here 5 years from now, I'll eat my 50-page chart pack if I'm wrong. I will eat it with some like nice Colombian sauces on the side. There's no way, because the reasons we have inflation have something to do with demand, but you're not going to dampen demand and then let supply catch up. No. What do you think it's going to do to supply? How are we going to pivot out of China? How are we going to develop green technology? People are going to invest in green technology when unemployment in America is at 6%? Are you crazy? What's going to happen to CapEx? It's going to go to zero. CapEx is going to go to zero. We're not going to do a single thing we need to do to overcome our supply issues. So, visit the San Francisco Fed website, read some of their papers, look at some of their modeling. It's simple. You can do this yourself. Supply side drivers of this inflationary wave are huge. And unless we all decide to play nice with China, unless we decide that climate change is maybe not that important in the next 10 years, maybe we can deal with it later, let's burn some coal. Unless we decide, which we're not going to do that, by the way. We're not going to play nice with China. We're not going to burn more coal. What we're going to do is we're going to stick to the political agenda that we have, but that political agenda has to be satisfied with investment and more supply. And that's why Erdogan is right. He's just not right about Turkey. Turkey doesn't need more supply. Turkey needs less demand, but the world needs more supply. Okay, I'm now open for you guys to throw all sorts of things at me and yell at me and be mean to me. Yes? Arnab.
Yeah. I'm going to leave this whole Erdogan thing aside. It's just too destabilizing.
Too destabilizing.
I just, taking a step back and listening to everything you say and going back to some of your slides, right? The one about American capabilities and the one about Huawei. I wonder if it's that cut and dried, right? In the Huawei slide, there are a lot of countries in gray that have not banned Huawei, but that I think you said were unlikely to adopt Huawei in their 5G programs. So I wonder if it's not more, that story is not more on America's side than maybe you said. And then sort of following on from that, in this whole discussion, it sounds like you're saying China has peaked, there are a lot of constraints, and I agree with a lot of those. So I just wonder if I don't disagree that it's a multipolar world, I just wonder if it's not the case that the Americans are still holding pretty much all the cards, and that even if it's not a completely unipolar world, it's, primus inter pares, right, or by quite a lot, and that they will still determine what happens, and that the dollar will still dominate, not just because treasuries are liquid, but because the US is in such a strong position militarily, that's what's being shown in Ukraine, and because the economy is, although it has all these issues, it is still way out there in front of the rest.
Well, as I said, I don't think the currency is going to stop being a reserve currency anytime soon. I also think the dollar has peaked. You know, so in other words, yeah. So like, you don't need to have a negative view on U.S. as a currency reserve to be short dollar. Dollar has had bear markets that had nothing to do with its currency. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, if you look at this map, about 80% of population is just not with the US on this issue. Now, India is actually gray here, so it's about 60. But if you look at Ukrainian sanctions, it's the same chart. 80% of population on the planet has not put any sanctions on Russia. And there's anecdotals that are really stark when it comes to this. For example, the Biden administration negotiated a really expensive F-35 deal with UAE. And the Biden administration, when it came in, they said, listen, you can keep the F-35 deal, but we need to add a provision into this deal that you ban Huawei for 5G in the United Arab Emirates. And then you can get the F-35s. What did Abu Dhabi do? They said, no thanks, we'll just buy French Rafales. You know, and so what I think it shows is that the US is still definitely the most powerful country in the world. It's just it's less relevant that they are from a perspective of trade and global flows. That's it. They cannot compel countries to end trade. And in fact, like the reason countries in Europe are not going to use 5G but didn't ban it is because they just don't want to irk China. You know, whereas during the Cold War, this wasn't a question, like irk the Soviet Union. No, you're not going to trade with Soviet Union. Until the 80s, when the Europeans started to diversify. And in fact, one of the reasons you have pipelines from Soviet Union, Russia, to Europe is because Europeans didn't listen to Americans even in the 80s. The Ronald Reagan administration was absolutely livid that Europeans kept building these pipelines. But I think that this environment is clearly one where yes, US is first amongst equals, but it just means less in today's environment. And you will have more and more countries like UAE skirting US rules. And I always use that UAE example because the United Arab Emirates is a country that literally cannot defend itself. It's a country that does not have the capacity to defend its borders. So the fact that they so gallantly told Americans to take a hike, we don't need F-35s, we'll buy French Rafales, was, I think, notable. Saudi Arabia is another one, which is starting to diversify its defense portfolio, if you will. You know, so UAE bought the French Rafales instead of F-35s. Saudi Arabia is going to start diversifying its defense portfolio as well. And so, you know, oftentimes when I speak to investors, they say, Marco, you must be long defense stocks. It's like, well, okay, fine, yes, but you have to think about how that's going to develop over the next decade. And what I often tell them is you need to be buying non-US defense stock. French, Turkish, Indian, those are the countries that are going to increase their TAM, their tangible accessible market, the total accessible market, whereas US TAM of their defense companies will go down as countries seek to diversify themselves. The other thing is that, you know, the original question that you asked was, are these sanctions going to erode the dollar? I don't think so, but they might erode the willingness of countries to be so closely interrelated with the US. Because one of the most interesting things that happened was not that the White House tried to seize reserves. What I thought was most interesting about Russia was how quickly the private sector and social media actually abandoned and canceled Russia. And I think a lot of other countries are watching that and saying, I need to diversify everything I do, whether it's FX reserve management, whether it's defense companies I buy, whether it's tech. So I don't want to be stuck in any one camp. In other words, multipolarity will do exact opposite of what Cold War did. Cold War forced countries to choose sides and stick to that side. The multipolar environment is creating an environment that incentivizes diversification of everything. And so what I tell, you know, when I go around and I give talks, I call it geopolitical promiscuity. The countries that will succeed in the next decade are those that will be geopolitically promiscuous. You know, they're going to play the field. They're going to have Tinder apps, geopolitically speaking. No, they didn't land here? This is a tough crowd. You got it.
No, that's good.
That was good?
That was good.
I don't know. Like, it was a tough crowd. But look, my point is that I think countries that choose one or the other camp are going to be limiting themselves and are not going to profit in this environment. So non-alignment makes sense. And that's where India, by the way, comes in. You know, Indian policymakers, Modi's administration has been very clear, and that's why I'm really looking forward to the next panel, because we have a lot of representation of the West, and then you guys did bring someone from India. And I'm sure that the point of view of India is going to be, we're gonna do what's right in our interests. The Indian foreign minister was recently at an event in Bratislava and was pushed on this issue of Russian sanctions. Why haven't you chosen a side? Why are you sitting on the fence, was the accusation. And he said, I'm not sitting on the fence, I'm standing on my interests. So I'm not gonna choose a camp. It's not in my interest to do that. And I think that many other countries are going to realize that's very beneficial going forward.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Awesome.
I think.
May I have one last question, please?
Yeah.
Sorry. First of all, thank you for the discussion. You mentioned Powell and the hold that he has on markets, but on the political side, we've had tremendous polarization in U.S. politics and generally in the country. You can sense that, and we've gone from Obama to Trump to Biden, and we've seen some very significant changes in policy from Obama to Trump. Maybe not so much from Trump to Biden in some respects. On others, yes. But what is your outlook on the political front in the U.S., given all of these changes that we've been witnessing over the past couple of decades?
I mean, that's another hour conversation, right? We don't have an hour. Here's what I would say. I have 3 degrees in political science. 3, which means 2 things. First, I'm an expert at flipping burgers, okay? So political science, you know. But the one thing that's scientific about political science, the one thing is that if there's a recession, the incumbents are going to lose. That's a fact. Biden, whoever, doesn't matter. They could run a cute chocolate Labrador, they would lose. And that's really important, by the way, because Donald Trump is still a very, very powerful figure. He has 30% of the base of the Republican Party. And the way the Republican primaries work, you can win a lot of delegates with a plurality of votes in the Republican primary. So if Donald Trump faces another Nash equilibrium of candidates, a plethora of candidates, he is the leading candidate. And if there's a recession, he is the likely candidate to win. So that's the first issue. The second issue is that that's kind of a petty issue. You know, Trump comes back, it is what it is. The world will adjust accordingly. But what is problematic for me in the US is this. There are long-term polls in the US, long-term polls, going back to the 80s and 70s, that gauge what demographic factors predict one's view on the world. So for 40 years, Pew Research has been asking people a set of non-political questions that have to do with their worldview. And then they would correlate it with different factors, age, race, gender, education, religion, party affiliation. And for most of US history, most of the time that we have the data, predicting one's values, one's essence as a human being was difficult. It was difficult to predict who Americans are based on the variables you had at your disposal. You would meet someone, okay, like education, gender, all that. I don't really know who you are. I need to speak to you. Over the last 10 years, the sole predictor and a powerful predictor is party affiliation. To the point that Democrats and Republicans are no longer party affiliations. They're ethnicities. So Democrats and Republicans are Croats and Serbs, according to this. They're Hutus and Tutsis. It's evolved from this, I'm a Democrat, you're a Republican, whatever, to the only demographic marker that matters. And there's a lot of anecdotals now. There's a lot of articles out there how people no longer want to date a Democrat or Republican. They no longer want to, like once you find out, oh no, she's a Republican, I'm out. This is very, very scary to me. So all I would say to you is that there's a petty way to answer your question. Petty way is like, who wins the next election? What does that mean? The more profound point is that if we have a deep recession in the United States of America, let me tell you something. I am happy I have that Canadian passport. I'm getting into my SUV in LA. It's 27 hours to the border, right? I can get there in about 30 hours. I'm from Serbia. I've seen it all before. I've seen the language, the verbiage, the tensions, and I know how to get myself to the border. All right, that's it. Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thank you.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie, hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que los superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil.
The Latin American Reserve Fund, FLAR, is a regional financial arrangement that has been operating in Latin America for more than 40 years.
Currently, its members are Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Chile.
Its main duties are to offer financial support for the balances of payments of its member countries and contribute to improve the investment conditions for their international reserves. Since its inception in 1978, FLAR has granted more than 50 loans to its member countries, and at certain times, it has lent them more funds than the International Monetary Fund. FLAR invests the funds not used to grant loans in international markets, and it holds deposits from central banks and other official entities. Likewise, FLAR has managed multiple investment portfolios and offers risk management services to some entities. As a regional financial arrangement, FLAR is part of the global financial safety net, along with the International Monetary Fund, financial arrangement in other regions in the world, and the country's international reserves. FLAR, our purpose is to contribute to the well-being of Latin America and the Caribbean by promoting the macroeconomic and financial stability of the region.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie, hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que los superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad, o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil.
The Latin American Reserve Fund, FLAR, is a regional financial arrangement that has been operating in Latin America for more than 40 years.
Currently, its members are Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Chile.
Its main duties are to offer financial support for the balances of payments of its member countries and contribute to improve the investment conditions for their international reserves. Since its inception in 1978, FLAR has granted more than 50 loans to its member countries, and at certain times, it has lent them more funds than the International Monetary Fund. FLAR invests the funds not used to grant loans in international markets, and it holds deposits from central banks and other official entities. Likewise, FLAR has managed multiple investment portfolios and offers risk management services to some entities. As a regional financial arrangement, FLAR is part of the global financial safety net, along with the International Monetary Fund, financial arrangement in other regions in the world, and the country's international reserves. FLAR, our purpose is to contribute to the well-being of Latin America and the Caribbean by promoting the macroeconomic and financial stability of the region.
So what we tried to do here is provide a somewhat different perspective on the geopolitics and the geoeconomics from specialists who are, in some respects practitioners or have been practitioners of diplomacy and of military history. So by way of a quick introduction, the first speaker on the panel will be Louise Tumchewicz. She's an assistant professor of military history and has written 2 books, one which is already available about siege warfare, and the second one which is still under construction, and I guess coming out shortly about urban warfare. Or I think I've got the order reversed. The first one is about urban warfare, and the one that's coming out is about siege warfare. So very relevant to what's going on the ground in Ukraine today. So she's going to give us a kind of update on where things stand and where she thinks things will go on the battlefield and between Russia and Ukraine. Then Sir Adam Thompson will be the next speaker. He was UK ambassador to NATO and the United Nations, and also has been an envoy of the United Kingdom in New Delhi, in Pakistan, and in Washington as well. And then Evans Revere will speak about a US perspective on the bigger global picture, particularly China and East Asia. He was a Deputy Assistant Secretary of State for East Asian and Pacific Affairs. And then the final speaker will be Promit Pal Chaudhary. Promit is with the Aspen Institute in India, but he was a national security advisor to the government of India, an independent member of the National Security Advisory Council in the previous government and also in the beginning of the current Modi government, right? So, kind of a very different set of speakers than Marco, and a very different set of speakers from each other to kind of give a global perspective about what's going on. So I think each of the speakers is going to start with kind of a 5 to 7 minute overview. That's how we'll spend the first half hour. Then we'll go back and forth with the panel and with yourselves and hopefully make this very interactive. And so I'm hoping my job is going to be very easy and everybody else's job is going to be very difficult. So without further ado, I'm going to turn it over to Louise, who's going to tell us about the war.
Thank you very much, Arnab, and thank you very much to FLAR for extending the invitation, and also to Invesco for inviting me here as well. It's a real pleasure to be here. The microphone didn't think so. But what I'll do this morning is just give an overview of what's happening on the front lines in Ukraine, the ongoing Russian mobilization, bombardment of Ukrainian cities, and then turn to some cheerful chat about dirty bombs and nuclear weapons. So I've chosen this map because I think the projection puts the Russia-Ukraine conflict in its wider global context, and particularly in regards to Europe, to India, and to China, which the following speakers will be discussing in more detail. So here we have a map of the war. This is accurate to about 48 hours ago. So I'm just going to work my way sort of down the front line from the east all the way to the south. And what we see happening in the war at the moment. In the east, there's been Ukrainian efforts to push back on Russian-occupied territory and reclaim some of this ground that was lost over the summer. There have been some reports, of course, of fighting being stalled due to muddy conditions and unfavorable weather. And this will be a continuing theme over the next few months, particularly as both Russian and Ukrainian forces have to contend with general winter. A noted foe on the battlefields of Eastern Europe. In Donetsk, this is where Russian forces have gained some ground recently. Their objective here is to control the entire region, which is the claimed territory of Russia's proxies in the Donbass. This is where fighting began in 2014. Russia's made some gains northwest of Donetsk, and has really been concentrating its efforts around here on Bakhmut. The city of Bakhmut is a city of about 70,000 people. It's been subject to nearly constant aerial bombardment because it sits at a strategic location on the highway leading to the Ukrainian-held cities of Kramatorsk and Slovyansk. So an important position there, and to reclaim it would be both a strategic boon to Russia, but also a symbolic one as well, being seen to help out their proxies and to regain control of this region. Moving down into the southern axis, I think most attention is concentrated here on Kherson and on this southeastern area, where you can see that Ukrainian forces have made gains recently. Russian forces are continuing to conduct air, missile, and artillery strikes on this area and on these cities, Mykolaiv and Zaporizhzhia. Russia's objective here is to maintain as much of this front line as they can and try to secure their rear areas against Ukrainian airstrikes. There are indications that Russia is preparing for defensive action for Kherson City, building up defenses on the eastern side of the Dnipro River, which you can't see too clearly here. But what that tells us is that Russia doesn't believe that it can hold Kherson City. It's preparing that it might actually lose this position. Now, why is that significant? Well, Kherson was the one regional city that was occupied here quite early on in the war, and it is significant for the supply of water to Crimea, to Russian-held Crimea. What we've seen in the past few weeks is a lot of people and material moving from the western side of the river to the eastern side of the river. And that suggests that Russia knows it's not going to hold it, but so it's moving its resources so that it can put up quite a stiff fight. When Russia fights for Kherson, it is not going to be a nice, neat withdrawal. If anything, what we've seen, certainly from recent experience in fighting for Ukrainian cities, with the near total destruction of cities like Chernihiv in the north, and the bombardment of Kharkiv, and certainly the almost total destruction of Mariupol, is that fighting for Kherson will be very destructive. Even if Russia doesn't hold it, it will intend to do as much damage as it can on the way out. What the Ukrainian siege, recapture of these territories presents, the challenge it presents to Putin politically, is that he has already preemptively annexed these territories. Now, he annexed them before having total military control of these territories. So what does he do then if he has territories that have been annexed to Russia but fall back into Ukrainian control? That will be a difficult one for him. What has been in the news quite recently is Russia's mobilization and force generation efforts. What Russia's seeking to do here is expand their combat power without conducting general mobilization. They need more troops, but how to do that short of declaring a war. We've seen how unpopular Russia's limited mobilization has been, with thousands of men attempting to flee the country to avoid mobilization. And what's happening is that a lot of workers are fleeing Russia. It's placing quite a bit of stress on the Russian labor market, particularly with things like information technology, and even the Ministry of Education, the Ministry of Digital Development, the central bank, members of their workforce who would be eligible for mobilization are actively trying to flee, so leading to some very important gaps. As well, even public services like transportation are coming under pressure because of a labor shortage, which means that things like the buses aren't running on time. And these kinds of frictions will just increase the fissures between the Russian population, the government, local leadership. We've seen that the Kremlin is trying to reframe the narrative of the war into something that will appeal to ethnic Russians, but also the sizable number of Muslim minorities within Russia, as one of Marco's graphics so vividly demonstrated. This is not a diversity and inclusion drive by the Russian armed forces by any stretch. It is really a manpower drive and an attempt to make sure that there isn't sort of tension and friction within their own forces. There have been some reports of that already, because that constitutes another manpower risk. The Russian military is also trying to leverage foreigners to bolster its numbers. So there have been reports that some members of Russia's Wagner group have been contacting former members of the Afghan National Army to see if they might come and join the fight. And there's also some evidence that Belarusian drivers and mechanics have been employed to repair and maintain Russian military vehicles in Belarus. Now, it's very likely that more of these activities will continue as Russia tries to find ways to augment its forces. Russian morale continues to be very low, and units are severely under strength. So we see units that are fighting at only 19% strength, maybe 23% strength, and poor logistics, a lack of training, a lack of food, tough conditions. Winter is approaching. It's cold, rainy, and muddy out there, and that's all contributing to low morale. Over the past week, Russian forces have continued to conduct air, missile, and drone strikes against targets in Ukraine. These are primarily civilian targets and civilian infrastructure. What we can see, however, is that the tempo of these strikes is starting to slow down. What this possibly reflects is that there's the decreasing missile and drone stockpiles, as well as the limited effectiveness of these strikes at achieving Russian strategic goals. So a lot of these strikes have been targeting civilian infrastructure, so electricity, power plants, other pieces of civilian infrastructure, homes, and what that does is really, it's an attempt to impose civilian casualties, sow fear, create deprivation, hopefully start to crumble some Ukrainian resistance. Of course, the deliberate bombing of civilian infrastructure contravenes the laws of armed conflict, but this is very much in keeping with Russian precedent activity in Chechnya and in Syria. We saw the widespread destruction of civilian areas in cities. What we have seen in recent airstrikes is the use of Iranian Shahed 136 drones. This may be possibly to compensate for the depletion of Russian cruise missile stockpiles. But this isn't a perfect solution. Iran can only ship about 300 of these drones at a time, and drones are expensive and time-consuming to manufacture. And at this point, it's really impossible to tell how much sort of Iranian domestic discontent might affect Iran's ability to continue to manufacture and ship weapons to Russia. We don't really know at this time, but were things to escalate significantly in Iran, it's quite likely that they might be curtailing or reducing their foreign commitments. Another benefit to this for Iran is that the Ukraine conflict provides them with an opportunity to test both their technology and their tactics. Ukraine offers Iran a bit of a battle lab for how are their drones going to perform in conflict and what adjustments might they want to make. We've seen this before in other regional conflicts, certainly in Nagorno-Karabakh, in Libya, in Yemen, in Syria. These sorts of regional conflicts are an opportunity for other powers to test their technologies, to test their tactics, and certainly that will continue in Ukraine. Now, over the past week, the Kremlin was intensifying an information operation about a possible dirty bomb that the Ukrainians were going to use in some sort of false flag attack, possibly on Ukrainian infrastructure. There were reports that the Russian chief of the general staff called his counterparts. I'm really sort of making a case for Russia's possible use of a dirty bomb, and a dirty bomb being a conventional explosive that is laced with a radioactive material. This could be radioactive material that you might get from, say, a hospital. It's not a nuclear weapon. It doesn't, it certainly wouldn't be of that sophistication. A dirty bomb has never actually been used, but there have been multiple threats. What does this tell us? Well, what it says is that Russia's really testing the information environment with these kinds of rumors. They're sort of building a case. Let's see how well this lands. I can't say that there's imminent danger of Russia conducting this sort of false flag event, but what it indicates to us, because the West hasn't bought into this idea, and in fact, Western intelligence had flagged that this kind of thing might happen sort of a week before it did, means that Russia's probably testing the information environment. How much is this going to be? How much credibility can this gain before trying to follow through with that?
Louise, if I can just ask, do you think they will follow through because of how badly everything else is going?
I think there's a possibility that there could be a false flag event, something that perhaps would target, a key piece of infrastructure like a hydroelectric dam, for example. What that would do would be to sort of create time and space for Russia to sort of regroup, resupply, gain an advantage. We'll see if they feel the need to do that over the next 4 to 6 weeks. We've got this window, as Marco mentioned in the previous presentation. We've got this rather short window of time before winter really sets in, and winter in eastern Ukraine is not particularly pleasant. It's not optimal fighting conditions. So we may see an escalation of activity really condensed into the next 4 weeks. But if that doesn't happen, we'll probably see not a cessation of hostilities by any means, but probably a slowdown in tempo, and the winter being used as an opportunity. There will be some skirmishes, of course. There probably will be continued airstrikes, but both sides using it as an opportunity to sort of consolidate what positions they have, resupply, and prepare for a renewed offensive when the weather conditions are a bit more favorable. What we did see this week was Vladimir Putin sat at another massive table in the Kremlin. It was a round one this time, observing a live stream of nuclear weapons tests in Siberia. They were launched from the nuclear weapons, cruise missiles were launched from the Arctic to Russia's Far East. Now, the US was told about the drill under the terms of the New START Arms Treaty, and in notifying the US of what they were going to do, the Russians were complying with their arms control obligations. The last time they had one of these drills was about 5 days before their invasion of Ukraine. And the defense minister was seen on Russian TV explaining that the aim of this drill was really, it was practicing their response in the event of a need to retaliate for an enemy's nuclear strike. What this really does against the backdrop of a flagging ground campaign is to remind both the West and also the Russian domestic population of Russia's nuclear capabilities. Before I hand over to our following panelists, I would say that what we see from Putin's rhetoric is that he's not particularly interested in negotiating with Ukraine. He's really maintaining quite maximalist objectives for this campaign. He still wants a military victory, and he would probably prefer regime change in Kyiv that favored Russia, and favored a permanent reorientation of Ukraine towards Russia rather than towards the West. However, the destruction of civilian infrastructure, the widespread suffering, the documentation of war crimes, which will doubtless increase as Russian forces retreat from places like Kherson, means that Kyiv is also more likely to push for a more maximalist objective in the war as well, and it wouldn't be politically palatable for Zelensky to settle for a negotiated settlement. However, what's going to be really important for both sides is that long logistics tail to keep both of them supplied. Russian logistics have demonstrated some key weaknesses since the beginning of the campaign. Certainly their manufacturing sector will be under pressure to keep up with the supply of material that they need to continue their campaign. Likewise, Ukraine will be dependent on continued supply and support from the United States and Europe, and will really be quite reliant on the continued unity of that coalition to maintain its supply of material as well.
Okay. Okay. Well, thanks very much, Louise. It's fair to say that we've all become armchair epidemiologists and now armchair generals as well as armchair economists, right? Well, so with that, maybe we can turn to Sir Adam Thompson to give his perspective on where Adam, you see this going from the side of Western Europe and the Western coalition, vis-a-vis the battle, the war in Ukraine.
Thanks, Arnab, and thank you for this opportunity. Much appreciated. I'm happy to offer a Western perspective. Consequences are going to be vast economic costs for Europe, for the Euro-Atlantic area, for the world. There will be massive reconstruction costs. So I am increasingly predicting Western expropriation of Russian assets. 350 billion is the current World Bank estimate of reconstruction in Ukraine. This is going to be a Cold War. not the 20th century Cold War, but it's not lazy analysis to talk about a Cold War. It's a prediction. There are, of course, variables about how deep, how wide, how fast, how dangerous, and how much of the rest of the world gets sucked in. But the dynamic is unmistakable, and it will get a lot uglier than it is already. Some of the ugliness is likely to affect markets, other bits perhaps not. Quite a lot of damage has already been priced in. You asked me, Arnab, to say a bit about Western and European responses to the hostilities and the possibility of escalation. I think there will be further escalation on change Russia's nuclear posture so that it looks like he's preparing for nuclear action. Even if he doesn't intend it, the crisis will be a very real one. The West, for its part, will escalate with more military equipment, more ammunition, more sanctions. If the war is protracted, I suspect the West will increasingly consider selected secondary sanctions and covert disruption inside Russia. In Europe, the EU is having a remarkably good war. It's transformed its European peace facility, recently created, into something that has supplied several billion euros of military equipment to Ukraine. It's just decided on an EU training mission for the Ukrainian army. The UK is part of this, demonstrating the slogan that it may be leaving the EU, but it's not leaving Europe. And the EU is edging towards some radical shifts in its energy policy. NATO too, very regenerated by all of this. This is really NATO bread and butter, and in the process, it's acquired or is about to acquire Swedish and Finnish membership, and it has seen Russia weakened all around Russia's periphery, not just on its border with Finland, but also in the Caucasus, in Central Asia, and even weakening to Chinese influence in eastern Siberia. What are the prospects for Western unity? It's really critical to President Putin's political survival now that he should be able to split the West, that he should be able to, in the Russian formula, make them see reason, and he's going to continue to find ways to try to drive wedges and stress things. However, I agree with Marco that the greatest threat to Western cohesion is the United States and the US presidential election rather than any other fracturing, because President Putin is likely to ensure Western cohesion through Russian behavior in Ukraine. The Russian state has always been remarkably oblivious to its effect on others. Finally, how are Western, particularly European security arrangements going to evolve and change over time as a result of the war? Well, the war is transformational, but it may not change institutions a great deal. The West-Russia relationship is ruptured for decades to come, I believe. the precise consequences for European security arrangements are going to depend on the course of the war and other developments. And at the moment, I think it's fair to say that the West really has no plan, no agreed benchmarks, no agreement on handling Russia, and no real ambition to split Moscow and Beijing. So the medium and long term is very much up for grabs. But in terms of architecture, I'd prefer to think of weather change or ecosystems rather than something as solid as architecture. It's possible there could be a deal that stops the fighting. Most likely not. Most likely is NATO and Western containment of Russia, either on its own borders or somewhere inside Ukraine. You can expect to see accelerated institutional development of NATO militarily, and more especially of the European Union, which will return to consider seriously, but in a transatlantic friendly way, the whole question of strategic autonomy. The war is also quite likely to drive more rapid than otherwise enlargement to Ukraine and the Balkans by the European Union. I think it's an outlier scenario, but one still worth thinking about is some fracturing of the Russian Federation as a result of the failure of this war. I don't think that's likely, but we might well see more internal Russian instability, mainly ethnic driven. I'll leave it there.
Okay. Thank you very much for that sobering and I have to say realistic assessment. Evans, why don't we turn to you to give us your perspective on the wider picture in the world as a whole, particularly as it relates to East Asia and the elephant in the room of the U.S.-China relationship.
Thank you very much. It's a real privilege to participate in this panel. Thanks to Flor for doing this and for making me a part of it. And it's also a pleasure to offer some thoughts to this distinguished audience from a diplomatic practitioner's perspective. Today, of course, we're witnessing what many have called the most consequential military, diplomatic, and geopolitical assault on the post-World War II order since the end of the Cold War. Indeed, since the end of World War II. Post-World War II norms and understandings, however flawed they may have been, norms and understandings concerning the sanctity of borders, the peaceful resolution of territorial and political disputes, and the use of nuclear weapons, all of these things have been swept aside as Vladimir Putin has sought to establish his version of Greater Russia by erasing Ukraine from the map. Perhaps the greatest of the post-World War II institutions, the United Nations Security Council, has been powerless to prevent this, thanks to the what I call the pseudo-alliance between Russia and China that has rendered the Council fundamentally impotent. At the same time, the Moscow-Beijing partnership has also blocked Security Council action on the threat posed by a nuclear-armed and quite belligerent North Korea. An innocent observer might be forgiven for concluding that because of the Moscow-Beijing axis, the institution of the United Nations Security Council itself might very well be in the process of dying. Meanwhile, today, a key question for all of us is what lessons Russia's Chinese partner is learning from Putin's failed attempt to realize his vision of conquering Ukraine. Beijing, of course, has its own vision to play a much greater and even dominant role in Asia and beyond, taking advantage of its economic success, the rapid growth of the PLA's military capability, and China's belief that the United States and its fellow democracies may lack the will or the ability to hinder the PRC's realization of its China dream. And I don't need to remind you that a core component of that dream is making Taiwan part of the PRC. But China's PLA, which of course is tasked with seizing Taiwan by force if ordered to, surely cannot have been emboldened by the incompetence and ineffectiveness of Russia's military machine against what was, at least on paper, an inferior adversary. This has given some hope that a rational Chinese leadership would not resort to force of arms against Taiwan for fear the island might put up a fight reminiscent of Ukraine's. But there is another school of thought that argues the opposite, that Russia's problems in Ukraine mean that China might accelerate its military assault plans before Taiwan, with support from the United States and others, improves its defenses to the point where a PLA assault on the island might just fail. If that latter school of thought is correct, we should brace ourselves for a difficult next 3 or 4 years as Taiwan's self-strengthening process races against the clock of China's ambitions. All of this, of course, is taking place in the context of a troubling deterioration in US-China relations and, of course, growing strategic rivalry between the two superpowers. In that context, Beijing no doubt hopes that Russia's Ukraine war, however flawed and chaotic it is going to divert US attention away from the Asia-Pacific region. Beijing has, of course, hinted about its misgivings regarding Russia's military adventure in the Ukraine, but the PRC's bottom line remains that anything that complicates Washington's security calculus is, by definition, good for China. Hence, Beijing's willingness to tolerate the actions of an aggressive, nuclear-armed North Korea, and, together with Russia, to provide Pyongyang with diplomatic cover in the UN Security Council. Meanwhile, the United States is definitely not standing idly by in Asia, just as Russia's invasion breathed new life into what one European member once called a brain-dead NATO. The rest of Asia is organizing itself to contend with China for the long haul. Russia's aggression in Ukraine, Russia's pseudo-alliance with China, China's assertiveness in Asia, Beijing's support for North Korea, Beijing's military and rhetorical muscle flexing against Taiwan, Japan, and South Korea, the PRC's island building and fortification of those islands in the South China Sea, and China's potential threat against vital sea lanes in the region, all of these things have breathed new life into political, diplomatic, and military cooperation between and among the United States and like-minded democracies in the Indo-Pacific region. One would think that under normal circumstances, all of this might give Beijing pause and prompt Beijing to follow a cautious path going forward. But that is not necessarily a given. At his triumphal Party Congress, Xi Jinping packed the Politburo Standing Committee with loyalists, with acolytes and sycophants. Impediments to Xi's more aggressive approach to regional and global diplomacy have been removed from the scene, physically, as we saw, with the departure of one former senior Chinese official from the other day. Key military figures, including those responsible for China's ongoing confrontation with India and its hard line towards Taiwan, have been kept on or have been elevated in the aftermath of the Party Congress. And with this lineup, who will dare tell Xi Jinping he is wrong, or who will dare oppose an ill-advised diplomatic or military move by China's re-elected leader? A re-anointed Xi Jinping could expand his assertive approach to relations with neighbors and the United States. Accordingly, the already difficult relations between Beijing and Washington seem deemed to continue. And Beijing will continue to look the other way as North Korea enhances its nuclear and ballistic missile capabilities. As long as North Korea's actions do not directly undermine China's own security, Beijing seems content with supporting its adventurous neighbor and treaty ally. And as with its posture towards Russia, the PRC, I think, sees benefits from North Korean actions that complicate US, South Korean, and Japanese security calculations. In this connection, when, as is likely, North Korea conducts its expected 7th nuclear test, China's reaction will tell us a lot about what we should expect from the PRC going forward. Meanwhile, by now, even Xi Jinping must know he made the wrong bet by deciding on supporting a no-limits, as he called it, partnership with Moscow. But having made this bed, Xi must lie in it, since it serves his strategic interests in countering the United States. But even an emboldened Xi Jinping seems unlikely to risk sanctions and international opprobrium by providing Russia with the military, logistical, and economic support that it obviously needs. At the same time, the United States and NATO's response to Russia's invasion of Ukraine and the strong multilateral measures adopted against Russia have sent a strong signal to Beijing that military adventurism against Taiwan would come at a terrible price for China. But will this restrain China from moving against Taiwan? Perhaps. But don't forget that Taiwan remains a deeply emotional issue for the PRC. Beijing has defined unification with Taiwan as a core component of its plan to rejuvenate the Chinese nation and achieve the China dream. Beijing is not likely to sit idly by if it sees Taiwan moving permanently out of its grasp, or if it decides that outside forces are blocking its hopes for national unification. Today, the conflict in Ukraine rightly seizes our attention, but let's not forget that tomorrow, untoward developments in Asia could create a conflict that would dwarf what we are currently seeing in Ukraine. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Evan. Very, very troubling as well. Okay, well, maybe we turn now to Pramit to hear your perspective on India's perspective on the conflict in Europe and the prospects in Asia.
Thank you, Arnab. The defining strategic concern for India for the past roughly 10 years has been China, and it is now overwhelmingly so. Most remarkably was a military clash between the two countries on the Sino-Indian border in 2020 that left 20 Indian soldiers and an unspecified number of Chinese dead. This was the first lethal clash between the two countries since the 1980s. But even before that, India, for example, had introduced national security screening for Chinese investment and has been banning Chinese companies like TikTok, for example, in the digital and data sectors of its economy. Last fiscal year, Chinese FDI into India fell by 74%, even while overall global FDI into India actually rose. To be the CEO of a Chinese company in India is to face almost non-stop harassment. The CEO of Huawei India was recently dragged before an Indian court over tax evasion and yelled at the judge, "I'm just a CEO, not a terrorist. Stop treating me like one." The judge didn't actually give his opinion as to what he thought. But the result is almost everything India now does strategically is first run through the China prism. And the first element of that has been a much, much closer relationship with the United States. The most evident form of that has been the reactivation of the Quad, a relationship which is strategic but not military between Japan, Australia, India, and the United States. And this revolves largely around critical technologies. But there's also been an acceleration in bilateral relations between the two countries on the military and defense side that we're now seeing developing at a really remarkable pace. So when the Ukraine war broke out, The Indian response was basically, we are still, even right now, there are over 60,000 Chinese troops in forward positions on the Ladakh border between India and China. But because of a number of legacy issues, India still is dependent upon Russian weapons. 50%, it's declining, but 50% of India's arsenal is effectively Russian in origin. But one of the consequences of India buying and working with the Russians has been that Russia has retained a neutral stance whenever India and China have gone head to head. So, for example, 2 years ago when the two armies clashed, the Russian response was, both of you are our friends, please sit down and talk it out. And in the meantime, we were happy to sell weapons to both sides. So it was worth it for the Indian view that keep Russia on that line. But when the Ukraine war broke out, because we had tensions with China still going on the border, the view was, one, we have to maintain the military supply chain to Russia, given our dependence, especially on fighter aircraft and some forms of armor. Second, when India approached the United States, the American response at the highest level was very clear. You're a member of the Quad, you're central to the Indo-Pacific strategy of the United States. We're prepared to look the other way regarding what you do with Russia, in part because India doesn't have that much influence on what happens in Ukraine or in Russia. As somebody in the Indian government said, our only source of interest in Ukraine traditionally has been sunflower oil imports. Other than that, we've never had a relationship with them. But one thing I should point out, Modi has reached out repeatedly to Zelensky, the president of Ukraine, and he has refrained from criticizing India on its position, arguing privately, I gather, that your relationship with Russia may be of utility to Ukraine later on because I may need you, I believe the term was, as a bridge to the Kremlin at some future point. So continue with where you are. But the one interesting development, I think, as far as India is concerned, is that there is now, India is waiting to watch, and I think we'll see an acceleration of what was already a managed decline in the Indo-Russian relationship. But now it's waiting to see how close Russia and China come together. As I've said, for India, one of the key points of the relationship was to maintain Russian neutrality regarding India versus China. If Russia is unable to maintain that position after this war, then automatically it is impossible for Russia to maintain that relationship with Russia, or the utility of Russia immediately declines. Even when I've gone to Washington and spoken to members of the Biden team, they've been very clear that their bigger concern for them was not so much as what India did regarding Ukraine, but was whether China would consider expanding the war to relieve pressure on Russia, either by turning on India or turning on Taiwan. And for them, because India is dependent militarily on Russia, this was seen as one of the key, a bigger concern for them than anything else. That seems to be declining for the time being, but as I've said, China has not pulled its soldiers back. They are still in forward positions, including armor, fighter aircraft, and missiles. And both countries now have almost 150,000 soldiers aligned on the border in forward positions. In other words, they're now within rifle range of each other in many places, which was not the case before. So for India, it's still really about the Indo-Pacific, and it's still really all about China. The loss of Russia would be seen as, if you wish, an unfortunate addition to China and a loss to India. But fundamentally, India is very clearly drifting closer and closer to the United States and the West, because that's where the China story is going.
Okay, thanks very much. We have about 40 minutes for discussion and Q&A. So the floor is open, so if anyone wants to ask a question, please go ahead. I have plenty of questions myself, so I can start the conversation while people are formulating their questions. Maybe I can start with you, Adam. You mentioned the estimates of the cost of reconstruction of Ukraine from the World Bank of about $350 billion, which fits rather neatly with, it's quite close to the amount of reserves of the Central Bank of Russia that have been frozen by the West but not yet seized. Do you think that's where this is going, that those reserves will be attached and used for that reconstruction?
Frankly, I do. I'm neither a banker or a lawyer. I'm only a diplomat. But although $350 billion isn't all that much in the larger scheme of things, I read that globally governments have already spent $550 million on energy subsidies as part of the fallout of this crisis already. And of course, the United States managed to spend a couple $1 trillion over 20 years in Afghanistan. Nonetheless, finding as much as $350 billion to reconstruct a country is very difficult indeed, because it's not hard to sustain the political will during the fight. It's much harder to persuade your publics and your legislatures to come up with the money after the fight. And I regret to say that the West has a well-established track record of addressing international law in such a way as to find the answer it wants to hear. So there will be misgivings, there will be legal questions, but the longer the war goes on, the more the price tag goes up, the more that the European Union is committed to bringing Ukraine in as a member, the greater the temptation to take those Russian assets to help pay for it.
Okay, so if I can follow up on that idea, right? So this, as you've all in one way or another said, right, this is a major assault on the post-World War II rules-based international order. Part of that order has been, although there have been some violations of it, part of that order has been the sanctity of reserves. But I guess it sounds like what you're saying is that the threat and this assault are so extreme that we cannot allow this to stand, and we will take those reserves for that purpose, because I guess in a way the aggressor should pay. So even if the aggressor does not come to the table, even if there isn't a negotiated solution, there will be a payment made by Russia, enforced by the West, and I suppose the United States in particular. Is that the right way to think about it?
That is the right way to think about it. I mean, I would add my thesis, which is that although this isn't exactly existential for either side, it is utterly fundamental to their current political philosophies. And for the West, although there are compromises to be made over territory if they must, fundamentally, the West, however you define it, needs to assert the principles that territory is not taken by force, borders are not changed by force, and that countries are free to choose their alliances. These are fundamental tenets of the organization I used to work at, NATO. And the momentum of those convictions, I think, will carry through not just the fighting phase, but the aftermath. It is important, even if compromises are made and deals done with Putin, that he should be seen to have failed in his attempt to take territory by force, to wipe another nation off the map. And there will be a very strong political imperative, not just a financial one, to make a success of post-war Ukraine. That can't be done without very large sums of money.
Evans, I see you raised your hand. Did you want to come in?
I completely agree with what Ambassador Thompson just said. I would just add one more thing to the list of concerns on the part of the West, part of NATO, and the United States in particular, and that is among the egregious outrages committed by Russia in starting this war and pursuing this war is also the human rights dimension, the toll that this war has taken on innocent civilians, the indiscriminate bombing directed intentionally at civilians. This is going to be a powerful factor in affecting the American thinking, American government's thinking, if and when it comes to a decision as to whether we should press for the confiscation of those assets.
Okay, well, staying with you for a little while longer, what do you think is the reading in Beijing about this freezing of the reserves and their possible seizure?
As I suggested in my earlier remarks, there is very little that has been done against Russia that does not have ramifications one way or the other for China. I dare say the Chinese are probably paying at least as much attention to the downstream implications of all of this for them in terms of sanctions, isolation, etc., measures to be taken against China in the event that it decides to support Russia more directly, or if it acts against Taiwan. There's more attention being paid to those issues than the actual situation on the ground, the military situation on the ground in the Ukraine. If you're a Chinese national security planner, a defense planner, an economic planner, you need to be thinking very, very hard about the experience that Russia is going through right now as it is subject to increasingly burdensome international measures, economic, trade, and diplomatic measures, because all of those measures at some point down the road may very well be used against you. And I suspect that is weighing very heavily on the minds of the Chinese right now.
Okay. Just want to check and make sure there are no questions in the audience yet, and also from the virtual audience. Yes, Mario, or from you yourself.
Yeah, thank you, Arnab. One question related with the previous session where Marco described the Ukraine situation as if we are reaching an equilibrium phase, right? And I would like to know your opinion on what do you think would be required to reach that equilibrium, given that neither of the sides of the war could be happy with the current situation, either Russia with part of the annexed territories being occupied by Ukraine, and of course Ukraine is not happy with what's currently happening. But what would be good enough for both sides to reach that equilibrium?
Okay. Maybe we can start with you, Luis, on that. What would be a balance and an equilibrium militarily? And then maybe we can go to the others for politically and geopolitically.
Okay, thank you for your question. Certainly, judging by the rhetoric of both sides, very, very vociferous in that there isn't an equilibrium, that they don't, that they're not amenable to a negotiated settlement at this point. Militarily, I think an equilibrium might come. Certainly, you'd certainly see a slowdown if both sides struggle to maintain their supply lines and maintain the levels of equipment that they need to continue their offensives and counteroffensives. So, for instance, if there was, certainly for the Russian side, if they are not able to maintain their manufacturing capacity, if they have more problems with their logistics and getting equipment to their front lines, or if they're struggling to purchase equipment from, from other countries, say, and again, their potential sort of potential partners in that are limited because China's not going to sell to them. Iran might sell to them. Iran might get distracted by some things going on in Iraq. might not be willing to sell. There are some supply issues certainly facing Russia. And likewise for Ukraine, if it can't maintain the supplies of things like HIMARS and NLAWs that have been so important to it in the past few months, let's say if there was an outcome in the US election that was unfavorable to continuing the high levels of support for Ukraine, might see that their position is also harder to maintain. However, I do think that the war crimes that have been committed against the Ukrainian people and the very strong resistance that is being put up and would make it sort of very, very difficult for Ukraine to reach an equilibrium that would satisfy the Ukrainian people.
Okay, thank you. Adam, maybe we can turn to you. What do you think from the point of view of both maybe your leadership network, the European Leadership Network, and the Russian membership there? What do you see as Russia might see as an equilibrium, and what might work for Western Europe?
So this is a more political response to complement Louise's military one. I mean, the first thing to say is that even if an equilibrium is achieved, I don't think anybody on either side of the divide, the Ukrainians we talk to, our Russian members, think it's likely to be a stable one, and it's certainly not a solution. The Russian objectives are now difficult to change because President Putin is so personally committed to them, and because he has, in classic fashion, doubled down and backed himself deliberately into a corner, so that the annexation of Ukrainian territory is embedded in the Russian constitution. That said, I think my answer really depends not so much on what happens on the battlefield, but what happens in international politics. President Putin's departure would permit some kinds of equilibrium that are impossible while he is in power. A Trump presidency would change the dynamic and what Washington was urging on Kiev in terms of slowing down and settling for a demarcation line. The Russians in our network don't see any change in the Kremlin's objectives at the moment. They don't expect any change in the Kremlin's objectives. They describe even the loss of one annexed territory, let alone all four, let alone Crimea, as a strategic defeat politically for President Putin. So that's another way of saying that he has successfully backed himself into a corner. Similarly, President Zelensky has gone a long way in that direction. In the early stages of the conflict, the Ukrainians could clearly contemplate calling a halt if Russia was driven back to the line of 23rd of February. That, I think, it might now be very hard to get accepted in Ukraine, even if Western powers leaned pretty heavily. So bottom line, I think we're a long way from any equilibrium that's going to last for any amount of time. It's bad news, I'm afraid, but almost everything about this is bad news.
Yeah, I agree. There's no point in sugarcoating it. Evans and Promit, maybe I can turn to you a little bit on this question as well. It seemed like at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization Summit that President Xi and Prime Minister Modi had somewhat dressed down the president of Russia, and yet he seemed to have doubled down yet again and re-escalated. Do you think there's any potential pressure from the no limits partner in China, or this military alliance and desire to keep Russia on side, somewhat on side, or at least neutral from India, starting with you, Evan?
It's hard for me to conceive, at least at this point, of China doing any arm twisting in Moscow, or doing anything other than the rather unsubtle messages that it conveyed at the Shanghai Cooperation Organization meeting. This is a very delicate relationship between Moscow and Beijing. It's one that obviously Russia needs, but it's also one that China needs very much as it continues its contentious relationship with the United States, and also, I might add, with India, but I'll let my colleague talk about that. But it's just hard for me to believe right now that the Chinese would be prepared to weigh in any way, shape, or form, because at least at this point, it seems to me that there are more advantages rather than disadvantages accruing to the Chinese by seeing the United States and others burdened by what's going on there, to see them possibly distracted by what's going on. But going back to the point I made earlier about the Taiwan factor, if the Chinese had any grand ambitions regarding, military ambitions regarding Taiwan, I suspect there are some strong arguments now having been made over the last several weeks or so inside Beijing, saying we're not going to be able to realize that game plan. So there's a bit of frustration, I imagine, in Beijing. But once again, not enough for the Chinese to want to weigh in and risk undoing the bromance that they have with the Russians, and risk the geopolitical setback that a break or a fraying of that relationship with Moscow might bring about.
Permit any pressure from India that might have any effect?
Pressure from India, I believe, in fact, a private conversation between the two leaders was a lot more stormy at the SCO. But no, ultimately for Russia, India, Russia has more leverage on India, if you wish, right now, both on the military front and to some degree now on the energy front, as India is importing about 1 million tons of oil, discounted oil, every month to defray the inflationary pressures that its economy is facing. India has never been an economic partner to Russia. Before the war, only 1% of Indian trade was with Russia, and most of that was fertilizer and other very basic materials. So for Russia, the only real utility of India, I would argue, is for Russia to be able to make the claim that only the West opposes us, everybody else is either neutral or supportive. And the fact that we are a member of the BRICS and the SCO and organizations in which Russia was a founding member or takes very seriously. But beyond that, India doesn't have much pressure or leverage, should we say, on Putin. Both Prime Minister Modi and Vladimir Putin are both completely unsentimental about the relationship. But for Modi, the game, I think, would really be is to ensure that the Indian economy doesn't undergo the same similar collapse, or at least that, let's say, Pakistan, Sri Lanka, and to some degree Bangladesh are facing right now because of energy problems. So yes, India can make it clear that it's not happy with what's going on, but it accepts, I think, realistically, that it doesn't have much capacity to do much about it.
So no equilibrium in sight, I guess it's fair to say. Any other questions from the audience, or in the room or virtual? Yes.
Yeah, there was a question before about a steady state in the war on the ground. I have a question about the steady state of sanctions after this. Russia, in a sense, had since 2014 to prepare for sanctions, and it was probably overwhelmed by what actually was implemented, and not just officially or legally by those that had to, but by countries and companies that wanted to, even though they didn't have to enforce sanctions. So again, the question is, like, what do you believe to be the steady state for sanctions as this conflict perhaps goes into a stalemate or an equilibrium? Do we see more use of sanctions, or do we walk them back? And it's particular to reserves, as you mentioned, the sanctity of reserves.
Okay, maybe we'll start with Adam, your view on that question about where are we going with the sanctions, steady state, escalation of the sanctions, or what circumstance could see a rollback on sanctions against Russia?
Well, the US is a major determinant of the answer, so I should perhaps look to Evans as much as to Europeans. But if I'm right that we are facing a confrontation that's highly attritional, that has all the features of a classic Cold War, where the two sides do as much damage to each other and seek as much advantage for themselves as possible, short of outright military conflict. And if that is, if I'm right that this is quite likely to persist even beyond Vladimir Putin's tenure in office, then I think we are likely to see not only the persistence of Western sanctions, and we've seen repeatedly how once the West establishes sanctions and makes the economic adjustments, it's then politically very difficult to ratchet back. But I would expect, as I argued, that we would see the emergence of selective secondary sanctions in order to the better to prosecute this Cold War. Leading candidate is, although a very difficult target, is to try and target those exporting microchips to Russia that would that are, we know, absolutely vital to its continued military capabilities. So I don't know whether it's equilibrium or not, but even in conditions of equilibrium, I would expect this Cold War dynamic to persist and ramify, I'm afraid. I'd just like to add very briefly in response to Pramit and Evans that since I'm such a little ray of sunshine at this gathering and have already predicted that the confrontation is going to get uglier and have spoken about a real nuclear crisis in the coming months, I think it's just possible to imagine, but Evans, I am no expert here, I really defer to you, that a very serious nuclear crisis, conceivably even limited weapons use by Russia, could lead Beijing to say enough is enough. That they're not going to rein Putin in, they're not going to stop him from doing what he wants to do to Ukraine, but not let it get nuclear.
Okay, thank you. Evans, yes, please go ahead.
I completely agree with Ambassador Thompson on that point. As we saw with North Korea and China back in 2017, it was the prospect of a peninsular war literally on China's doorstep, undermining stability and security on China's doorstep, and the possibility that that war would spill over into China that got the Chinese on board with the actions that the UN Security Council ultimately took against North Korea. Things have gotten a lot better between Beijing and Pyongyang since then, and will continue to improve, I believe. But I think it is very correct to say that if China begins to fear that Russian actions will have the effect of undermining China's own security, then I think the calculus would indeed change and would shift thinking in Beijing in the direction of using whatever leverage it has to tell Moscow that the time has come to stop this. The Chinese cannot and will not tolerate actions that undermine their own security.
Okay, thank you. I think there were some more questions along here. Did I get that wrong? Or no, if not, maybe I can ask a question about the prospect of this escalation that Louise mentioned. That is, short of even of the use of tactical nuclear weapons, but the use of a dirty bomb. There's been a great deal of discussion about what the response might be to the use of tactical battlefield nuclear weapons, such as the U.S. destroying the Black Sea Fleet or the Baltic Fleet of the Russian Federation. What do you think would be the response to this false flag kind of operation, using a dirty bomb, and so therefore breaking another taboo, but not the one that most of the world has been worrying about for a little while? What do you think the response would be by the U.S. And by China and India and also, of course, Europe as well? Maybe we can start with you, Evans.
Waiting in the wings, if you will, in terms of further steps that the United States and or NATO might take on Ukraine's behalf is the possibility of us changing the ground rules under which we've been operating to provide security assistance, technical assistance, et cetera, to Ukraine in its combat with the Russians. And what I mean by that is, thus far, we have avoided giving the Ukrainians certain systems and capabilities that would lift Ukraine's offensive ability to a whole new level and give them an offensive capability that might be used, for example, against Russia itself. We've also obviously refrained from engaging in air operations using NATO/US assets to help Ukraine. I think that something that would be on the short list of steps that NATO and or the United States might take in the event Russia escalates along these lines would those two things might be on that short list. I also think, and I think Ambassador Thompson alluded to this earlier, about the possibility of some sort of covert actions that the United States and others might take inside Russian territory to undermine Russia's warfighting capability. I think that's another thing that might be considered. I would not be surprised to discover years from now, when the memoirs and the records are finally opened up, that through whatever channels that exist, suggestions along those lines have already been made to the leadership of NATO and the United States. And I would also suggest that warnings along those lines may have already been conveyed to the Russians about the price that Russia might have to pay in the event of an escalation of that sort.
Adam, would you have anything to add?
I agree with that, although I also do worry that our Western politics might lead to something more like a shrug of the shoulders, depending on what actually happened, how egregious Russian lying was about this. In other words, how provocative it was. It would be very important, I think, in the thinking of Western capitals, to make sure that the international community was on their side, that their narrative and not the Russian one about what actually happened was dominant. So there might be some space left for doing what Rafael Grossi of the IAEA has been heroically doing over the Zaporizhia nuclear power plant, and getting the international community in there, fact-finding, talking to both sides, trying to cool it. But it's the problem with deterrence all the way up the escalation ladder, that it works until it doesn't. And once it doesn't, escalation is quite likely.
Pramit, would you add anything with there might be a response from India or more pressure in that scenario of a dirty bomb?
Yeah, well, the Indian foreign minister at the UN General Assembly at his last speech actually made it very clear that India would have serious objections to the entry of nuclear weapons into the battle. Yesterday, the Indian defense minister spoke with his Russian counterpart and made the same message, that nuclear weapons should be kept out of this picture. So if that's being said publicly, in the sense that it is being released to the public afterwards, we assume that in private, the message is much stronger. But I think one of the key points that I suspect the Indian system has been pointing out to Russia is that if you go nuclear, the sanctions, not just the energy sanctions, but the military technology sanctions that exist today will become permanent. At this point, it's not just a question of whether you become close to China. You can no longer even supply the weapons. You don't have the component. You're already struggling to supply weapons to your own army under the present sanctions. This would mean the end of the Indo-Russian relationship in almost every possible context, except maybe fertilizer. But therefore, keep in mind exactly what may result from your actions.
Okay, well, that sounds like the one ray of light in this, that there's a lot of pressure, would be a lot of pressure that might prevent, the use of a dirty bomb or a nuclear weapon. Did you want to say something?
If I can add one possible other ray of light, what we've seen in the past weeks with sort of suggestions that there might be the build up towards a false flag event. Initially, it was thought that would be, a false flag event against a major hydroelectric dam that would have flooded the upper reaches of the Dnipro River, and also could have had serious consequences for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. What we've seen is sort of the saturation of intelligence, including open source intelligence, that makes it much harder for the false flag event to be portrayed convincingly. And I think the moves by Russia in the past week, in terms of trying to frame the story and test the information space. Okay, how much are our counterparts, in the United States and the United Kingdom going to believe, the calls that we're making? Shown just the difficulty of actually conducting that sort of false flag attack, that it would be very difficult for Russia to deny its direct role or to frame it as some sort of Ukrainian sabotage.
Mm-hmm. Okay, thank you. Are there any questions? Yes.
Yes, a question from the audience from Uruguay. One of the highlights of the National Congress was the unification of China goal. And the question is related with that. Is that possible to achieve that without military intervention, especially in the case of Taiwan?
Sorry, without having an invasion.
Without having military intervention.
Right. Reunification without an invasion. Yeah. I guess this is a question best posed to Evans. Sorry, I think you're on mute.
Here we go. If you take the Chinese position, PRC's position literally, their preference, their policy is for the pursuit of the achievement of peaceful unification with Taiwan. That's their policy. But then, of course, the Chinese add to that that in the event that independence is declared or independence is actively pursued by Taiwan, that they reserve the right to use military force to achieve their objective of unification with Taiwan. Setting that aside, my first tour as a diplomat was in Taiwan. I've spent a lot of time working in Beijing and Taipei over the years. The transformation of popular attitudes in Taiwan over the last several decades has been dramatic. The development of a Taiwan identity, the actions that the PRC has taken against Taiwan over the years, particularly recently, what the Taiwan people have observed going on in Hong Kong as Hong Kong's freedoms and rights have been stripped away very, very quickly, has given lie to the Chinese assertion that one country, two systems is a viable way forward. I can see no prospect whatsoever at this point that the people on Taiwan, the authorities in Taiwan, would be prepared to consider a peaceful unification with the mainland. The preference, and this is supported by public opinion polls in Taiwan, the overwhelming preference of the people in Taiwan is for a continuation of something resembling the status quo right now, which is, as some have described it, de facto independence rather than de jure independence, trying to have a proper relationship with the PRC, but not being absorbed by it, by having a peaceful relationship across the straits, but not one that puts Taiwan on the fast track to unification. That's obviously not the PRC's goal, although there are some in the mainland who continue to argue quietly these days that a continuation of the status quo is eminently preferable to a confrontation across the straits or a violent assault on Taiwan. But the reality is, if you look at it from the Taiwanese perspective, there's no interest whatsoever in what Beijing is selling, whether it's peaceful reunification or obviously unification through force.
Okay, thank you. We only have 1.5 minutes left. If there's a last question, we can take it, or I can ask one. Maybe I'll go ahead. In 30 seconds or less, Marco sort of argued that we have come to the end of Pax Americana, and we're heading towards a multipolar world. I just wondered what each of your take is on that. Maybe we'll start with you, Adam.
Yes and no, because our world is not three-dimensional or even five-dimensional. It's more complicated than that. So there's no question that there are, compared with the 20th century, going to be some significant power centers other than Washington or Beijing. And they will be important for various aspects of policy. At the same time, I'm afraid, if I am right about the Cold War dynamic that I see, it looks awfully familiar. My first posting was Moscow, 1981. There is going to be Pax Americana, but only over half the world. It's going to continue to extend to Europe for a long time to come, despite American-encouraged greater European strategic autonomy, simply because Europe is structurally less efficient militarily. And we're going to see a Pax Americana, I think, to some extent, reasserted in some parts of the world as a result of a weakening Russia. I mean, perhaps more in North Africa, where at the moment the Wagner group is causing trouble, more in sub-Saharan Africa, possibly even a little bit in Central Asia, as Central Asians look to offset rising Chinese influence and diminishing Russian. So with all due respect to Marco, I don't think Pax Americana is done yet. It's just not going to be global.
Right. Evans?
I think Ambassador Thompson has got it just about right. I would suggest that we're looking at the possibility of Pax Americana, not only in Europe and the other areas that the ambassador mentioned, but also to a large extent in East and Northeast Asia, as an effort, as others in the region look to the United States for support and for coordination as we deal with a difficult situation with the Chinese for the long haul. I would only add to that the one wild card in all of this is where our domestic politics go in the United States. Not only in the election next month, where the Republicans may very well take back one and possibly both houses of Congress, but obviously in the next presidential election. If this America First mentality that we saw in the Trump administration is as strong as it was then I believe America's alliance system, America's partnerships, regional and global partnerships, defense and security partnerships, could very well be in serious trouble. I hope I'm dead wrong about that, but this is something that we need to keep a careful eye on.
Okay, yeah, we'll have to hope President Trump gets the memo. Promit, Pax Americana in South Asia or Pax Indica?
I'll just say that on the multipolarity, when I studied international relations, one of my professors described one of the phases, I think largely after the Vietnam War, when America had sort of also withdrawn a bit, as multi-bipolarity. In other words, you can have two broad poles, and in this case, I think US and China are emerging as those two poles, and countries aligning, if you wish, with those poles, but without necessarily joining those poles. And I think what we're seeing definitely in the Indo-Pacific with the Quad and America's restructuring of the regional security architecture with AUKUS, a Japan, Taiwan, US triangle in the north, and now India and the US are now working on one in the Indian Ocean. The development of a very clear pole with relatively independent players within that, definitely India being one of them. But it's very clear that India and China are never going to have a good relationship. In fact, it is now completely poisonous between the two sides. If America and the Atlantic do come together more strongly than it is now, especially on the military side, if Europe begins to become a genuine military player, then you have another element to that same. The question is, does Europe adopt the same stance towards China that it presently has towards Russia? And if India decides to do the same things towards Russia as it is now looking towards China, then automatically you have really divided, you have about 2/3 of the world right there aligned on one side. So those are the flips that you're going to have to watch out for. But I think multi-bipolarity is a pretty good description of where I think it's going.
Okay, well, I think we have to bring the proceedings to an end there. Very interesting discussion, very troubling, and makes me think that instead of having lunch, we should have a good stiff drink. But anyway, please join me in thanking our great panel for a terrifying discussion. Thank you. Thank you all.
Okay, well.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie, hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que los superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil.
The Latin American Reserve Fund, FLAR, is a regional financial arrangement that has been operating in Latin America for more than 40 years.
Currently, its members are Bolivia, Colombia, Costa Rica, Ecuador, Paraguay, Peru, Uruguay, Venezuela, and Chile.
Its main duties are to offer financial support for the balances of payments of its member countries and contribute to improve the investment conditions for their international reserves. Since its inception in 1978, FLAR has granted more than 50 loans to its member countries, and at certain times, it has lent them more funds than the International Monetary Fund. FLAR invests the funds not used to grant loans in international markets, and it holds deposits from central banks and other official entities. Likewise, FLAR has managed multiple investment portfolios and offers risk management services to some entities. As a regional financial arrangement, FLAR is part of the global financial safety net, along with the International Monetary Fund, financial arrangement in other regions in the world, and the country's international reserves. FLAR. Our purpose is to contribute to the well-being of Latin America and the Caribbean by promoting the macroeconomic and financial stability of the region.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que lo superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil. Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que lo superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil.
And welcome everyone back from lunch. I know it is an incredibly tough task to get you all back into swings after such a delightful hour and a half out of the room. I'm sure you're all happy to be back in the temperate climate we have in here. First of all, thanks to Jose for hosting. Thank you, Iker, for inviting me back to Cartagena, to this conference and to this very room. And of course, thank you to Antonio and to the rest of the FLA team for facilitating today's conference. And of course, it's a delight and a pleasure to be back. My name is Søren Elbæk. I am Global Head of Supranational Institutions at JP Morgan, which means I oversee the bank's coverage effort of supranational institutions, which is like multilateral development banks, international organizations that are like treaty-based, across all products and across the globe. I'm based in New York, so I spend most of my time with clients that are based in Washington, and then I partner with regional coverage bankers for those who are based in other regions. So in the case of FLA, I cover, which falls under my remit, I partner with Eugenio Alarcón, who sits in the office down here, a colleague of mine, who also then covers the other Latin American-based supranationals. I have the pleasure today of talking about something that is extremely dear to my heart, that is that the future is now. And of course, it is a tongue-in-cheek moniker, which I think we're going to hear a lot about from this distinguished panel I have. Before joining JP Morgan, I basically spent 25 years inside these multilateral development banks, supranational institutions myself, working in their treasury units. And I have myself been involved in various IT projects. Notably one I would mention is one when I, about 15 plus years ago, worked for the Norwegian Export Credit Bank. I arranged and basically designed and implemented an electronic platform called e-funding, which allowed export finance, as the institution was called, to tap predominantly the Japanese market for structured MTNs. And what I did was I basically moved an offline process online and allowed banks to log in, put together the details of a transaction they want to do for us, take pricing, take a mandate, and ultimately transact with us, create automated documentation, create the setup of information that was needed to get information into our treasury system, our accounting system, and so on. Also allowed our counterparty banks to do the same. It also, as I said, created automated documentation, both for the bond issue as well as for the swap confirmation. And I'm going to remind you all that this is 2004 to 2006 I did this, so way ahead of what exists today of technology and so on. I encountered so many issues along the way of how transactions are done deep down into the details and so on, which is something we're going to hear a lot about in the next hour. What astounds me is that today, this process that I was so ingrained with back then is by and large still the same process today. And when I looked at it 15 years ago, it was also the same process that has existed for a long time. So all efforts that have been done over the years to change fundamentally the process of how bond issues are done have been evolutionary, not so revolutionary. And this is where I link to the futures now, because I think what you're going to hear about now is initiatives that are being done by institutions like Agora, by European Investment Bank, and by TradeWeb to change the market as we know it, the processes as we know it, fundamentally, and how that's going to influence you, and what, of course, we need for partnerships in that regard. So with me today, the panel here is, as I mentioned, super distinguished. I'm going to ask each of them to introduce themselves and introduce the institution and what they're working on. It's about a 10-15 minute, we call it like bilateral fireside chat, where they will present, I'll ask some questions. And then after that, put it all together, combine the connected dots. Then, of course, want to hear from you all the questions and answers that you may have come up with. So to my left, to your right, Charlie Berman, who is the co-founder of Agora, DCM, or Agora, I think just the name, and he will now introduce himself. I want to say that Charlie's a legend. When I, many years ago, started doing the global bond format at the Inter-American Development Bank, it existed and it was there and I could make use of it. Charlie was at its creation. He was one of those who were there when this was something that was put together. So Charlie has been in capital markets working on transactions basically for the last, I'm not going to say it, Charlie, but 35 years. And which means that he can actually talk about this with a lot of authority about how to actually change this. To my right is Isolde. Isolde works for TradeWeb, where she is working on innovations into the trading capabilities of how markets function, and you're going to learn a lot about the status, but also trends of what's going on in electronification of trading. And last but not least, to her right is Eric Lamarck, who is Deputy Director General of Finance at the European Investment Bank in Luxembourg. And Eric, of course, is a veteran at this conference, so you probably, many of you met him before. And Eric is going to talk to us about how the European Investment Bank uses blockchain to do digital bond issues. But first, Charlie.
Zoran, thank you very, very much indeed. Mr. President, Iska, Antonio, thank you very much for having
Agora
me
is
at
building
your...
a unique end-to-end digital platform powered by smart contracts and distributed ledger technology.
Sorry, that was slightly premature. Again, thank you for having me here. I'm conscious of who this audience is, and there are actually a smattering of institutions that I would regard as old clients, new clients amongst the supranationals. So welcome everybody. Glad to be here. But a whole bunch of you who have no idea who I am. And I suppose the first thing I should say, given that Zoran started on it, I'm essentially was a banker for a very long time. 4 years ago, I left banking, and I set out to bring about the changes. I basically stole all of Zoran's ideas that he had when he was at Export Finance about making the market more automatic, improving processes, cutting times, increasing efficiencies. These were all the things that many of us in the banking industry had wanted to bring about for a very long time. And the reason I'm here today is that during the last 10 years, technologies have been developed which make the blueprint that Zoran and his colleagues set about creating all those years ago, enable us to make it a reality. So I want to start by showing you a very short animation that my colleagues and I put together actually about a year ago now to very quickly explain what we're doing at Agora. And after I've shown you that, then I will go into a bit more detail. So if you could roll the video, please.
Platform powered by smart contracts and distributed ledger technology to revolutionize the fixed income market. Global bond markets are vast, with a record $9.7 trillion of bonds and other debt issued in 2020. Despite technological advances, many processes have not really changed. The bond life cycle still comprises a multitude of work streams that have traditionally been split into separate silos, creating inefficient workflows and data segregation between multiple participants in the fixed income value chain. The Agora platform uses smart contracts and distributed ledger technology to seamlessly connect these silos, allowing existing market participants to communicate and share information on a confidential and permissioned basis. Agora Smart Securities are the future of fixed income, operating in a single, synchronized digital environment, eliminating costly data reconciliation and duplicative processes. They are not a new asset class, but are a digital representation of bonds as they exist today in compliance with existing market, legal, and regulatory practices. they move beyond existing securities by utilizing smart contracts to automate functionality. By embedding not only the static data, but also the logic to interpret the data, Agora Smart Securities will perform many planned lifecycle events, increasing straight-through processing rates. Agora's vision is to benefit the fixed income market by synchronizing users to data and logic, thereby minimizing complexity, increasing efficiency, and enhancing collaboration. Agora, market evolution for all.
So, in that animation, we use the term smart contracts, DLT, a lot. And I think that that is part of the, in presenting these ideas, part of the problem is starting with talk of blockchain and those other elements. The underlying technology is less important. What is important is what is the purpose? What is the result that we can achieve by changing things? And the part of the challenge in changing the way we do things is that the markets aren't broken. The markets function very, very well. It's just that they could function a lot better. And everybody who is working in this space is looking towards how do we improve on what we do today? How do we cut costs? How do we get away from repetitive processes where we are inputting and re-inputting the same data time and time again, and doing it within different data silos? So many of you in this room are either issuers of securities, but in the main, you're buyers of those securities. And the process through which you conduct that involves a long chain between the issue of service providers, between the issuer and the investor. We have the investment banks, we have the issuing and paying agents, the custodians, the CSDs, lawyers, all of these people. And the challenge that we have is how do we get people off from using Word documents and PDFs and emails which constantly require synchronization and reconciliation of that data time and time again. So the purpose of what we're doing at Agora is not so much to introduce new digital securities. That is something that will come in time, but rather it is to address the current processes for highly regulated markets to improve the rails and the pipes that are used.
Charlie, can I ask you a question?
Yes, of course.
So what you're talking about right now sounds eerily similar to what I was facing.
I told you I stole your ideas.
Exactly, indeed. Either I was not very good at implementing a solution for this, because this is the exact same conversation,
yes,
exact same words that you're using that I was facing in 2004 and 5 and 6 when I built this e-funding platform. So why is this time different? I mean, if we couldn't solve it then, why can we solve it now? Or is someone else going to sit here 15 years from now and then talking about these very issues again?
I think the answer to that is quite straightforward, but it does mean that I have to talk a little bit about technology, which, and I'm not a technologist, I'm a banker. So I've had to learn a lot about what is possible and what is practical in the last 4 years. It is, when I first started to get interested and I heard about distributed ledgers, I didn't understand any of it. When I started to dig deeper, there were some simple elements which resonated with me very strongly. In the world that I came from, as a banker, you have to have a lot of bilateral, confidential conversations with your clients, many of them. So this is Zoran's job now. He used to be on the other side of the table, where you are giving your best ideas and your thoughts to issuer A, and then you have issuer B, and the ideas may be similar, but you need to keep those conversations very clearly separate, and for everybody to understand that that is a bilateral confidential conversation. Now, for issuers, there's particularly the big frequent issuers, there's a challenge here. They get very well served by their banks, typically. I don't know, maybe, I don't know if you agree, Manuel, if that's the case. But they receive that information in a very unstructured way. Some of it may be coming with an email, which might have a PowerPoint attached to it, might have a Word document or a PDF. And they're ingesting lots of information, could be a Bloomberg message, which they then have to collate to compare and contrast the various opportunities that they have. Now, when I discovered the world of DLT, and I discovered in particular a particular type of DLT which was confidential and permissioned, I understood that we could conduct those private conversations between two parties very securely in that environment. But the really clever thing about DLT is at the point when an issuer decides it wants to do a deal, it needs to move from that bilateral confidential environment into a multilateral and shared one where all the parties can look at the same information at the same time, look at a single screen, a single place where everybody is viewing the same information, and agree things, change things, until you get to the deal that you all agree on doing. And at that point, you then need to be able to send that information to other people in the chain of service providers who make a bond happen. So, for example, Izzy is representing one of the most important trading venues on the globe. They need to receive precise information as soon as it's possible. Now, today, that information goes to something like TradeWeb on a printed document or an emailed PDF or a Word document, which then needs to be manually inputted into a system or machine read into that system. That's not a very efficient way of doing things. The same process is happening when that information needs to get to the CSD, the Central Securities Depository, where those bonds come into existence. Now today, that information is transferred in a very manual way. And the same is the case with the custodians, the people that hold your bonds. Wouldn't it be better if everybody was receiving that information as structured data, and they know it's all coming from the same golden source, so that everybody involved in the process is receiving that information without the need to manually input it, and you know that all your other service providers have exactly the same data entered into their systems. So we're not talking about one environment where everything happens. We need to have an environment in which the internal systems of each of the entities are respected, but that they are all using the same information. Now, distributed ledgers provide that opportunity. And the other really interesting aspect about this is that we are looking at the very notion of what a security is. So today, a security is totally dumb. It used to be very dumb in the old days because it was a printed piece of paper which would exist and be distributed to all the holders. And they would hold a physical certificate, whether that was in a bank vault or under their bed. Now, the first big change 50, 60 years ago was that those printed documents were immobilized. So instead of being distributed, they were all held in one central place. And then probably about 50 years ago, someone said, well, okay, if we're holding them all in one place, why do we need the certificates? Let's dematerialize that And so those bonds, instead of becoming printed certificates, became entries on an electronic ledger within a central securities depository. Since that incredibly important step, nothing's changed. We still basically now have the same processes, the same pipework that we had 40, 50 years ago. All that we're doing today and all that we're proposing is to bring those processes into the 21st century by saying that instead of everyone having a separate record of that security, that instrument, that trade, let's share that information and all work off the same source. If we're all using ledgers, we can also do something very important. We can take that inanimate, dumb financial instrument and we can make it smart. And what do I mean by that? I mean that we can feed it information. So for example, if it's a floating rate instrument, we can give that representation of that instrument what its floating rate index is, and it can calculate what its new coupon is. Take that a step further. Say if somebody wants to do a tap on an existing issue, something that Eric's team do all the time. How do we know that everybody is immediately notified that the size of that bond has now increased in size? If we make that security smart, we can feed that information into it. The reverse is true. If in the corporate market, or if we buy back a bond, how do you, as issuers, get in touch with you as the holders? That's a very complicated process. It needs a message going through custodians or with notices being published in newspapers. How much?
Charlie,
Sorry.
what is the value proposition?
The value proposition is that where we're heading, we cut down on errors. We cut down because we don't have manual inputting and re-inputting. We cut down on the need to synchronize and constantly reconcile everything. And ultimately, we get to the really sexy part, which is that we can cut settlement times from 2 days or whatever they are today. We can cut them to 0. Now, why does that matter? It doesn't necessarily. Why is that an important thing? It means that if we can get to that state, we can also tokenize the payment for those transactions and the legal transfer of those securities, and we can have that absolutely synchronized so there is no gap between those two events. Now today, the reason we have settlement times is that people need to make sure that money is in accounts and that title is being transferred. If we have a means for making sure that those two events can never happen unless completely synchronized, we substantially reduce counterparty risk. We eliminate it. We cut down the failure to deliver risk. All of these events which require people, everybody in the system, to hold additional capital. There are literally tens, probably hundreds of billions of capital wrapped up in our system because we do things in the same way that we did them 50 years ago that is just dead. It's a burden on everybody. So I think the value proposition is more efficiency, lower cost.
And thank you for this, because I think that is super important as we now move on to the other panelists, is to understand that there is actually a lot of value trapped in the existing processes, and what are the, as you have Agora working on the foundation of the market, on foundation of the process to change that, the plumbing as I call it, changing the plumbing. What are the people who then work on different parts of the plumbing, what are they actually doing to unlock that value that is trapped? And next I want to invite Eric to talk to us about EIB and its digital bond issuance on blockchain. Maybe introduce yourself first and then.
Thank you, Soren. My first remark was indeed, so audience may be surprised that apart from result, you have invited all dinosaurs in order to speak about high tech.
Talk about yourself here.
We will
as a
try
dinosaur.
to make it interesting, but I think that Charlie has set the scene. I think that it's very important to have a very sound banker background in order to know from where we are coming from and what do we want to achieve. And what is the value in that? I could give you a couple of examples, so I'm already deviating from what I should present. But one simple example. EIB has currently, okay, I should have started with myself, Eric Lamarck, Global Head of Capital Market and Funding, Treasury, everything, all the front offices of EIB. Back to my example. We've been confronted with ruble payments. EIB has still 2 outstanding bonds in ruble, with all the settlement issues and all the difficulties that we've seen since February. So we decided last week to buy back some of those bonds. And then indeed, you start with a simple problem. You may have identified with some of your big counterparts where are the big pockets of holders of your bonds, but you will never be sure to attract and to get the full bond. And then you go through a public offer, and you are passive, you pray, and you hope that every morning you will have some clients in your nets. So tomorrow, and indeed based on the new technology, and then I will focus on what we've done so far, we expect that, and again, coming from a public institution, all this technology, well used, is of public interest. Not only we will be able to save a lot of cost along the road, but we indeed secure, as you defined, Charlie, a lot of the operational risks that we are facing. Clearly, the payment versus delivery is one of the key topics. From my treasurer's hat, I could tell you that it may also help me to better manage my liquidity and possibly better secure my intraday liquidity risk. So the more you are focusing on what we can achieve, it's a very big topic. But I propose to start a little bit on a very pragmatic way on what we've done so far. Okay, setup. So EIB, yes, we like to be on the forefront of some innovations. We started 15 years ago with the climate awareness bonds without knowing that this will develop in such a market. We were about the front runners for all the IBORs and new rates. And indeed, we embarked in a few years ago in the blockchain and digitalization of bonds. Here again, for me, a digital bond or a token bond is not a new asset class. Sometimes I hear that it's a new asset class. I'm sorry, I can debate on that during the next coffee pause, but nobody will embark me on that story. So, public institution, we consider that EIB, due to its big size, big funding program, we issue always between 50 and 80 billion euros bonds every year, that we can put our structure available for banks or partners who would like to test in real life their concept. And we do so if indeed it makes sense from a public interest point of view. And in particular case that we will discuss now on the short bonds, 1 million euro, because again, we don't want to expose ourselves to big amounts of money. 2 years, very limited also in terms of duration. We embark with some lean managers, and particularly also with a central bank, Banque de France in that case, in order to integrate and to validate the CBDC, so central bank digital currency. Our aim was to really test something which goes above the simple testing with one entity and other entity. So, what are we discussing about? We wanted to have non-affiliated investors, and I will come back about that because then we discovered at the end of or during the life of the bonds some interesting points. We wanted to have and to use a public blockchain. Again, to be very pragmatic, something which is already available, a public blockchain. And an important point, we wanted also to test the secondary market. Again, when you are working in a laboratory, it's relatively easy to do one deal, and a lot of deals have been done just by the issuance. But we wanted even to go further on the secondary market. And this is the simplified structures of the transactions that you have here with the different partners engaged here. So key actors of the transaction. So you have the broker and the dealer, so the one who will be issuing if you want. You have the platform, because you need indeed a platform which provides the systems. We need a blockchain. The public blockchain used was Ethereum. We need a registrar and a settlement agent. And we go. So I'm sorry, though it's less dynamic than what Charlie proposed. But just make it very simple. So you have the investor who deposits the euro with the broker and dealer. Then you have a central bank, Banque de France in that case, creating the digital currency, which is put available to the broker-dealer in the form of a wallet, being a security wallet, and on the same side, on the same time, you have investors which need also an investor wallet. So at a certain time, you leave the cash transaction. When you go into digital currencies, we're discussing about wallets. And in that case, but you see that the rest of the picture is very clear. When you have the structure in place, when everything has been digitalized, everybody, so the issuer has an account, the investors have an account, and the money does not exist anymore in terms of transfer, it's digital currency. Then you can indeed proceed with a transfer, immediate transfer of the tokenized bonds with, same time, an exchange of digital currency. Then you leave the bubble, the circle, it goes through Banque de France who makes the compensation. The digital currency is being destroyed, and that was. This was the environment that we wanted to test here.
Eric, can I ask, how did the broker-dealers convert the euro deposited to the CBDC? How that, you say there's a broker-dealer CBDC wallet. That happened at Banque de France?
Yeah.
And did the broker-dealers transfer their cash to an account with the Banque de France?
Yeah, indeed. Indeed. And it was a job of the central bank to turn, when they have their deposits, they have turned and transformed everything into digital currency.
They tokenized.
Tokenized. The wallet had been created, and everything was allocated.
Can you talk about the timeline of this? I mean, what was the, how instantaneous was this? How quickly did this go? I mean, there's a chart, right? And it took you 2 minutes to go through the chart. Was this as fast as it took to do the bond?
We wanted to have it within 1 second. This was the dream. In fact, it lasted a couple of minutes in order to have all the deal being performed. So we could not achieve this instantaneous aim to have everything because all the pipelines, everything was a little bit new. So it was need a couple of minutes, so we could not definitively kill the operational risks we wanted to kill behind that. But we were almost there. Here, again, when you are looking at those kind of things, my comment, general comment, it looks very easy, very simple. But this is concrete. What you don't see here, and what people and bankers and let's say all the actors in this market do not see, is that the major work, apart from the technological work to be done in the different system and platform, for me, at my level, at our level, the biggest burden is the legal background. You have no idea how heavy it is to think about the full legal background which is behind that. Because in fact, even if we start from the existing processes that we master, jumping into a new area like that where you skip even some of the steps means that you really have to rethink the full scheme in terms of legal entities. One clear example was when we've seen, so we've done the transaction, but we wanted also to see some animation on the secondary market in order to be sure that even after the tokenization of the bonds, people were able to trade. And one stupid things that we did not imagine at the very first beginning is that when new investors are willing to buy your paper on the secondary market, they need first to have a wallet, just with the Banque de France. And in order to have a wallet, to settle the wallet, you have to pay fees. But from a legal perspective, nobody was keen, and nobody was even authorized in the market participants to pay in advance for something which has not been done. So we lost a certain time, and we had really to review all the schemes with the lawyers, and we were not able to solve it. How can you pay in advance for a service which has not been delivered? It's not standard. So we circumvent it, but we had also to change the documentation of the bonds in order for the broker-dealer, let's say, to pay in advance the cost of new investors and charge it when they were buying the bonds. It sounds very stupid, but you have indeed no clue of the kind of details we need to go through in order to have this kind of platform and transaction relatively watertight.
Eric, there are obviously many central bank investors in the room here and other official institutions. So knowing this audience is here and therefore potential buyers of paper and users of central bank digital currency, the lessons learned, in terms of participation from central banks, participation means you had the Banque de France, of course, but investor take-up of this. It was a relatively small issue. It's repaid 6 months from today, I presume, I think. Can you talk a little bit about investor engagement and how did you get investors to get to this?
Clearly, okay, this is a test, but the test clearly shows and validates what Charlie's told for investors, and so the transaction costs are dramatically reduced. The risks of any kind of settlement have been deleted. This was very efficient. All the double checks, everything which lasts and take a lot of time has been deleted. Lessons learned means that indeed having a public area where you have a multi-dealer issuance as we did, but we were, let's say, you have an area where all the dealers will be there, then you have this new market. But we are not there. We are not there because we are still in an environment of immature technologies. You still have many different opportunities and platforms. We are not in a unified world. We are not there, and it will last still a couple of years, not decades, but years, until we have a common platform. But it works. It works, meaning you can be a couple of dealers there, so we limited to 3 dealers, but could have invited more. You can have investors buying on the primary market. You can add investors being active on the secondary market. And everybody has indeed the same instantaneous information. For us, as an issuer, I see also a big advantage. I come back to my buyback, as you were mentioning. For us issuers, we will be able to know who is holding our bonds. if you need to discuss a buyback or whatever, you have a very good understanding on where your bonds are being located. But also, you have a very good understanding for a big issuer of how dynamic is your secondary market. How often are your bonds traded? What kind of bonds are traded? And it helps us also to take care about the shape of a secondary market. So again, when you start thinking about all the different advantages that all participants may gain, we are just at the beginning of the journey.
And I think that's a perfect segue to Isolde and Tradeweb, because I think you start out by saying, Eric, that once you had gotten to do the bond, you started thinking about the secondary market. And you say this now about knowing who holds your bonds is an incredible critical portion of you knowing what to do next if you want to, how to do liability management, for instance. And I think that is really the future is now. The future is already here. And Isolde, maybe you want to talk to us about how Tradeweb participates in the innovation and some trends you're seeing.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess I have to use the mic. Sorry that mine's not working. First off, I thought we were only going to talk for 10 minutes, so you guys all lied to me, so that's very fun. I feel like we're going over, so I'll try and be much faster for my presentation. But just listening to everyone on sort of the panel, the themes that sort of emerge for me, tell me what you guys think as well, but it's very much about technology and efficiency. And I want to sort of introduce Tradeweb and introduce myself and discuss kind of what we're doing in that secondary market trading, as you mentioned. But let's see if this works. And I'll get a little bit into market structure as well. No, see if you can push forward. Maybe we'll do without the slides. No? It's okay, I can do it without them, but well, hopefully they'll figure it out by this time. Just for background of what Tradeweb is, because actually as I've talked to many of you, not many people, there we go, know what Tradeweb is, but we were sort of created in 1996 with only 8 million in capital, and then today we're a public company traded on the NASDAQ. We have a 12.5, maybe after earnings today, 13 billion market cap, and we're this premier electronic marketplace for trading fixed income securities, credit, as well as some equities and ETFs. And I think it's quite interesting, actually, before I go into the electronification concept, just for some background on my career, because I think it's a nice analogy for how technology and electronification has taken hold and how that's evolving market structure and why Tradeweb is important and why Tradeweb can be important to your institutions. So for background, my background is not in emerging markets, it's not in rates, it's actually in credit. So I worked for over 10 years for a very small asset manager you've probably heard of called BlackRock. I traded investment grade corporate bonds at BlackRock for a really long time. I may look young, but I'm not that young. And I loved trading. I loved living and breathing the markets. I loved learning about bonds. But when I started trading, I realized that there wasn't a lot of use of technology. I understand that in fixed income markets, it's an over-the-counter marketplace, so it's a little bit more opaque. Maybe liquidity isn't the same as, call it, the equity markets. But I couldn't understand why no one was using technology to do very basic operational things or compliance-oriented things to speed up their workflow. So my generation grew up with the iPhone, right? So I think the iPhone came out in 2007. Someone may need to check me on that. But my generation embraced technology. We used technology in everything that we did. But when it came to trading investment-grade corporate bonds in the US for BlackRock, we weren't using a lot of it to do manual processes. So just the booking of trades, right? So just, I called my best relationship dealer. I'm trading a large, basket of risk or a large amount of bonds. And I have to sort of process that and manually book that. It was taking me 2.5 to 3 hours a day just doing that, right? And that's not really the way that in this day and age it should be working. So again, this is more than 10 years ago. But I started to search out technological solutions for that. And funny enough, although TradeWeb is very, very big in government bonds, US Treasuries, I actually asked them about whether they could build me something in the corporate bond space to electronically process these voice trades. And they did. And that was their first electronic protocol in the credit space. It was just a voice processing ticket, right? I didn't have to manually input a price or manually do that sort of operational, cumbersome booking that you're talking about if you have bad information. And so I took that 2.5 hours, or 2.5 to 3 hours that I was spending on this, down to like 5 minutes a day. So you can imagine that type of an influence in terms of efficiency. That's only one person, but imagine what that could apply to sort of your institution or your organization. And the funny thing too is I was the youngest trader on the desk at that time, and after I started doing this, every single one of the traders on my desk said, hey, how do you do that? Can you show me how to do that? I want to use that. And all of a sudden there were 20-year, 25-year veteran traders who were using technology in regular sort of day-to-day workflow. So I give you that example because I think it's a really nice analogy to how technology and electronification has very much taken hold in the fixed income marketplace, and I think is going to continue innovating. And maybe we're not obviously at the end. I think innovations just continue to happen. So let's see if this works. Oh, there we go. Doing it for me, thank you. So trends in trading electronification, and we've talked about it a lot on this panel. Why now? Why does it matter? I would argue that in the fixed income space, which I know a lot of this audience is invested in, has always been sort of modernizing. And we talked a little bit about the difference between sort of evolving or evolution versus revolution. It's always been happening in the fixed income space. But fixed income is different than the equity markets. And you probably all know this, but if I want to go trade a Microsoft stock, just a regular stock, there's one sort of stock for Microsoft that I can invest in. And I can do that over over the phone. There's sort of the NBBO, best bid and best offer. It's very liquid. It's very easy to do no matter where I am. But that's the equity market. In the fixed income market, you look at corporate bonds alone in sort of US investment grade and high yield, 45,000 different ISINs. And then, I talk a lot about the US, but if you think about the municipal bonds in the US, that's a million, right? There's too many types of securities, too many types of things that you can invest in. So we're not going to modernize the same way that the equity market is, but it's still going to happen, and it is happening. It's just happening in a different way. So I'll talk a little bit about protocol innovation, what we're doing at TradeWeb, what we really want to discuss with you about what we're doing. But I really like this chart, this top right-hand chart that I have on here. It's from a company in the US called Greenwich Associates. They do a lot of different polling of fixed income participants, market participants, mainly investment managers, traders, and they ask questions around what are you doing electronically or how much is being traded electronically. You can see in 2021, of the 700 different firms that they polled, and this is global, 45.9% of the volume of their secondary trades are being done electronically.
But that also means that 55% is still not done electronically.
Absolutely. And I mentioned that as well, but I do think we may not ever hit the same type of electronification that other equity markets or very, very liquid marketplaces see. We may not see that. And you can see that in the second slide as well. There's different sort of asset classes in terms of electronification in the asset classes, right? In the fixed income world. FX, very electronic. Mortgage-backed securities, very electronic. Some government bonds, and then you get a little bit lower as you go to corporate bonds and municipal bonds and,
Yeah, and I think this is what it goes back to my first comment to Charlie, was that when I started looking at this myself back, I think 15 plus years ago, things really haven't moved until now. And yeah, there's of course many more trades being done electronically, but we're still more than half of the secondary market of global capital markets is traded via the phone.
Yeah.
Is astounding to me, right? I mean, we talk about the amount of capital that is locked in double entry, or everybody has to type in a cash flow, and also, and it is us here in this room. This is a call to action, saying we need to get this to 90%, right? Because this is where we can use that capital for something much better than you know, for sure trapped in systems. So I'm astounded. So I'm definitely the trends I'm looking for to hear about is said Eric is working on blockchaining the bond market, which I think sounds like a great innovation. So on where's Tradeweb helping us go from the plumbing? We have blockchain. Let's get this line to go north quickly.
Yeah, and that's actually really very much what we want to talk to you about. I think for a lot of people, though, it is surprising just to see that 45% of the market is being traded electronically, because I think many people here may still, you know, engage in the market, look at investments, and actually trade them in a way that is still a way that we had done that 10 years ago. But so what we're doing at Tradeweb, let's see if this works. Whoever's controlling it, can we flip to the next one? Maybe not.
Someone has the clicker?
Whoever has the clicker. So what we're doing at Tradeweb, and what I think is the most important thing in terms of market structure evolution, is innovation in electronic trading protocols, right? So on the right-hand side of this slide, I actually show what we've done at Tradeweb in terms of innovative protocols. An electronic protocol is just a technological way to trade. So instead of doing these trades manually, like I described in the beginning, you can do them in a sort of electronic fashion. Many of these you've likely heard of. An RFQ, you can do that on other sort of electronic trading platforms that you know, maybe you have traded in that way before. That was our first one that we did with US Treasuries in 1998. But there's a multitude of other innovative things that have come about in the electronic space. So request for market, RFM, session-based trading, where people come together at one point in time and sort of trade things at a particular mid-price. There's A2A in the corporate bond market, where you can actually garner liquidity with counterparties that you don't even know. Counterparties that may want to do the opposing trade that you're doing, but it's a buy-side counterparty, or it's a counterparty in an entirely different region. And then the last one is portfolio trading, which is this brand new concept that's only about 4 years old, where you can actually collect thousands upon thousands of bonds and line items and package this together and do it in a sort of all or none fashion with one dealer at one point in time. It's very much like equity package sort of trading, but it's within the corporate bond space. And that's also going to come, obviously, to the rate space. So all of these innovations have allowed for, you know, evolution in market structure, changing liquidity, getting liquidity in ways that you didn't necessarily knew was possible. And the nice thing about Tradeweb, and actually one of the reasons I wanted to come to this company, is because they create trading solutions across the entire trade lifecycle. No matter who you are within that lifecycle, whether you're a portfolio manager or a research analyst who is looking at an investment but doesn't necessarily know the execution, all the way to sort of the post-trade, which we've talked a lot about, this operational, cumbersome process. Tradeweb creates solutions for every type of trade and every type of trader, which involves things like AIX, which is our automation engine, being able to say with these low-touch trades that don't need a lot of involvement of, you know, a human trader, it's I only want to execute this trade if this, and this sort of parameter happens. And all of these innovations actually have been led by clients. They haven't been led by us. So our best asset at Tradeweb is actually our clients, because the best ideas around workflow come actually from you guys. And that's, I think, why we're very excited to be here. And I know, go ahead.
Yeah, because I think we're coming towards the end, and I want to give the audience some time as well. But I think you're making an incredibly important point. So we have from Charlie heard about the plumbing, about how to actually fundamentally change the world that we all operate in, right? The securities markets and so on. And why? Because there's so much, capital trapped in this and too many errors and whatnot. We can be smarter, better. There's some next steps I think very important to touch upon as well. We hear from Eric about how a bond issuer is working to basically do instant settlement of bond issuances, where all the possibilities come from that. And we hear from TradeWeb about how secondary market is being facilitated. So bringing that together is, as I said, the future is here, but we also have an incredibly long way to go still, because more than half of the market is still not being traded like this. So this is where I want to invite you, the audience, to ask the panel here about, talk a little bit about, how are you yourselves getting into this, and why aren't this 100? Why isn't this 100%? And maybe have some poignant questions about what this is. And of course, I'm sure maybe someone is sitting here thinking, what is the climate change cost of all this electronification we're talking about? And I'm sure I can tell you they all have extremely poignant answers to that. But I wonder if anyone here in the audience has a question for the panel. Darren.
Hi, I'm Darren Stipe from AIB. The thought I had was a question around being an issuer or an investor as an end user. How do I know that I can invest in a new technology with confidence, since there is such a commitment in time and resources? Should I be waiting for some type of convergence, or where do I reach the point where it makes sense for me in that respect?
Do you mean in opposition to buying it the traditional way?
If I'm adopting a new technology that is one that is meant to lead to the efficiencies that we're talking about here today, when do I know that I can adopt a technology with confidence? I think there's a wide variety of technologies in play. Which one gives me the best bang for my buck? As I say, should I be waiting for a convergence? Should I be waiting for a market leader who really emerges as the one solution that does it for me? Or how do I know when to act?
As I ask my panelists to volunteer and answer for this, I reminded what Israel said about the generational changes that take place about consumer finance and consumer technology, that it seems that when we are faced as a consumer with having a new technology, we seem to not necessarily have those same qualms as to whether we should or shouldn't, or whether we should line up different apps before we choose which app we do. No, we take the apps as they come. So with that, I wonder if there's anyone in the panel who wants to volunteer. Well, Charlie, you look like you want to answer.
No, it's an incredibly good question, and people fall into the categories of, do I want to be a fast follower? Do I want to put my head up there and things? And I think it's, fortunately, there is a very broad spread of people that we talk to, people that want to be pioneers. I mean, Eric and EIB are huge pioneers as a major institution in saying, we're going to take a lead, we're going to look at these markets. And every organization is going to have to make that decision as to whether they want to shape the future or they just want to follow what other people decide. What I can say is that the technologies that we're developing, unlike consumer, you can launch an app and we can all download an app and be using it in 2 minutes. Sadly, when you're selling software that's going to be applied in highly regulated markets, used by huge financial institutions, we basically have to build incredibly robust industrial-grade technology before anyone's paid us a cent. So I've been doing this for 4 years. We've done 3 fundraisers, and we're about to go live on our main product. So we've had to spend an awful lot of money, and we started off with 3 things that we knew we had to get right. We had to understand the markets, and that we have because some of us were involved in them for a long time. We had to have incredibly robust technology which works, which is fast, it's resilient, and meets the standards of those required. And importantly, we had to be sure that what we were doing absolutely met the legal and regulatory requirements as they exist today, not tomorrow, not when some legislation's been changed, but today, and that everyone can buy and sell things or use them with complete confidence. So I think the decision today, Darren, to answer your question is whether you want to be a follower or a leader. There are going to be multiple technologies which will work. There isn't just going to be one. It isn't going to be a single one giant company that's going to do everything. Everybody's working hard to collaborate, to allow interoperability between different platforms. But we need people on my side of the fence who are willing to move now, help shape the future, and bring about these efficiencies. If we leave it to everyone else to do it, then companies like mine will go out of business, and we'll still be having this same platform in 10 years' time, talking about the same stuff.
Yeah, and I think that's the call to action from here. And my objective of hosting this panel was to create a sense of urgency about the future being here already, that the technologies exist and that they happen, and that basically if you're not participating, I mean, I think you're missing out. And I think that everyone here, as I said, either investors or bond issuers or regulators, market participants, and a lot of people in the industry that are there. I mean, I think the call to action to say we know there's a lot of good reasons for why we should do this. So let's all go back and take a look at our institutions and say, what can we do more to accelerate this trend? Ika, I'm mindful of time. We started late, so don't. I got that was this. I'm sorry, but thank you everyone for listening to this. Thank you to my distinguished panelists, to Charlie, to Eric, and to Iso for talking us through. I hope the objective of a call to action, creating a sense of urgency around technology and that the future is here, has been achieved. It is, I think, a coffee break, and of course we're extremely happy and passionate about this so that we can talk more over coffee if you like. Thank you all, and thank you to the panel. Oh.
Principle of Financial Innovation. I have the privilege to be here with actually two scientists that are the few of people that actually create the algorithms that are powering the future of finance. Samina Shah, Managing Director and Research at JP Morgan, and Peng, that is the Head of Machine Learning Strategies. Welcome, Samina, and the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Antonio, for the introduction. Hello, everybody. It's a pleasure to join you, albeit virtually. It would have been even a greater pleasure to join you in person, but we'll see next year, hopefully. We'll be able to meet each other in person. Let me begin with, if you could just give me a hands up on whether you're able to see my slides. And okay, I do see my own slides, so we're good. Thank you for having us today. And as Antonio mentioned, I'm a managing director at JP Morgan, where I have dual roles, one as an AI research executive, and I'm also the client onboarding chief transformation officer. The views I'll express today are my own, and not necessarily of my firm, but I do want to talk to you about what it takes to build AI technologies for enterprise scale and how firms can leverage AI to maximize the value you get out of it. With that, I'll pause just for a second for Peng to introduce himself, and then I'll jump into my section.
Okay, thank you very much, Samina. My name is Peng Cheng, and I lead the Big Data and AI Strategies research team here at JP Morgan. So we're part of JP Morgan Global Research, where we are facing clients, which are asset managers, hedge funds, et cetera, on the buy side. And what we do is we basically leverage modern statistics techniques as well as alternative and traditional data to help our clients generate alpha and solve problems.
Okay, great. So I'll jump into my section first. So I've been an AI technologist and I've been working in the industry for a long time. And one of the things I noticed was, when we create technologies, often there could be people who are motivated by algorithmic side versus people who are more motivated by the problem side. So I coined this term, which I call task-centric AI. And the hypothesis there is that the task is actually the winner. It's not necessarily data. It's not necessarily algorithms. It's not necessarily the human expertise or the path that the humans have taken till now, but it is a convergence. And all of that convergence needs to come together and orchestrate in different ways to finally solve the purpose. And the purpose could be achieved in many different paths. And finally, the AI problem is a creativity problem in which we explore different paths to finally achieve the purpose in the best, most optimal manner. So I want to make the case for that, and I'll give you a couple of examples. So the first one, I want to talk about a use case, which is a little bit counterintuitive. It talks about when you have the same data, but a slightly different version of the problem statement, and how our approach and algorithms to solve that problem could lead to very different solutions. So this was a case that we had when early last year, we had a lot of interest from retail traders, and people in our firm started noticing that there was a lot of interest from retail traders, and we wanted to protect ourselves from a risk perspective. So the question was, how could we find in an automated way that people are, quote unquote, going to be rallying around certain stocks, and then could we put risk mitigation practices in place to protect the firm? So in general, if we think about how to look at Reddit or Twitter or social media content, one thinks about, we could put in some feeds to listen to those streams. We could infer sentiment, we could infer volume, and then come up with some indicators that could indicate to traders or to quants that, hey, these are the ones that seem to have the highest activity and the highest sentiment, things like that. Now, while extracting sentiment from microtext and from the lingo that is associated with Twitter and Reddit is a hard problem. It's not an impossible problem. And people have created algorithms that can do those things. So we first went with that version of our algorithm and our system, but then the challenge was that we needed to have risk mitigation in place by the time the indicator became solid enough or accurate enough for our quants and traders to be able to put risk mitigation in practice. So then we revised the problem statement to be that not only would we needed to know which are the potential stocks, but we also needed to have a leading indicator that allowed us to put this risk mitigation in practice. So just with this one word slight variation of leading indicator, then the problem becomes different. And then you start thinking, how can you get to a leading indicator? And then the problem becomes, you really have to think about human behavior. And you have to think about who are the key influencers that when start chiming in to those conversations or start saying things, one can estimate that the crowd is going to rally around them. So then the problem then becomes of a find the influencer problem as opposed to what the masses are saying, because by the time masses agree, we might already be too late. So then we revised our algorithm to be more in line with, find the leading indicators and then alert. And our quant team helped us put in a prediction of short squeeze over those signals. And then our traders were able to put risk mitigation in practice very quickly. And this was one of the reasons cited why JP Morgan had won the Risk Magazine's House of the Year award, which was quite exciting for us to see. Now, I'll go on to a second use case, which is again a counterintuitive use case. So as you can see, I chose all the examples that, were counterintuitive. Maybe it's not, and then that would be a good conversation to have as well. So the other thing is people always think like, I cannot do AI because I don't have data. So I want to make the case for no, even if we don't have data, we can still do AI. And we'll talk about one use case. So and then before I jump into the use case, I also want to draw your attention to that if we think about AI broadly, one of the most famous ways of teaching AI is learning from data, which we often also call machine learning, but there are many different ways of learning. And we can train AI systems doing many different things like learning from instruction, learning from feedback, learning from imitation, learning from rules, and learning from reinforcement learning like critics. So, and even within learning from data, there are many different approaches. Some of them use very little to no data. So it's a pretty broad spectrum of what we can train AI systems from, not just necessarily large amounts of labeled data per se. Because we could have like no labeled data, we could have only passive data, and many of those techniques could be quite useful depending on the task we have at hand. So one size doesn't fit all. So with that, I want to make a case for when there is no labeled data, then could we still learn? So one such example, which you may also find in your operating environment, is the case where the task is complex that humans are doing, and it may take vast amount of time for humans to actually label and state that this is the thing or aspect that typically a learning system would require. So one such case is, let's say we want to create a sophisticated AI engine that can understand text, it can understand what something means, and maybe for context, we also want that system to understand that, hey, this is the title, this is boldface, this has some meaning, this is where the section ends, this is where a new section begins. Hence, this is kind of information that's together, and this is information that's separate. This is the title. Title usually contains a punchline, which the rest of the paragraph is talking about. And we want to feed all of that information to AI system. Now, the challenge, of course, is titles could be written in many different ways. Segments could be written in many different ways. Documents come in many shapes and sizes. So how do we tell a system? One approach is we could hire lots and lots of humans, and they could keep like marking out boundaries for sections, for titles, headers, footers, which is very boring task. Nobody wants to do those things. And it was also very time consuming. So the idea was, could we use completely synthetic documents and synthetic labels? So what my members in my team did was that these documents could also be generated by AI. And if we are generating documents, which AI can do today, and we also parameterize and say, hey, put a section or put a title, put a footer in this specific location, we automatically know what is the accurate segment, section, phrasing for that document that we are generating. So it's kind of a counterintuitive idea that we first parameterize all the aspects of a document like header, title, section noting, footer, tables, charts, diagrams, pictures, and then we generate a number of documents based on those. And since we are generating all of these aspects, we know exactly what is placed where. Then once we generate lots and lots of documents like this, and we know that this is where each of these aspects is, we use those as label data to then test on new and real functions that NLP or AI actually has to do. So in this case, since our machine is automatically generating different, like sections in the documents, phrasing, all of these are controlled by machine, and you can make them as diverse as your use case requires. You can even make it a different language. You could even make it different colors. You could even make it noisy of what could be like true representation of documents that you actually get in real life in your enterprise. Sometimes people send scans, sometimes images have like a bleed through. So all of these things can also be part of the parameters we give to AI. And then it could be also very different type of document type. These need not be articles. These could be forms. These could be different types of resumes. It could be articles. It could be anything that your task requires. So once we have trained this, once we have generated, once we have captured the labeled from these completely synthetic documents, nothing to do with the actual task, then we use those to test on real documents. So in this case, these are real results of what we found on real documents after we had trained on synthetic documents. And we found that there was negligible difference between human labeled and real documents versus completely synthetically generated by AI documents and completely synthetically labeled, which is very, very powerful and counterintuitive that you could create AI systems as effective based simply on synthetic documents and synthetic labels. I'll pause for reflections, and if there are no immediate questions, I'll pass it on to Peng by wrapping it up and saying that finally the AI value in enterprises is a task value, because that's what finally our organizations are doing. We are solving tasks. Our human cognitive tasks need to be solved by bringing different algorithms together, orchestration of algorithms, human domain expertise that we need to capture, and the tech stack. And once we add data, of course, and with data may be or may not be there, we need to explore for different use cases. But once we bring that and go after the task, then we can achieve the maximal value from whatever the use case we are trying to achieve it for. And with that, I'll pass it on to Peng.
Thank you very much, Samina.
Thank you, Samina. Yeah, so I will share my screen here. And I have my presentation as well. So I will just put it onto the full screen. So from my perspective, I will discuss where we apply AI for investing from 3 different areas. So in terms of the signal generation, risk forecasting, and portfolio optimization, and with one use case in each criteria, then hopefully you can see there are broad applications of AI in the life cycle of the investment process. So first, let's talk about signal generation. And I would say that in this area, the overwhelming dominant development has been natural language processing. And that has basically revolutionized how we look at unstructured text documents. So at JP Morgan Research, we have our own proprietary NLP engine. We call it the Smart Buzz. It is based on an open source Google NLP engine called BERT. However, we train this NLP engine on JP Morgan proprietary data, which are basically JP Morgan research reports over the last 10 years. So there are over 1 million JP Morgan research reports written by our analysts. And we continue to update this NLP engine every 3 months. And what are the advantages of using JP Morgan proprietary data for training the existing NLP engine? I think one of the biggest advantages is that it makes this NLP engine domain specific, so that when the engine looks at a word, simply something like OW, it knows that it means overweight, and it means a positive term to buy, as opposed to describing, someone's body, right? UW, underweight, so it's a bearish term. Or Apple is associated with iPhone and not some fruit. So that is one of the biggest advantages. And secondly, labeling is a huge challenge as well, because it always involves human participation in labeling the document, whether something is positive or negative. But with JP Morgan Research reports, actually, we have already expert level labeling from JP Morgan analysts, because in a lot of these reports, it's already been labeled an overweight report or underweight report. So we know that, okay, words that appear in an overweight report probably tends to be more positive, and vice versa for the ones that are labeled underweight. So, that makes us very, very happy with our Smart Buzz engine. And therefore, as you can imagine, there are a bunch of things you can do with it. But I will just show you one example, which is analyzing earnings call transcripts, the sentiment within it, and then what kind of alpha can be generated. So basically, the chart on the left shows you the the performance of stocks, where we classify them as positive on earnings day based on the earnings call transcript, or negative earnings call transcript. And basically, as you can see, if we go long the stocks that have positive earnings call transcript and go short the stocks with negative ones, then after 10 days, we'll see a performance spread of 95 basis points between the two cohorts. So, it's quite a statistically and economically significant number. And if you incorporate the Q&A section of the earnings call transcript as well, whereas, previously we've only included management discussion, right? Then the information content is even greater, so that after 10 days, the more positive companies outperform the negative companies by 177 basis points. And this, as you can imagine, can be applied to companies around the world, and we do find globally there's significance in analyzing earnings call transcripts. And of course, it doesn't stop there. Like, there are different types of corpuses that we can analyze. We can analyze not only the earnings call transcript, but also company news, social media sentiment, as Samina described. But actually, one of the highest demanded item from our clients is analyzing Fed minutes or central bank press conferences, because as we all know, recently the messages sent by central bank has been the main driver of market directions. So people are very interested in seeing the same analysis applied to central bank messages as well, and that is something that we're working on. And we make this available to clients in an interactive format. So you can go onto JP Morgan Research website, and then you'll be able to put in paragraphs of up to 30,000 characters, and we'll analyze the sentiment for you. So you can paste in earnings call transcripts in real time into our NLP engine, and then we'll be able to tell you a score between +1 and -1, whether this paragraph is positive or negative sentiment. But we also go down to the sentence level, where you can see in each and every sentence, whether the what sentences make this paragraph positive, what sentences make this paragraph negative. So it's a very, very intuitive and interpretable NLP engine. So that's basically what we found to be the most effective application of machine learning and AI in alpha generation, in signal generation, largely natural language processing. And then we move on to risk forecasting. And over here, actually, I describe a case of volatility forecasting. And I actually think that in terms of machine learning techniques, forecasting volatility and risk is actually the more natural application. And we have done that in this specific case by identifying volatility regimes. And when we talk about volatility regimes, we tend to talk about, okay, the market is in a high vol regime or a low vol regime, right? But what we found is if we apply machine learning techniques to the VIX, we will be able to identify 3 regimes, low, medium, and high. So we find that VIX is in a low vol regime when it is below 15. When it's between 15 and 21, it is in a medium vol regime. And when it's above 21, it is in a high vol regime. So how do we arrive at these boundaries? We apply a hidden Markov model to the time series of the VIX. And basically, we're able to decompose the distribution of the VIX levels into a mixture of 3 log normal distributions, as you can see on the right. So in other words, from one big distribution, we're able to, based on time series information as well as the level information, back out 3 separate groups where VIX behaves differently. And and as you can see on the left, here's the regime classification of VIX over the long run. And as you can imagine, over the last year and a half, VIX has stayed in the high volatility regime. So maybe you'll say, well, that's pretty obvious. I can look at the VIX and I will see, where VIX is, right? And I can tell you if it's a high vol or low vol regime, what's the value in this? So I would say that a lot of value come from, where determining the boundaries. If VIX is at 21 or 22, is it in a high vol regime or is it in a low vol regime? So that's what the model will tell you. And then, what could be the applications of regime identification? First of all, it is for risk management, right? Because you may want to allocate to safer assets when volatility is high, and more aggressive assets when volatility is low. It also tells you about liquidity conditions, because volatility is one of the biggest input variables into market makers' liquidity provision model. So in high volatility regime, we generally find poor liquidity, and in low volatility regime, we find good liquidity. And finally, it informs about strategy performance. So here I said volatility strategy performance. So actually counterintuitively, in high vol regimes, long volatility strategies outperform, and in low vol regimes, short volatility strategy outperform. Okay, but actually it can be applied to a broader set of strategies. And because, as I just mentioned, in high vol regimes, liquidity conditions tends to be poor. So strategies which supply liquidity to the market in high vol regimes produces excessive economic returns, whereas they do not when liquidity is high and volatility is low. So we've done extensive studies on this and found strong empirical evidence. And lastly, applications of AI can also be found in portfolio construction and optimization as well. So over here, I would just use one example, which is when applied to a hierarchical risk parity portfolio. So risk parity portfolio, as you know, are basically portfolios that allocate to assets based on the inverse of their volatility, right? However, in this simplistic version, correlation is not taken into account. So let's say if I have a portfolio of 3 assets, equities, government bond, and investment corporate bond, it's not appropriate to simply calculate their volatility and allocate according to the inverse of their volatility, because government bond and investment corporate bonds are highly correlated. So if you do that without consideration of correlation, you're likely to over-allocate to these 2 asset classes versus equity. What hierarchical risk parity does is that it accounts for the correlation between groups. So let's say, it will see corporate bonds and government bonds have a high correlation, and therefore first allocate in a risk parity scheme within this group, and then allocate between equities and this fixed income group as 2 assets. So over here, of course, the question is, how do we identify the groupings? Generally speaking, in equities, or even in, let's say, corporate bonds, what we would do is simply look at, let's say, sector classification. But actually, sector classification, when you think about it, is quite an arbitrary determination. A lot of times, what we find is that companies in very, very different sector groups can behave very, very similarly. Let me give you an example. So in the US, technology companies in the last decade has done extremely well, right? I mean, just to name a few things like Netflix, Meta, et cetera, right? In Europe, however, there's been an absence of technology companies. But we found that luxury goods companies exhibit the same kind of risk and return characteristics, or very similar risk and return characteristics as technology companies. So Louis Vuitton, Kering, for example, behave very similarly to Netflix throughout market conditions, okay? And they belong to totally different sectors and regions. But what we do is when we apply machine learning techniques to group these stocks agnostically and then apply hierarchical risk parity, what we find is that the performance of the portfolios, of the resulting portfolios, is almost universally stronger than if we use sectors as a classification. And that is basically what is shown in the lower bar charts. The black bar is the Sharpe ratio of a hierarchical risk performance, hierarchical risk parity portfolio based on sectors. and the blue bars are all of the other, machine learning based clustering techniques. And you can see that almost universally, machine learning outperforms traditional sector classification. So, that's just a very, very simple example of how machine learning is applied in portfolio construction. So overall, to summarize, machine learning and AI applications can be found throughout the life cycles of portfolio management, from signal generation to risk forecasting to portfolio construction. And I haven't even got to analysis of market microstructure or execution, where it's a very active area as well. So we think there's huge potential in machine learning, in AI, in finance, and we'll continue to dedicate effort and resources into helping our clients deploying these techniques in their investment process.
Thank you very, very much. Samina, I would like to ask you about what are your take on future generation AI? For example, we are seeing like the first commercial application of this natural language processing, and then we are starting with all this fashion of generating like images. So what to expect next? What do you think the next generation AI will look like?
I think in some ways, we have been on this journey for a while. I think if we look at the cognitive kind of spectrum of the tasks that AI could do, which were more rule-based. So rule-based on one side of the spectrum, and highly cognitive tasks and decision-making on the right end of the spectrum. I think slowly, and maybe like sometimes with bursts or jumps, AI has been taking more and more of the work that humans have been doing and changing the nature of the work. And I think that trend will continue. I think in terms of change, what we are seeing now is one, that there need to be a convergence between symbolic methods, which capture human expertise, domain expertise, how something needs to happen with controls. So all of those constraints need to be part of the equation, plus the sophistication of the algorithms. And I think those two sides will come together to make these methods in conjunction even more useful for enterprise applications. So I think that's another. I think this constraint about data, I think with synthetic data, gets mitigated quite a bit, which is an exciting kind of innovation. I think that will unleash a number of use cases that were previously unreachable. A lot of the synthetic data use cases are also, to your point, in images and vision and documents, also in PII types of things in which we previously couldn't operate because it was really private information. But now I think with the advent of synthetic data, it can be created and one can explore more methods and more use cases in those spaces also. For example, one of the things I think, that Amazon Go uses, or, in capturing how a person is picking up some object from their grocery stores, that type of, label data or that type of data, nobody could actually create that, hey, you now pose in this particular way, or now you approach in this particular way. Like, it's not even like cognitively possible. So those tasks we were previously thinking are highly cognitive tasks and we cannot teach AI. But now what happens is that we can curate these data sets in a way that we want and teach AI to now do those use cases also with high enough accuracy that were previously not possible. I think with the advent of large language models, and as Peng was also saying, what has also happened is that we have come above the threshold for what is acceptable from an accuracy and risk acceptance perspective. So I think those types of tasks will become more and more automated as well. And I think finally, the aspect around fairness and bias, I think there's a lot of great conversation and new methods that are coming in. And we also work quite a bit in those areas. I think those will also enable a lot of use cases to, one, ensure robustness of AI across a number of different test cases. and also from a bias and legal perspective, prove that these methods are actually like fair or fairer than what we have been doing as humans.
Thank you very much. And I have a very technical question, like to Penn, about the feature engineering and the problems of applying this like to financial time series. And because I think machine learning is we can sort of do a reverse engineering to detect the pattern, and we already know the output. I think that's the challenge in financial time series, because sometimes we didn't know the output, and we don't know how to label that data. How you are starting to solving that kind of problems, Ben?
You mean like how to avoid overfitting, or like avoid prior beliefs contaminating data? Is that your question?
Yes, and more related about the special treatment of financial time series, because it's not like working, for example, with other kind of data that we have, like in other industries, like detecting, I don't know, consumer patterns or things like that.
Okay, understood. Yeah, so financial time series. So as I said, generally speaking, there are different types of financial time series, and existing machine learning models and architectures tend to work well with time series that exhibit strong memory. So that means basically volatility and risk. So, generally speaking, we find, as I mentioned, we actually find that existing architectures in, neural network, deep learning, work extremely well with volatility forecasting. So that's one part. And then secondly, what about all these other time series, right? In terms of returns, then over there you will have to be very, very careful, because, as Samina said, actually, there's not that much data in terms of return time series. If you think about even the S&P itself, if you just look at the daily returns going back, maybe about 80 years is available, but that pales in comparison to, the kind of data that is available to, let's say, technology companies. Okay, so over there, I think, generally speaking, you need models that are relatively less data intensive, or you have to have very good prior modeling to make sure that you don't overfit. So that's kind of what I would say now. And then moving on to the third type of data, which is higher frequency data. Then over there, things change a little bit again, because when you go to the intraday level, then generally speaking, fundamentals don't change as much. So you actually go from an open system where you have all this news, all this fundamental information, to a more closed system where only supply and demand drives the price action. So over there, actually, machine learning becomes more applicable again. So we've seen pretty active applications of machine learning on tick level data, order book data. So yeah, I think just in short, the answer is, depending on what time series you have to choose the right architecture. And a lot of times, maybe it's machine learning is not a good fit for some of this data, then don't force yourself to use machine learning methods.
Thank you. We are running short of time, and there is a question from the audience. Jose Manuel.
Desion, I have 3 questions, but I will be very, very short on all of them. The first one is what is the potential use of synthetic data in order to make available to the public or to the researchers or to the firms data that is confidential from the central banks? This is one option that we are exploring, and I would like to know your opinion. The second one is, what is the performance of these use cases that you are doing compared with techniques from quantum analytics that could improve some of the results? That is, how do you see the competence between artificial intelligence and quantum computing? And the third one is, most of the cases that you mentioned has not this problem, but some use cases, like for example, credit scoring, have problems with GDPR requirements and so on, and most of the problems are related with the interpretability of these models. Then what is your assessment of the interpretability techniques for machine learning?
I can take those. For your first question, absolutely, and I think that is one of our motivations also. That we did find that there is a gap between external academic research and being applied to financial problems. So many of the synthetic data sets that we are generating that have nothing to do with the real data or real customer data, I should say, we are actually exposing for external use. So if there is a need, please reach out to me. There are some that we have already open sourced, and we have the ability to share. And if others, like we do collect, like if there is a more interest from the open science community and research community to work on certain problems. We have also published our paper in top AI journals and conferences. So some of the techniques also we have open sourced and as part of that medium for other people to build on that science. To your second question was around, it was PII data, right? For GDPR concerns and things like that. Sorry, I didn't take notes.
The second one is on quantum computing.
Yes. Yeah, that was a hard question. So I was trying to, cleverly jump over it. But you caught me. Just kidding. So quantum, yes, absolutely. So we do have actually people in our group who do work with quantum researchers as well. And there is it's more from, I think, NLP, some of the techniques people are now trying to deploy on quantum computers and things like that. It's early days. I think for now, my job is safe. AI is here to stay. So I'm not becoming a quantum researcher in the next 5 years. But I think, there is definitely convergence of technologies, which we should be cognizant about. I think also there are very exciting developments in the technology area. And usually the convergence of these technologies do unleash the next wave. So that, is definitely something we are also thinking about. And then PII, absolutely. I think that is also where synthetic data can absolutely help. And I think from also a fairness and bias perspective, the other kind of thing that we are also working towards is if that could be based as part of the optimization function and parameters to then generate data that actually mitigates bias in the data itself, and then later helps the algorithms and the output performance also. So now we are also trying to establish back that loop, which I think will be an exciting paradigm to go after, because it is often hard to change human behavior. And I think my personal opinion is it is easier to change AI algorithms. So if we can do that, I think that will also enable better decision-making in future and standardization.
Thank you very much. Sadly, we ran out of time, and it was a pleasure to have this conversation with both of you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Durante la pandemia, muchos de nosotros, incluido yo, tan solo teníamos el más ferviente deseo y casi que único objetivo de volver a como todo era antes. Ahora, visto dónde estamos, para mí resulta obvio que afortunadamente nos equivocamos. Como especie hemos probado que si recibimos un golpe, no simplemente nos levantamos y seguimos, lo que representa el concepto de resiliencia, sino que lo superamos, evolucionamos y sobrepasamos las fronteras que antes nos limitaban. Resurgimos más fuertes, con más experiencia, más sabios, más versátiles, mejores. Esto es antifragilidad o lo que algunos llaman resiliencia 2.0. De eso se trata esta nueva edición, la número 36 de nuestra conferencia de bancos centrales e instituciones oficiales. Este evento híbrido es una prueba de nuestra antifragilidad. Salimos de la pandemia fortalecidos, más experimentados, más versátiles y con la capacidad de llevar nuestro mensaje a una audiencia más amplia y más diversa. Y todo ello gracias a nuestro nuevo superpoder como sociedad, que es el trabajo remoto, y toda la tecnología y procesos que lo hacen posible. ¿Qué nos deparan los mercados, la economía, la política, la geopolítica, la disrupción tecnológica, el cambio climático, la diversidad y el futuro del trabajo, entre otros? Grandes preguntas. Estos y otros temas serán los que exploraremos en nuestra conferencia. Nuestra invitación es que aprovechen esta oportunidad única de escuchar directamente de líderes de primera línea qué cabe esperar del planeta en los meses y años por venir. Yo pienso que esto es lo más cercano que muchos de nosotros vamos a estar a tener una bola de cristal para ayudarnos a tomar decisiones acertadas que nos permitan guiar nuestros barcos a buen puerto. Acompáñenos en esta nueva etapa de este fascinante y siempre cambiante viaje. Nos vemos en nuestra conferencia Resiliencia 2.0 hacia una gestión de reservas antifrágil.
part of the question that we were trying to answer as we were preparing for the session is, okay, so we have diversity, we have the future of work, and then previous to this, we also have all these, the future is now with this artificial intelligence, blockchain, automation, and the like, and what effect that has on society, on work, on people. So it is a very rich and complex conversation. We had a great conversation over lunch. I wish we would have recorded that and just play it over to you, and that would make our life a lot simpler. But hopefully we can recreate that spirit. I can assure you that at the end of that conversation, that's pretty much why we started a bit late. We really lost track of time. It was a very, very engaging conversation. So I'm gonna start by introducing Estela. She's an author on these subjects of future of work, diversity, and the like. She, in particular, has very insightful and innovative ways to think about the subject. For those of you that did not get the book, I think we still have probably one or two. If you're interested, extremely engaging reading. And so I'm not gonna spoil much. I'm just gonna have Stella please introduce yourself and tell us about your perspectives on the subject.
First of all, thank you, Iker. Thank you, Jim, for a great lunch. And I think we also had multiple conversations before then that were just as engaging. And as we will discover in today's session, it's a bottomless topic. I think there's so much complexity when it comes to human and relationship to work, and the technology's impact on us as individuals, on workers, on organizations, on societies at large. It has dramatic impact not only on our well-being, on our mental health, on our sense in the world and presence in the world, and it matters to us. So to me, as someone who comes from a math and computer science, very quantitative background, I found myself in HR as a fish out of water, but I never looked back otherwise. To me, it felt this is a place where I can relate to the changes I'm making and how that may impact humans. To me, technology and analytics and a lot of the innovation that is happening in the world at the moment is an exciting wave that has potential for negative impact, but also has tremendous opportunities for making a positive impact on us as humans. So I do a lot of currently work on the topic of technology impact on human beings, on the workplace, and diversity and potential bias and disparities that a lot of these innovative solutions are bringing to the world of work. I also consult a lot of VCs and startups. To me, that feels an adequate way and place to catch them early before some of these technologies will have a negative downstream impact on human beings. I also teach the next generation of HR leaders on how they can think differently about the world of work and the opportunities and the responsibility that they have on shaping the work environment in a positive way. I have a lot more to dive into, but I'd love to offer the opportunity to Jim to introduce himself.
Well, maybe let me briefly introduce Jim before he gets into more detail. But Jim is an extremely accomplished businessman and entrepreneur, and also very engaged in the community and the cause. So it is an honor to have you with us to talk about this subject.
Thank you so much, Iker. Did I get the name right? I messed up.
Iker.
Iker. I mispronounce your name every third time I mention it. It's just an amazing pleasure for me to be here and speak with this group. I've got to thank my colleague, Paul Yaunis, for introducing me to this amazing group. And really to talk about this subject that I care about a lot. I talk a lot about, and some folks have already mentioned that they've seen some of the videos and in the US that I've done on this topic. My background is simply I am an entrepreneur, a businessman in the United States, born and raised there in Chicago. Yes, the home of Michael Jordan, if everybody, that's the guy everybody knows. And I'm an investment banker, which I've been in my entire career. I own an investment bank, Loop Capital Markets, which is what brings us here and Paul here. And we have a global presence of every product, including fixed income products, equity products, infrastructure products, real estate products, asset management products, and the like. But diversity is a main hallmark of our firm, and diversity is singularly one of the most important issues in the United States. There's not any that's any bigger than that. Some of you may think, investments and technology and infrastructure and investment banking and the like, but it's really this balance in the US of diversity. Now, mind you, I do travel a lot outside of the US, and there is no country that has the specific issues that the United States has. Nor is there a country that has grappled with the issues that we deal with in the United States as it pertains to diversity. The definition in the United States has changed and affects people and issues that you just don't necessarily have in Colombia, in Brazil, in Latin America as a whole, in China, in Japan. You name the country, you don't have it. But the United States is made up of a country. The entire country are groups of people from someplace else. They say that the United States was discovered in 1492 by a gentleman by the name of Christopher Columbus. Except there were a group of people in the United States when he got there called the American Indians. They were the first Americans. And from that auspicious start, immigration after immigration after immigration after immigration, you had what became a country. But when you took all of the generations of immigrants that came to the US, some that came willingly, some that came not so willingly, like my ancestors obviously came over on the 1600s on slave ships, and you had a Latino population that largely in the very beginning came over to work the farms and work the fields. And you had women that largely weren't permitted to work at all or vote at all. And you had Asians that were locked up in World War II. If you were Japanese, you got picked up and locked up just because you were Japanese Americans. So we had a lot of things in the US that made us address diversity quite differently. I think there are some, and as we discuss it, and Stella and Ikor and I talked a lot about it, there's going to be a lot of points that come across that are very relevant for your countries. As I travel through your countries, and I see the discrimination in every country between groups based on certain regions, your economic class, what your parents did, where you were born, your skin color. And so it is really interesting so that you can kind of hear what we have gone through in the US and how we deal with it and what's applicable for the countries that are present in this room. So I think when we think about it, it certainly will not be a one-size-fits-all because we are on the extreme end of diversity in the US, where every different racial group has to have a seat at the table. It's the law. If you do business with the United States government, you have to have a diverse workforce. If you have a contract with the United States government, there has to be diversity as a part of that contract. At state and local governments, you are not permitted to have certain contracts unless you either have diverse workers or a diverse partner on your team. If you're a Latin American country, a company expecting to relocate or domicile in the US, you have to be aware of the US laws, rules, and regulations around diversity. If you work for an American company in Colombia, but that is based in America, they have to be aware of the Colombian customs and the issues in the US. They may have to make sure that what goes on in Colombia doesn't necessarily conflict with what the rules are in the US. So it's an amazing issue, topic, and I think we're going to have a wide-ranging discussion on the applications therein, but I think it'll be very exciting. So I'll stop there.
Before you ask the next question, can I,
Sure.
that was the dynamics with you, yes, and can I expand the definition of diversity too? So think about physical or cognitive abilities. About a quarter of the world population has had temporary or permanent disability. And that's not just physical disabilities, but also mental limitations, or I would call them diverse abilities, right? These are people who may have different capacities, different preferences, different styles, but they may not perform as expected during job interviews. They may not perform as expected during job performance. And the more we can try to narrow down the definition of what a successful candidate or a successful employee looks like to this bell curve, the more we will exclude those individuals from the economic participation, from having a financial sustainability. So there's a lot of opportunities when we think about labor shortages. It's not that we necessarily do have some of those labor shortages, we're just not creating pathways for them to get included in the economic well-being and development. Another example, people who may not necessarily have the same experiences, right? As an immigrant coming from Moldova, the discussion this morning about Ukraine hit home really hard, literally. So I have an accent. When you move to a new country, that accent may preclude people from including you in certain meetings because you may not express yourself as adequately, or you may have different norms that you grew up with that will shape your opinion and expectations. Similarly to how Marco this morning said he's from Serbia, he saw a lot of things very differently, same with me. I saw the fallout of the Soviet Union. I know what it feels like. So a lot of the decisions and participation in the work environment and how we create recommendations may differ from the traditional norm. And we tend to look at diversity as visible dimensions, as opposed to considering the invisible as well. And that can come in all sorts of forms: abilities, preferences, lifestyle choices, norms that we grew up, beliefs we have. And it's increasingly becoming more important to look at the inclusion, not as diversity only. Diversity, of course, we have a long way to go still. But if we create an inclusive work environment, it will allow everyone to participate and feel they belong and feel they can contribute.
No, thank you, thank you. So we began talking about the diversity, inclusion, and so on element. The second component of our conversation is the future of work. And what has been in vogue about future of work, people think about it perhaps as a synonymous of a hybrid or remote or what have you, but there is so much more to that. And that's something you explore at length in your book. I wonder if you could also expand on this for the audience.
Absolutely. I would love to ask at least a few, maybe 2 or 3 of you, to turn on the mic and say in a few words, what is future of work to you? Who is the brave?
Audience, don't be shy. We know you're not shy. What? Anybody?
There's no right or wrong answer.
Future of work.
I bet every single one of you, if we were to ask, you would have a very different answer. And I think for many, it is how we work, the schedule, the technology we use, the location of our work. But I think it's a lot more complex. When we think about the disruptions that are impacting the world of work, I have a framework that helps me simplify the trends into bigger categories. I call it 4 Ds. Demographic changes. Think about the aging of the population in general. By the end of this century, the population growth is going to reach 0.1%. That's consumers, that's taxpayers, that's workers. We are running out of people, especially in mature economies. That's going to have a dramatic impact on economic vitality and on organizations, their ability to attract and retain talent. Not just aging population that will have a big impact. Think about women participation in the labor force. It's significantly lower, and during the pandemic, a lot of them decided to step out of the labor force altogether because they couldn't cope with homeschooling, childcare responsibilities, and work as well. It's going to take a long time for them to return. Even when women do return back into the labor force, many of them will enter at the lower income level, which over their lifespan, work lifespan, is going to compound the lower income level. That will result in shorter or smaller savings. That will result in women tend to outlive their spouses. They tend to outlive their savings. It's a matter of poverty for half of the population of the world. When we think about mobility, it's a demographic or evidence of a demographic change. People move between geographical areas, many times voluntarily, many times involuntarily, and I think a lot of wars and economic instabilities are going to drive those movements. People are going to move between urban and rural areas, and that has a very different demand on infrastructure, urban planning, services availability, etc. People move between jobs. That creates a lot more dynamic labor market. It creates huge problems for organizations because they need to replace. That also has a cost, and many times we assume that there will always be somebody else that can take place of this individual who left, but we don't account for the time it takes to bring them to the productive level, to make sure they integrate into the culture of the organization, to make sure they feel they can belong. And all of these movements create even more diversity that we need to care about and nurture. So that's first D. The second is digitization, and we talked earlier today about the impact of technologies on how we work, how we interact with each other, how we interact with organizations, new opportunities and businesses that can be created by using technology. But it also creates potential disparities. If you don't have access to infrastructure, you don't have broadband, if you cannot participate in this innovation economy. The third D is digitization. So this is the amount of data that gets created as a result of our digital participation and interaction with devices with each other. All of that creates new massive amounts of data that we can make sense of, we can detect patterns, we can influence behaviors or manipulate it at times. It can also create significant bias because the current data is being used to train future algorithms. And we need to make sure that those synthetic data that gets created is also free of bias, and we always monitor that. The last D is disintermediation. So think of additive printing versus traditional manufacturing. Instead of having a global supply chain and trying to ship things around the world, creating carbon footprint, creating economic development for certain parts of the world at the expense of other parts of the world. Instead, you could replace it with a 3D printing farm, and you just need to worry about the inks. Could that create a very different landscape for the manufacturing industry? Blockchain, we talked about it earlier, that's a perfect disintermediator that eliminates the middleman, creates opportunities for other types of players, but no longer this landscape is, the winners are not necessarily those who have the biggest amount of assets, right? It's very asymmetric. So this disintermediation creates new players as well as new losers as well. So how do we deal with these disruptions around us? We can look at the work itself. Many times we start with job description. Here's what you need to do. And usually that job description was written maybe 10, 15 years ago, a few new tools that get sprinkled in, magic words, and that job description looks like a recipe for unicorns. And then we go hunting for unicorns, and they don't exist with that type of skill or collection of skills. Instead, we could look at what is the essence of what needs to get done, and then understand the key characteristics. Is this job that is work unit is something that can be done by one individual or can be done by a team? Can you automate a lot of things? Is it routine? Is it creative work? And then based on those characteristics, you can determine who is the worker that can get that done. And we're not limited to just employees or contingent workforce, right? We can crowdsource, we can create co-petitions, we can put a digital a chatbot in place because that's part of your workforce repertoire. So once you understand what the work and the workforce that can get it done, then you can think about the workplace, work environment. And again, we're not limited to binary office or home. We can work in a co-working space. We can work in a virtual reality. We can work in a mixed reality. So the more we can understand the nature of the work and the workforce combination, the better we can create an optimal environment for people to do that work. And this is where technology can play a huge role. And then the last important component is the worth, value exchange. We've seen the labor market shifting dramatically over the past couple of years. People are reassessing their priorities. They are reshuffling. They are reimagining what their future might be. And they are choosing to bring their talent to organizations where they feel they'll get a fair value exchange for their talent, for their time, for their energy and effort. And of course, we all expect certain basic fundamental things. We expect fair work environment, we expect safety, we expect accessibility, but the more we can look at the pyramid, the more complex it gets. Some people want to grow their skills. Some people want to belong to a great company that produces incredible products they feel proud of. Some want to leave a legacy or attain a status and get that title. Companies cannot deliver all of that with just one set of offerings. We now have technology, we can understand some of those needs, and we can tailor and personalize those value exchange, so to speak. So the future is bright, but it's a lot more complex than we just think from just schedule or hybrid work. And technology is really our great solution to solve for a lot of those complexities.
Thank you, thank you. You want to opine on that?
I'll give a briefer response. I don't think that the future of work is going to be vastly different than the past of work. This topic really became poignant over the last 2 years with COVID, when work was actually shut down and people had to stay home. Prior to March of 2020, we all got up, got in the train, got in our car, and went to work. And worked 8 to 10 or 12 hours, and then when we were done, we went home. And that's what we did, from the time we were in our 20s to the time we retired. But 2 years ago, we were forced to work differently because we couldn't get up and get on the train and go to an office. We worked from different locations, and let's just say it was home. for many of us. And then that sort of placed in the minds of some people that this isn't so bad for me to stay home and work and get paid the same amount of money I got paid when I was actually physically going to an office. And in some cases, being just as productive, if not more so. As we've now gotten to the end of the 2 years and companies are opening back up, they're discovering a few things, a few costs to folks not coming to work. And being a business owner and a business builder and one that advises businesses, I see it front and center. It's hard to build a culture if you don't come to an office. It's hard to develop people if they don't have a core place to come. And in some places, they just have to come because they make things. They make cars. They make refrigerators. They service people that want to come and get their voters' registrations, their driver's license, etc. So when I think about work, there's one premise that I'm 100% certain of that will happen in the United States. Companies are going to adopt policies that make them the most productive. One thing that in the United States and the capitalist system, we have a punishing comeuppance if your company isn't productive. One, you go bankrupt. Two, if you're public, your stock basically becomes non-existent. You have to, as a CEO, as a leader, either a leader of a country or a leader of a company, understand what the mix is for the future of your workers to make them the most productive. As we were saying at lunch, there's some jobs, and I gave this example, and you can play back a couple of my speeches. I was speaking to a conference of investment bankers, and I said, let's just take two 26-year-olds, two young ladies that are both 26 years old. Exact same education, exact same everything, and they start a job on the exact same day. One decides they want to work from Park City, Utah. They like Park City, they like to skate. The other decides, I'm going to come to the office every day because that's where the smart people are that I joined this firm to work with. That's where the great bankers are. That's where a lot of the meetings take place. There's a lot of casual conversations take place. And I can be noticed because I'm there with the folks that are there. And the senior people have to come to the office. So they're both 26 years old. Fast forward 10 years, they're both 36. And the one that went to Park City, Utah is still there, and the one that worked in the office is still there. Who do you think is going to be the better banker at 36? Now, I know you know who's going to be the better skier, but the better banker is going to be the one that stayed in New York, that worked around the top bankers, that sat in their meetings, that had the casual conversations. I don't think the model will ever replace that because that would make that company less competitive if they had all of their workers working from Park City, Utah, or Vail, Colorado, or Naples, Florida. I think what we're going to find in the US when we think about the future of work, we're going to hit that equilibrium, and we're starting to hit it now in terms of how much flexibility does a worker have and how much give does a company have before it begins to compromise the productivity of that company and the profitability of that company. You're reading about layoffs every day now in the US, and you didn't read about it at all a year ago. Prior to this year, you didn't read about it at all. All you read about was hiring, and pay raises and pay raises. And so as we think about the future of work, I think we're going to use all the technology you outlined, just as we always have at work in the US. It's always going to be used. But as Marco said today, and I didn't agree with all of his comments, but I think I agree with this one. We're going to get back to making things. We're going to get back to vocational education. We're going to get back to trades. We're doing that in the US, and I do a lot of business in China, and I see it. We're going to maybe not be as focused on a bachelor's degree and studying philosophy and psychology and sociology and art history, and maybe 2 years where folks actually go out and make things becomes back in vogue again. And you can't do that from home. And so, you know, as we think about the future of work and the future of business, and this delves back into diversity as well, I don't think it's going to look dramatically in the future different than it has looked in the past. It'll look a little different, but it'll just be a transition as we go forward.
You want to comment, Estela?
There is something about the topic of productivity.
You guys are making my job real easy.
When we think about productivity, right, the assumption is that traditional ways of measuring productivity will consistently defer to units, right? We either work hours, or we produce widgets, or we manufacture certain things, or we serve customers, and not necessarily thinking that when it comes to cognitive work, the productivity has a very different shape and form. And when we think about the S&P 500, right, 90% of the market value of S&P 500 companies are intangible assets. These are outcomes of human capacities, talent, creativity. That's not widgets. And I think we don't necessarily measure productivity in a way that shows the impact of human and human resources on the bottom line. We traditionally defer to tangible measurements. And employee well-being, mental health, investments in the development, retention, all of that has a positive impact, and it has a longer tail of impact. So I think short-term mentality and focusing on productivity alone will only get us so far in raising the productivity or in profitability of the company.
Okay. Well, I'm going to ask one question to Jim in particular, and then I'm going to come to the audience if there are any questions. If there are no questions, I have plenty here, so don't worry. But let's play it in this
All
way.
you need is one question, and Stella and I will be done with the next 25 minutes. So.
Wonderful. So Jim, I wanted to pick your brain on this afternoon's session. We were talking about automation and blockchain and artificial intelligence, and you in particular as an entrepreneur, a founder of a financial firm, a CEO of precisely a financial firm. How do you see that playing out and affecting you, your company, the markets, the industry, and ultimately that is something that plays into the diversity and future of work question. If many humans are substituted or different skills are necessary and work is done differently. So I don't know, maybe building on what we spoke earlier in the afternoon and your own thoughts, what will be your take on this element?
When I think about that aspect of technology, I think the blockchain would have gotten much, much further adoption in the US than it has now, which it has not gotten much adoption in the US as we stand here, if it had not been so intertwined with cryptocurrency. I think they're two different things, but I think they became very, very, very entangled. And cryptocurrency in the US, sort of as we saw, as folks stayed home, as folks had time, placing value in cryptocurrencies that were valueless. I guess somewhere in the neighborhood of $2.5 trillion have been wiped away, just gone from cryptocurrencies. I think there's another one today, a Bitcoin miner that is teetering on bankruptcy that at a year ago had a $4.5 billion valuation. Currencies that cost consumers trillions of dollars Now, the blockchain, I think for transactions, for record keeping, for security of data, longevity, I think it's an amazing asset and amazing tool. But it has not been widely adopted in the US outside of some technology uses. And so as we think about the migration to that, I'm not sure how long it's going to take till it's fully utilized. I've seen it utilized in some transactions, in some businesses for contract, for leases and things like that, but on a very small level. I don't think it has risen to the level of significance yet. I was speaking at a conference in the Dominican Republic. It was actually a discussion of currencies and cyber and the like, and we talked about how it might be, and it probably will be, a much faster adoption of the blockchain in countries other than the US that haven't been as invested in other methods and other forms of contractual obligations and record keeping and the like. But as of right now, it hasn't risen to the level of significant uses, at least from what I see it. Stella, you may see things a lot differently. You seem to. So.
No, I agree with that.
You do? That's a surprise.
It's I do see a significant role in blockchain technology, and from the workplace environment, I think we have a very different set of opportunities to create different identities, to track our skills in a very different way, to monetize our skills. And I think a lot of younger generations that are now being drawn to those spaces, to some degree, they're going to be lost for the traditional corporate world. I'm thinking of the concept of DAOs, distributed autonomous organization, right? From a HR perspective, that's a mind-blowing concept. How can you not have a corporate entity? How can you not have performance management systems? How can you not have job descriptions? These are a collective of really talented people who have a passion for a specific problem to be solved. They come together, they figure out how to solve, they propose. They don't have identity per se, it's your own identity, right? You are anonymous in the eyes of the world, but everything is transparent. You don't need performance management because your behavior, your reputation, the impact you have will drive adequate performance. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to participate in that. So there are a lot of innovation in this space that can benefit traditional corporations that if we were to adopt some of these principles could reduce the bureaucracy, increase the productivity, and create a better workplace environment for people to participate.
One thing, if I can come back to diversity, because I think we left that subject kind of quickly. I think the secret sauce in the US that makes it what it is diversity. They figured it out over decades and years of very, very, very arcane and unbelievable restrictions on people. How many people here are basketball fans? How many people watch basketball? Even know? Okay. A few hands up there. If you're a basketball fan, you probably know that the largest number of basketball players are African Americans. Are you mostly aware of that? Can you imagine watching and enjoying basketball if African Americans were not allowed to play basketball? Raise your hands if you think it'd be as fun a game. Let me take a couple guesses. It would be a lot slower, a lot less athletic, a lot less jumping going on. So it's hard to imagine that blacks were not allowed to play basketball in the US professionally until right around the 1940s. They were banned from basketball. They couldn't play. Not allowed to. And you think about what has happened in the US from those days till now. And so what kind of makes it what it is that so many people want to come there? So many people want to work there. So many people want to immigrate there and train there. And I think it's the same thing that a lot of countries have to figure out, although they haven't had to deal with it, because it has been so aggressive in the US because of the amount of discrimination against certain groups. The reprisal and the retribution coming back has been strong, and the US had to deal with the fact that Latinos had to have rights. They had to have rights. Blacks had to have rights. Women weren't allowed to vote or work, and it wasn't that many years ago. And so they figured out, one, after being forced to do these things, and when they weren't forced to do it anymore, and they realized, holy smokes, these are very productive groups of people. And having these folks as a part of our workforce, and having these folks own companies and run businesses, and be partners with us, makes us a lot stronger than otherwise. When I travel to a lot of countries, and whether it's the Caribbean, Latin America, Europe, and the like, you can always see, you can just see groups of people, and you wonder what it would be like in those countries if those people were more productive. What it would be like if there were more policies that got these guys off the street selling whatever they're selling on the street to tourists, and got those guys trained with high-level skills and the productivity that it would mean to their countries if they figured that out. Or if they had better or more open pathways for very talented women to learn the skills to compete with men at the same level like they do in the US. What that would do to the GDP of those countries. And that is the secret sauce of the US. They figured out that instead of discriminating against these groups and locking these groups out, which they did and have a long history of doing, let's include these groups in. And then while we're including these groups in, let's figure out how to get them trained up so that they can contribute to the greatest GDP in the world. If you can imagine the US without immigrants, it would be nothing. When I think about the immigrants coming over today that are walking for weeks and days from various countries, risking their lives with families, getting on boats that look like they can't even sail across a swimming pool and going to the ocean to get to the US. My guess is many of those people are going to be some of the most successful Americans that we have in the next few years. The US has figured out a few other things, and I say this all the time in my comments. In the US, it doesn't matter how you were born. It doesn't matter where you were born. It doesn't matter how poor or what class or what schools you went to. You may not have gone to any at all, but that has nothing to do with the level of success you may achieve in life. There's no correlation. And so when you figure those things out as nations and countries and how to get your population really engaged, and you see a country like the US that has gone from being one of the most discriminatory, it's the biggest slave country that ever was, to now being one of the most inclusive because they had to. And then you see the results of that. The immigrants that we have coming in, we need them. We need 6 million workers, and we got 6 million more jobs than we got workers. We want those immigrants in, and they will be put to work. But as the countries that they're coming from, I think about what's going on in the countries that they're coming from, that they don't have policies where they've got people so willing to work that they'll risk their lives and families to come to the US. That's where we have to try to figure out, you know, what that secret sauce needs to be, what you need to do, so that, you know, you could give them what they're traveling to get. But it took a lot of effort and a lot of work and a lot of pain and a lot of folks that got killed in the US to actually be where we are today. But we're in a spot right now where the diversity is a real thing. And it's something that, and I was talking to gentleman doing a fabulous job producing this today who works for a U.S. company, and it is not a one-size-fits-all, but you can learn a lot from it. No country can do exactly what the U.S. does because you don't have that makeup. But you can borrow a lot of things from the U.S. in terms of training a workforce that's not necessarily included in what you do, in terms of how you treat women, in terms of what goes on with a class that makes it so you can't leave that class if you're born in that class. Those sorts of things are very significant things.
Thank you, Jim. But I do want to give a chance to the audience to ask. So I don't know, any questions from the audience? Or we have Fidel. Adelante.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much. Great discussion. I have a couple of questions regarding diversity. I want to ask, what is the role of market incentives compared to regulations? For instance, ESG ratings for companies take into account if the company has or hasn't applied D&I policies. In trade, we also have some interesting examples that help ban, for example, child labor. So what are the chances to, through this market mechanism, to prevent discrimination and promote D&I? And for that, I understand that you have to prove that it has some impact in your bottom line, more profitable countries, more profitable companies that applied D&I policy more effectively, as in the case of basketball. African Americans playing with Serbs, Spaniards, and Latinos make the game more global and more profitable. So the same should happen at the company's level. And regarding the future of work, my question is that I've seen that there's a growing body of literature that agrees that flexible work is here to stay. Of course, it's understood that one size doesn't fit all. There's some sectoral difference, some firm difference, and some country specificity. But some sort of flexibility is here to stay. Rough numbers say that 20% of the workers are full-time at the office, 30% are full-time at home, and 50% are working in a hybrid model. And the research shows that employees are happier, the ones that are in the flexible or more hybrid model. They are more productive, 13% increase in productivity with very sound estimates. For example, lines of coding of coders that were at home are much larger than the ones that are working from the office. So there are some strong measures of productivity that show that productivity increased during the last couple of years with this hybrid model. And, but also there are some drawbacks. For example, all the creativity, innovation processes that have diminished during this hybrid model. And some intended consequences, like prices of real estate or office have dropped very significantly. Taxes for municipalities are dropping. So the problem is here that you have less resources to fund education, for example. And so this is happening also at the transportation level. There's less commuting and public transportation in some U.S. cities, and transports are getting bankrupt or having financial trouble. So my question here is basically how to make the most of the good trends that we have seen with the hybrid model, and how to tackle some of the flaws and also these unintended consequences in terms of urban planning and transport.
Do you want to take the ESG? I'll take the future of work.
Yep.
Okay. You go first. All right. So I think we are seeing a major restructuring of the world of work. And we try to assume that a job equals one worker, and they will perform the same things, maybe with some incremental improvements, tools, analytics, but it's still the essence of the same. And I think we may outlive that regime. We may have the opportunity to say, what if the workers don't come to work, but the work comes to workers? Let me give an example. There is a company in Germany that produces virtual goggles, and they predominantly provide post-sales support for heavy industrial machinery. They have a network of mechanics and support personnel that are all over the country, or all over the world, in fact, they can be. And when your machine breaks, you don't need to ship that person to come to do the repairs. The customer has the glasses on, and then the mechanic and repairman gives you advice, helps you navigate and troubleshoot. Yes, you may not solve all the problems, but you will solve a huge problem set probably without necessarily having to move people to work. So it's a different way of thinking about orchestration that creates new opportunities. Yes, there will be impact on real estate, there will be impact on transportation, but there will also be less disruptions to people's lives, or less time commuting, or less time spending in front of the computer and being monitored consistently for the purposes of increasing productivity, whatever that is. So I think there may be opportunity to start slightly shifting how we define what the work is and how we can then orchestrate that work and the adequate workforce that can help it done. Yeah. But from ESG perspective, do you want to comment on that?
Well, you really have to focus in on what ESG actually means. Environmental, social, governance. The social, the S in ESG, pretty much refers to diversity. Social, that's what it means in the US. What are you doing for the community at large with what you're doing with ESG? It's difficult in the US to do anything of significance with company policies that doesn't involve diversity. We were chatting at lunch about chief diversity officers in the US. That's a job I think that only exists in the US. I don't think a company outside of the US has a job titled chief diversity officer. And we were saying, and it was said, well, if you have a chief diversity officer, that means you're not diverse, so therefore you got a problem. I says, well, no, all companies in the US, pretty much large ones, have a chief diversity officer, because it's not a one-shot deal. You have to recruit diverse talent, you have to retain diverse talent, you have to promote diverse talent, and it goes on and never ends. So those requirements on ESG are appropriate. You can't get around them in the US, and it really is good for the company to have a diverse workforce or contribute socially, and the individual employee to do that.
So Stella?
I have to add a few more things. From a HR perspective, it's a renaissance.
Oh, can I add one more thing before
Absolutely.
Are you from Spain?
Ecuador.
No, from Ecuador.
Okay. Because I thought you were referring to Spanish basketball players, and I would be remiss if I didn't say the Gasol brothers were two of my favorite players, Paul and Mark. Okay.
Yeah.
And Paul played for the Chicago Bulls.
Big time.
So from a HR perspective, there is a renaissance of measurements and investment in analytics and tracking diversity, tracking the promotion rate, investing in understanding the workforce and how it evolves. And last year, we've done a research at the conference board on the relationship between having analytics function in companies that study people and bottom line impact. And there is a strong correlation between companies that do have the presence, just the sheer fact of having a focus on it, it increases already 25% their revenue. So there is importance of using data to make workforce-related decisions. And the more we can understand where we are and start tracking some of these measurements, the more we will be able to then say, where do we want to be and where do we want to invest? And which areas where we invest are going to have the biggest impact on us as a company. So there is a quantitative way to approach a lot of these problems. The other trend that is interesting and will face a lot of public companies is all of the disclosure requirements for transparency and reporting related to human capital. All of that transparency creates a very different set of pressures because people say, well, there is income inequality, women are paid less in our company, we have to do something about it. So there will be, in addition to internal pressures, external pressures and demand for making a change. So to me, the data is a gateway for positive change toward the increased diversity and inclusion.
Gosh. Well, it's already 5 p.m., but yeah, I know Juan Carlos, good friend, but let's take a leave. Go ahead, Juan Carlos. Can hear you.
Is it working there? Yeah.
Yes.
So a quick question about diversity. Do you think that there's a point at which you have like, I wouldn't say too much diversity, but you get too entangled with this idea of diversity because, you know, at some point you have so many dimensions, like we're all very unique. And then so if you start dividing people, you start with gender and then race and then sexual preference and then, I don't know, religion, economic background, that at the end it gets very complicated. Is there like an, I don't know, should you stop at some point and just say, you know, these are the 3 key things in terms of having a diverse team, or how do you work around that? And maybe a second, and when you think about measuring diversity and this idea that the US is one of the most diverse countries, what would be the key indicator that you would think to compare to other places in terms of the US being more diverse? Thanks.
We were chatting when Marco was doing his presentation about the ways in some countries that freedom of speech is suppressed in various countries. You're not allowed to speak and say certain things in certain countries. In China, it will certainly get you arrested. Russia will be the same, in many other countries. But in the US, you can say anything you want, and you can believe anything you want, and you won't be arrested for it. And as you probably read in the newspapers, many Americans do. And so I think that freedom of expression is one of the reasons that all of these groups that you outline, LGBTQ and blacks and Latinos and Asians, are free to speak out in terms of things and ways that they feel they're being discriminated against, where in some countries groups are not. To your first question, I think as a business person, the reason that they have many of the rules around diversity that they have is not to make it more complicated to do business, but more fair to do business. To make it such that all groups, irrespective, have an opportunity to work there. Guys with hair, guys with bald heads, guys with long hair, tall, short, black, brown, have freedom to work there. And I don't think it gets overcomplicated because within that framework, you're still going to be allowed to run your business. And rule number 1 in running any business is that you have to be profitable and make money. You have to be profitable and make money, or else you're going to be out of business and all this diversity stuff doesn't matter. So you have to really figure out how to make it work for you. And most companies have, and what most companies have found is that they're better companies by being diverse as opposed to not having a diversity strategy.
Okay. No, I think we'll have to leave that one for dinner, Arnav. But so, you know, with that, we would be finishing the session. Want to thank once again Stella and Jim. So, you know, privilege to have had you join us in Cartagena. So great pleasure, and thank you so much for your support and participation. So
Thank you for the opportunity.
okay. So. So 30 seconds, 1 minute.
Okay, so in 1 minute or less, I guess if we look in the world as you have two dominant powers in the US and China. The difference between where we are now, if you compare to the Cold War days when you had other countries basically have a choice now. They don't necessarily have to be full on with either one of the two. They can be aligned with both the US and China, which is a major difference to let's say, a Cold War framework. And one other thing is that if China has a choice regarding Taiwan, that if they want to make Taiwan their Ukraine, then we may be in a situation where people are going to be forced to make a choice between being aligned to the US or the West and China in that regard. So
Thank
that
you.
would be the.
Thank you so much. Arnav?
Yeah, so I think, in contrast to some extent to what Marco's session told us, the session with the practitioners and the historian, as opposed to the geopolitical framework, is that things are complicated and ugly. They're going to get uglier still on the ground in Ukraine and with Russia. There's a lot of uncertainty. It could break Russia. But that there will be a Cold War, at least a bit of a Cold War between Russia and the West. That Pax Americana isn't quite dead yet. The question is how far it'll extend and who will choose sides to some extent, at least. And that the fault lines in the world are going to continue, I guess, in that context, to deepen. Even if it's not going to be a bipolar world and it's going to be a multipolar world, there might be something like multipolarity, as one of the panelists said. So a very complicated, nuanced world that I actually agree with Marco on this one. It ends up calling for diversification and not necessarily for the kind of concentration that has worked in the recent past, even though the US might still have these pretensions at hegemony. So I want to stop there.
Thank you, thank you. Soren.
Thank you, Iker, and thank you for this. I will be summing up as well as be provocative, true to my form. I could start off by saying thank you for this very gender diverse moderation panel you have had today. You started off this morning, Iker, by saying something that really stuck with me all day, and that is that certainty is the only uncertainty, which reminded me of Merrill Lynch's old slogan that constant is the only that change, the only constant is change. That was what they said. What stuck with me in my panel was that even though we have been at it for decades, we are still grappling with the same archaic processes and systems and errors and whatnot. And when we're not even halfway there, is what the graphic showed. But also that the technology already exists. It's here. And that the only barrier to this change then must be us, the people in this room. So here's the provocation, which is my call of action for each of us in this room, is that each of us commit to, when we meet again a year from now here in Cartagena, that we have each of us assumed a leadership role to develop a technology or implemented a change in your organization that has freed up trapped capital in your existing processes and practices for a minimum of 10% of your operating activities that are relevant to this. Thank you.
Thank you, Soren. Antonio?
Thank you. I think my main takeaways from the session on artificial intelligence is that we are seeing the end of the beginning of AI. AI is no longer a proof of concept. We are seeing all these applications not only in all other industries, but now in financial markets. Then that, of course, data is the new oil, but clean data. and my last takeaway from this session was AI, of course, is starting to solve problems, but it will create new ones. And till now, machine learning is based on recognizing patterns, but we should find a way to embed principles in that models. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I have my own mic. Thank you. Well, as for me on my session, I leave with a sense of hope. You know, talking about discrimination is this is an ugly, messy, unfair dynamic, and then all these efforts on diversity, seeing the work in the U.S. and other areas is really encouraging that there is a way ahead. Sure, it's messy, it's ugly, but there is a hope, and also in the future of work element and these intermingled dynamics, there is a lot of uncertainty and things that can go wrong, but there are many things that can go right. So in all, my main takeaway is hope. So I think that's a pretty good way of closing our proceedings for the day. So I once again thank the moderators, all the speakers in the session, all the participants, and also the remote audience. We are really grateful and are really looking forward to continuing in touch. So thank you so much. Thank you. Pleasure. Okay.
Before we leave, I have some administrative announcements. We are all invited at the dinner that is hosted by TradeWeb. The buses will be leaving at 7:30. We will meet at the lobby. Please don't forget your